Yuan fell silent. Sheng Nu fell silent. Even the hot-tempered bearded man fell silent. He was already hot-tempered and irritable, but he had never thought of taking the initiative to attack the Black Heaven and Black Earth under such circumstances. Generally, in battles within the Void Sea, the Divine Wood universe would avoid conflict whenever possible. Taking the initiative to attack had almost never happened. Realm Master, if you can ensure your own safety, you are free to take the initiative to attack, Yuan finally said calmly. The hot-tempered bearded man added, Realm Master, please be careful. The Void Sea is complex and treacherous. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Even this hot-tempered man was now advising Qi Yuan to stay calm. Alright, I'll go take a look at this so-called Black Heaven and Black Earth army. Qi Yuan said no more and walked alone through the Void Sea. The Void Sea was a chaotic place, filled with colorful specks of light. These specks of light were like fragments of broken rules or primordial matter from before the universe was formed, full of danger. They could even corrode the bodies of young gods. Half a day passed quickly, and Qi Yuan came to a stop. The 7 human enlightenment treasures radiated a terrifying aura, like blazing suns. Qi Yuan looked ahead and saw a massive warship looming in the cold Void Sea. The warship was enormous. It was even larger than the Blue Mountain Realm. The Black Heaven and Black Earth are truly something. Such a massive warship, if it fell from the sky, wouldn't it crush 10,000 ants? Qi Yuan murmured to himself. Holding the 7 human enlightenment treasures, the environment around Qi Yuan in the Void Sea changed. He was like the moon surrounded by stars. The blazing light made him look like a war god. Realm Master, just hold your ground and block the warship's advance. Yuan reminded. The hot-tempered bearded man also quickly added, Realm Master, please stay calm. Qi Yuan looked at the imposing warship, his gaze deep. I want to hold my ground, but will they let me? Hearing this, Yuan's expression changed drastically. Could there be an unexpected situation? The other ancestral gods' thoughts raced, seemingly realizing something. As Qi Yuan's voice fell, suddenly, a majestic figure flew out from the warship. Eternal flames crackled and roared, scattering the colorful specks of light in the Void Sea. The terrifying flame giant roared, Qi Yuan, die! Realm Master Flame attacked furiously. When a supreme being like this attacked, it was domineering and without reason. In an instant, the surrounding space turned into a sea of fire. At the Realm Master stage, one could already influence the environment and rules of the world. In fact, if Realm Master Flame sneezed, he could turn a world like the Kanglan realm into a world of fire, with flames burning for billions of years. And that was just a sneeze. If he truly attacked, the power of his flames could devour everything. An intense heat surged toward Qi Yuan, and even with his immense strength, he felt the scorching heat. Eternal flames, capable of burning through the heavens and earth. Qi Yuan, where can you run? Just let my flames consume you. Realm Master Flame roared, and flames erupted everywhere. Absolute adaptation. At this moment, Qi Yuan activated the rule he had comprehended. In an instant, his entire body turned into a being of fire. Ah, I'm really burning, turning into a fire man, Qi Yuan said casually. He didn't use the human enlightenment treasures, relying solely on absolute adaptation to counter fire with fire. Realm Master Flame was stunned, his expression furious. Die. The flames grew even more intense, their power increasing tenfold, 100-fold. Realm Master Flame had seen rules similar to Qi Yuan's before. But most were crude imitations. Qi Yuan shrugged, his gaze shifting. You're a bit hard to kill. His eyes could see many things. At the Realm Master stage, no one was easy to kill. Unless there was a vast difference in strength. Qi Yuan had just recently broken through to the All Things realm. To kill a Rule Realm expert like Realm Master Flame would take at least a day. For Qi Yuan, that was far too slow. HMPH, you're hard to kill too, Realm Master Flame said seriously. His understanding of hard to kill was different from Qi Yuan's. What he meant was that, with his strength, even if they fought to the edge of the universe, it would be difficult to defeat each other. But, even if you're hard to kill, I will still kill you. Realm Master Flame's eyes burned even brighter, a strange glint in them. I have Spectre Essence. I'm not afraid of death. What do you have? At this moment, outside the Void Sea, Yuan, Sheng Nu, and the other ancestral gods' expressions changed drastically. Not good, Realm Master Flame has gone mad. He's willing to trade his life for Qi Yuan's. How could this be? Is the revived version of him still himself? How could he be so reckless? Realm Master, retreat immediately. Don't engage. Stay away from Realm Master Flame. Yuan urgently reminded. The ancestral gods were on edge. Between Realm Masters, neither could easily defeat the other. But if one was willing to sacrifice their life, consuming their source rules to self-destruct, one explosion could severely injure an opponent of equal strength. 2 explosions would definitely result in mutual destruction. In the past, the Black Heaven and Black Earth had never used such tactics, as no one knew if the revived version would still be themselves. But Realm Master Flame didn't care about that. Wukong, lend me your Spectre Essence. Block his escape route, Realm Master Flame shouted. Realm Master Wukong's expression was calm and indifferent. He handed his Spectre Essence to Realm Master Flame, his majestic figure blocking Qi Yuan's path. With me here, he won't escape, Realm Master Wukong said lightly. What are you planning? Qi Yuan had a terrifying guess. HMPH, don't you know? Realm Master Flame said coldly. This is too reckless, Qi Yuan said, pretending to be frightened. In reality, he was almost laughing inside. As expected of Qi Huang's uncle, or rather, Qi Huang's true form. Just as foolish as Qi Huang. He was actually planning to self-destruct. Didn't he know? I have a health lock. The more severe the injury, the more terrifying absolute adaptation becomes under the death radiance. 7 human enlightenment treasures can block 7 of my rule dissolutions. But what about after 7? Rule dissolution was the self-destruction of a realm master. When a realm master self-destructed, it wasn't their body that exploded, but their rules. The power released from the dissolution of rules was no less than a massive earthquake on the dimensional level of the universe. To kill you, I specifically borrowed Realm Master Wukong's Spectre Essence, enough to sustain 30 rule dissolutions. How will you survive? Realm Master Flame roared, his eyes bloodshot. Qi Yuan's expression turned serious. No, don't. He had originally wanted to act more convincingly, saying something like, are you still yourself after reviving with Spectre Essence? But he was afraid that such harsh words might scare Realm Master Flame. So, he could only keep saying, no, don't. In reality, he was thinking, hurry up and self-destruct. After all, killing him would take a day. Self-destruction only takes an instant. Die, Realm Master Flame roared. The endless flame rules began to dissolve at this moment. The void sea seemed to tremble. The majestic warship also seemed to sway from the impact. Qi Yuan, seeing this, raised the human enlightenment treasures. Block it. In reality, all the rule dissolution was absorbed by his body. Death radiance and absolute adaptation were least afraid of self-destruction from those weaker than him. Of course, if someone 10 times stronger than him self-destructed, his health lock might not hold. In an instant, a massive influx of experience poured in. Qi Yuan felt refreshed. This was even more satisfying than killing Qi Huang and his group for years. As expected of the same family, equally foolish. In the blink of an eye, Realm Master Flame's figure reappeared. He looked exactly the same as before. Even Qi Yuan's eyes could only detect the slightest difference between this version of Realm Master Flame and the previous one. Realm Master Flame looked at the dimmed human enlightenment treasures, a hint of surprise in his eyes, but then he said, the human enlightenment treasures are stronger than I thought. It seems the Spectre Essence I have won't be enough. He wasn't worried. There was plenty of Spectre Essence in the warship. If needed, he could borrow from other young gods. He would wear Qi Yuan down. Again, Realm Master Flame roared, exploding like a firework. Block it, Qi Yuan shouted again, though in his heart, he really wanted to tell Realm Master Flame. Could you stop talking before you self-destruct? If you think it's not cool enough, I can dub it for you. At this moment, outside the void sea, even the usually calm Yuan was starting to lose his composure. The human enlightenment treasures can only block about 15 rule dissolutions. After that, it will be difficult for the Realm Master to hold on. Damn it, the Black Heaven and Black Earth are playing dirty. Realm Master Wukong is blocking Realm Master Qi Yuan's escape route. The Realm Master can't escape. What do we do? Everyone's mood was heavy. This battle, the Black Heaven and Black Earth were determined to kill Qi Yuan at all costs. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out in the air. Yuan, we can seek the Radiant Tao Lord's help. Only the Radiant Tao Lord can save Qi Yuan. All the ancestral gods immediately looked toward the void, where a woman who bore a slight resemblance to Yuan stood. She was dressed in blood-red robes, looking both delicate and fierce. The ancestral gods were shocked. This person was none other than Yi, the leader of the Radiant Society and Yuan's sister. The Radiant Society and the Human Enlightenment Society had always been at odds. Although the ancestral gods were surprised to see Yi, they weren't alarmed. Yuan's expression shifted repeatedly. For a supreme being like the Radiant Tao Lord, Yuan couldn't begin to guess his thoughts. However, if they wanted to meet him, they would have to sacrifice something. Otherwise, why would the Radiant Tao Lord intervene? Now, with Realm Master Flame self-destructing, time was running out. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Alright, Yuan agreed. But he also knew that this was just Yi's suggestion. The Radiant Tao Lord might not necessarily intervene. Here is the Light Void Talisman, Yi said, tossing a talisman to Yuan. Without hesitation, Yuan activated the Light Void Talisman. Instantly, his surroundings changed. He found himself in a world of radiant light. This world seemed to be entirely constructed of light. Gorgeous and beautiful, unlike any light found in the mortal world. Leader of the Radiant Society, seeking an audience with the Lightless Lord. Yi bowed her head, her voice clear. As her words fell, a child about 6 or 7 years old walked forward. The child had rosy lips and pearly teeth, with fine, snow-white hair. The child's body seemed to absorb no light at all. The Lightless Lord, a servant of the Radiant Tao Lord, was a creation realm Yang god. He smiled gently. I already know why you're here. Please, Lightless Lord, stop. The Lightless Lord raised a chubby, white finger, his smile unwavering. I will not intervene. Yi's expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected this outcome. Yuan gritted his teeth. The Divine Wood Universe is willing to pay a price that will satisfy you. He knew the Lightless Lord was bargaining. Time was running out. They had to make sacrifices, no matter how painful. But the Lightless Lord shook his head. It's not a matter of price. Yuan and Yi were both stunned, not understanding what the Lightless Lord meant. Come with me and see, the Lightless Lord said, waving his hand. Instantly, the scene before the three of them changed. Look, at the line the master drew back then. The Lightless Lord pointed with his chubby finger. Yuan and Yi looked, and their expressions froze, filled with terror and despair. Even the usually calm Yuan now looked ashen. The line, it's gone. How is this possible? There should still be over 10,000 years left. Yi exclaimed, her voice trembling. Back then, the Tao Lord had drawn a line. The Tao Lord had said that the line was slowly disappearing. When it completely vanished, the Black Heaven would awaken and truly devour the Divine Wood Universe. The so-called Black Earth was just a parasite on the Black Heaven. The Black Heaven was the true terror, something even the Radiant Tao Lord didn't want to face directly. Based on the rate at which the line was disappearing, the Divine Wood Universe should have had over 10,000 years left. But now, only a sliver remained, meaning the Black Heaven could awaken at any moment. Perhaps in the next breath. At this point, the battle in the Void Sea no longer mattered. What mattered most was how the Divine Wood Universe would face the awakening of the Black Heaven. How is this possible? Yi muttered. The Tao Lord is omniscient and omnipotent. How could he be wrong? She was in despair. In Yi's eyes, the Tao Lord was omniscient and omnipotent, capable of anything. With a single word, the Tao Lord could restart the universe or reverse the rules. But now, the line the Tao Lord had drawn hadn't followed its original trajectory. How could she not be shocked? She could only hope it was all a mistake. The Lightless Lord shook his head. The Tao Lord's omniscience and omnipotence are limited to the radiant universe. The Black Heaven is special. Even the Tao Lord can make mistakes. At this moment, Yuan's expression shifted from numbness to calmness. He looked at Yi and said seriously, please send me back to the Tai Star domain. Now that the line drawn by the Tao Lord had disappeared, he needed to inform the Human Enlightenment Society. The time they had left was too short, perhaps less than a day. Yuan had never expected that what was supposed to be an ordinary confrontation would escalate into a war, and now, into an apocalypse. Here is the Light Void Talisman, Yi said through gritted teeth, handing the talisman to Yuan. Thank you, Yuan said, his figure dissipating. At this moment, his emotions were complex. The Divine Wood Universe had so little time left, just one day. How could they possibly turn things around? Cough. I'm almost dead, Realm Master Flame. You're so fierce, Qi Yuan said, coughing up blood. Realm Master Flame's expression was serious, his eyes filled with anger. You're mocking me. He had self-destructed 23 times, and each time Qi Yuan seemed on the verge of death. Although his reason and Realm Master stage knowledge told him that Qi Yuan was truly about to die, he still felt like Qi Yuan was mocking him. How could someone on the brink of death block his rule dissolution so many times? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a kind and positive person, why would I mess with you? Look, the blood vessels in my body are bursting. Especially the capillaries, they're bleeding. Qi Yuan spoke earnestly, stretching out his fair and tender arm to show the Flame Realm Master. The Flame Realm Master's eyelids twitched violently. Are you mocking me? At this level of cultivation, injuries are wounds of the Great Tao, wounds of the rules. Losing a head isn't even a big deal. Capillaries bursting, and you call that an injury? No, absolutely not. I swear on my character, quickly dissolve the rules, I'm about to die, hurry up and fulfill my wish. Qi Yuan, as shameless as ever, acted with full dramatic flair. Seeking death, the Flame Realm Master was furious and no longer dissolved the rules but instead attacked Qi Yuan. Seeing this, Qi Yuan sighed leisurely. If you want to die, just kill yourself, why trouble me? He was no longer the person he used to be. The Flame Realm Master had self-destructed 23 times, providing Qi Yuan with an ocean of experience. His strength had increased significantly. Most importantly, with each self-destruction of the Flame Realm Master, the flame rules continuously dissolved. Qi Yuan, holding the fire, human enlightenment divine light, had reached an extreme level of comprehension of the flame rules. Back then, it took me a day to kill you. Now, having comprehended all flames in the world, I only need 30 breaths. As Qi Yuan spoke, a pale white flame rose from his body. Ancestor of all flames, source of all fires, gather in my hand, burn eternally. With Qi Yuan's words, terrifying and extraordinary flames surged and spread. Netherworld fire, Samadhi true fire, Red Lotus karmic fire, Solar true fire, Lunar true fire. Each flame carried a mysterious and extraordinary aura. In any world, they could create wonders and awe. Now, all these flames burned, destroying everything, even the void, the Jidian, and dark matter could be incinerated. Since you don't want to kill yourself, then I'll help you. Qi Yuan's attack was fierce. How is this possible? How have you comprehended the true essence of flames? The Flame Realm Master desperately resisted. Unfortunately, he was no match for Qi Yuan. After all, Qi Yuan had already entered the realm of all things. Moreover, he had mastered the same true essence of flames, making his attacks devastating. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, die. With Qi Yuan's countdown, the Flame Realm Master lasted only 29 breaths before perishing. Realm Master Wukong, join forces with me, he's not at the Rule Realm. The resurrected Flame Realm Master shouted. In the distance, Realm Master Wukong, who was blocking the retreat, changed his expression repeatedly before finally saying, I only agreed to help you block his retreat. The Realm Master before him was too mysterious and unpredictable, having inexplicably mastered the Flame Realm Master's rules. He dared not make a move. I will die, the Flame Realm Master roared, after I die, it will be your turn. Realm Master Wukong remained unmoved. Could it be that Qi Yuan could kill his way into the Black Heaven? That was impossible, thus, he chose to watch. After all, if he made a move and Qi Yuan also comprehended the rules he mastered, it would be a loss. No, the Flame Realm Master roared in despair and was slain once again. Each time he died, his death came faster. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Star, the group of ancestral gods was shaken. He can actually kill a Realm Master. He was just pretending earlier. Killing a Realm Master, incredible. These ancestral gods couldn't fathom it. Even a Realm Master could be killed. With such strength, if Qi Yuan guarded the Void Sea, who would dare invade the Divine Wood universe? We've won, we've won. The irritable bearded man was extremely excited. The white-browed old man also showed a relieved smile. For many years, facing the invasion of the Black Heaven and Black Earth, the Divine Wood universe could only retreat. With the Flame Realm Master dead in this battle, the Black Heaven and Black Earth will surely be extremely wary. For the next tens of thousands of years, we can focus on forging the Divine Light treasures. Right, once we have more Divine Light treasures, we will no longer be defenseless against the invasions of the Black Heaven and Black Earth. The ancestral gods present were filled with excitement. For many years, they hadn't been as happy and excited as they were today. He's dead, the Flame Realm Master has been completely slain. Lord Qi Yuan has killed a Realm Master. At this moment, all the ancestral gods were deeply moved. Because this time, after the Flame Realm Master died, he did not resurrect. They had witnessed the fall of a Realm Master with their own eyes. A Realm Master. Without the human enlightenment divine light, it was an unimaginable, terrifying, and majestic existence. Qi Yuan, Realm Master. All the ancestral gods cheered, having long lost their previous arrogance and aloofness. To them, Qi Yuan slaying the Flame Realm Master meant that the other Realm Masters of the Black Heaven and Black Earth would surely be wary and would not dare to invade the Divine Wood Universe at will. The Divine Wood Universe would thus enter a period of peace. At this moment, a flash of light appeared. Yuan's figure emerged. Seeing Yuan, all the ancestral gods quickly said excitedly, "Yuan, there's no need to ask the Radiant Tao Lord to intervene. Lord Qi Yuan has already slain the Flame Realm Master." Yes, the Flame Realm Master was killed by Lord Qi Yuan. What a thrilling battle. We are about to welcome 10,000 years of peace and tranquility. The ancestral gods present shared their joy and excitement with Yuan. For many years, they could finally hold their heads high and breathe a sigh of relief. However, some noticed that Yuan's expression wasn't very good. "Yuan, has something happened?" Sheng Nu asked cautiously. She hadn't seen such an expression on Yuan's face for a long time. The last time, when the Black Heaven and Black Earth invaded, Yuan went alone to the Void Sea, and even then, his expression wasn't this grave. "Yuan, what's going on?" The irritable bearded man couldn't help but ask. "The line is gone." Yuan spoke with difficulty, his voice filled with despair and endless desolation. "Line? What line?" "The line is gone." An ancestral god, hearing this, was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? How can the line be gone? There were still tens of thousands of years left." The irritable bearded man muttered, his face filled with disbelief. The line being gone, all the ancestral gods present understood the meaning of these words. When the line ends, it means the Black Heaven awakens and officially invades the Divine Wood Universe. At that time, it would only take a day for the Divine Wood Universe to be completely destroyed. 7 human enlightenment divine light treasures couldn't illuminate all the worlds, couldn't resist the Black Heaven. They needed many, many more human enlightenment divine light treasures. How can this be? The line was fine, how can it be gone? Was it a mistake? The white-browed old man looked at Yuan, hoping for a different answer. Now, it was as if their great joy had been doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving them breathless. "Not good, the Void Sea, we must inform the Realm Master, the line is gone." At this moment, an ancestral god thought of something. When the Black Heaven awakens, devouring the Void Sea is the slowest, perhaps taking half a day. Half a day later, it would devour the Divine Wood Universe. Qi Yuan, who was in the Void Sea, was now in great danger. Immediately, many ancestral gods sent messages to Qi Yuan. In the next moment, all the ancestral gods froze. Countless people looked towards the Void Sea, their expressions turning to despair. Black Heaven, the Black Heaven has truly awakened. We're doomed, we're completely unprepared, even if we want to escape, we can't. The ancestral gods were in despair. At this moment, in the Void Sea, Realm Master Wukong's eyes also filled with fear. The Black Heaven has awakened. Why has the Black Heaven awakened early? On the warship, countless specters and young gods were terrified. Their despair was no less than that of the ancestral gods of the Divine Wood Universe. The awakening of the Black Heaven meant, everything would be destroyed, including the Black Earth. At this moment, Qi Yuan stood in the Void Sea, holding 7 human enlightenment divine light treasures, his expression also turning serious. Has the Black Heaven awakened? He looked deep into the Void Sea and saw a massive black bubble expanding at an unimaginable speed, devouring everything in the world. Even the terrifying and stable Void Sea, in the face of that black bubble, was as fragile as tofu. In an instant, millions of miles of space were devoured. Countless colors, light points, and lines were swallowed. Qi Yuan, holding the human enlightenment divine light, stood above the Void Sea. Messages from many ancestral gods came through the communication device. The Black Heaven has awakened, retreat quickly. The Divine Wood Universe has only 1 day left. Retreat. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. He had always fought prepared battles, always overcoming the weak with strength. But this time, as he gazed at the bubble, he felt his own insignificance for the first time. His right eyelid twitched violently. This time, the frequency of the twitching was tens of thousands of times more intense than when he encountered Qi Huang, indescribable. But it was the right eyelid, which meant extreme danger. Certain death. The black bubble devoured fiercely. Qi Yuan stood still, his gaze profound. My eyes can't see the information of the black heaven. All along, Qi Yuan's eyes could see hidden information, which had been a great reliance for him. Many times, he had relied on his eyes to break through dangerous situations. Even, with the body of the Purple Mansion, he had forged a creation treasure, defying the Supreme Truth Realm. But now, his eyes, looking at that terrifying, dark, chaotic black bubble, saw nothing. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the Moonwatch continent, facing enemies far stronger than himself alone, he had never felt this way. What exactly is the Black Heaven? Qi Yuan stood still, the black bubble's devouring speed was fast. Perhaps, in about an hour, it would reach his current location. Escape, Qi Yuan murmured. Now, the big boss of this game, he still had no useful information about the Black Heaven. And his right eyelid was frantically warning him, telling him that moving forward was a dead end. A hopeless situation, an unsolvable dead end. I'm just a game player. If I'm afraid of a game virus, that's too embarrassing, right? Besides, this game is my investment. If I retreat, the game is over, isn't it? Stealing my company, a despicable business war. Seeking death, Qi Yuan's gaze became determined. A hopeless situation, let me see how hopeless it is. At this moment, the 7 human enlightenment divine light treasures radiated infinite brilliance. The heavens and earth in the void sea were illuminated by the light, as if it were the only light in the darkness and depth. I'll meet this so-called Black Heaven. Without any hesitation, holding the human enlightenment divine light, Qi Yuan resolutely charged towards the massive bubble. He wanted to see what exactly the Black Heaven was. Realm Master. Seeing this, all the ancestral gods were horrified. No one had expected that Qi Yuan would charge at the Black Heaven with the human enlightenment divine light. In everyone's understanding, the Black Heaven was invincible, insurmountable. Otherwise, even the Void Realm Master of the Zhou universe had once said that if he could incorporate the Divine Wood universe into his cycle, he might reach a higher level. But, due to the existence of the Black Heaven, the Void Realm Master of the Zhou universe dared not come to the Divine Wood universe. Moreover, the even more majestic and unfathomable Radiant Tao Lord had never descended to the Divine Wood universe. The Black Heaven was simply invincible. Now, Qi Yuan, holding the human enlightenment divine light, was charging at the Black Heaven. Can he stop it? Someone hesitated, but deep in their eyes was despair. A dragon's desperate situation. This is a dragon's desperate situation. The white-browed old man's chess piece fell, forming a divination. Dragon's desperation. This was the most desperate situation in his divination path. It was also the first time such a divination had appeared in his many years of fortune-telling. Bang! The irritable bearded man kicked the divination board. What nonsense, dragon's desperation. The realm master is facing the Black Heaven alone. What we should think about is, what should we do? Qi Yuan is a realm master, holding 7 human enlightenment divine light treasures. Perhaps, he can hold off the Black Heaven, for 7 hours. The young god of the heavenly clan said. Back then, when the Black Heaven descended, the human king held half a divine light treasure and held off the Black Heaven for half an incense stick's time. The human enlightenment divine light was a realm master level treasure, but not an ordinary realm master level treasure. 7 hours. Yuan's expression was calm, his voice cold. That means we have 19 hours left. 19 hours, too short. The other ancestral gods were bitter. We can't waste any more time, we must preserve the seeds of our civilization. The irritable bearded man said. At this moment, Sheng Nu took a deep look at the void sea, her beautiful face filled with sorrow. In the void sea, the 7 rays of light were extraordinarily huge, as if they could illuminate all heavens. In the Divine Wood universe, countless worlds, countless beings, seemed to see 7 rays of light appear, and above the 7 rays of light was the pitch black, deep black heaven. The original Black Earth warship shattered at this moment. All the Black Earth clansmen, including Realm Master Wukong, disappeared at this moment. The awakening of the Black Heaven meant the end of the Black Earth, or rather, a change in the form of life's existence. At this moment, Qi Yuan was infinitely close to the terrifying black bubble. His right eyelid twitched violently, and Qi Yuan also felt an extreme sense of danger. Superstition is not to be believed. All his great skills, absolute adaptation, death's radiance and so on, were unleashed at this moment. The 7 human enlightenment divine light treasures also played their due role at this moment. At this moment, Qi Yuan unleashed the strongest attack of his life. This attack, even the overflowing aura, was enough to annihilate stars. However, the black bubble ahead remained motionless. And, Qi Yuan's vision changed at this moment. Am I inside the black heaven? Qi Yuan scanned ahead, above. The heavens and earth here were endless darkness, a kind of blackness that was indescribable. Even Qi Yuan couldn't see any matter, any distance, any flow of time. Only within a meter around the human enlightenment divine light was there a faint light. At this moment, suddenly, countless light points flickered in the black heaven. Like the eyes of countless beings. At this moment, Qi Yuan sensed that it seemed as if billions of terrifying beings were examining him. These were indeed the eyes of beings. These beings were clearly the former Black Earth clansmen, or rather, there were even more other terrifying existences. Realm Master Wukong. Qi Yuan looked at the nearest figure, his eyes showing surprise. I am Wukong, and I am not Wukong. The deep figure spoke, extending his hand towards Qi Yuan, his expression cold, without any emotion. Welcome to join us. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Join you. How about you join me instead? Qi Yuan looked at Realm Master Wukong before him, his expression calm. Ahead, the dense gazes, each represented a powerful young god. The number of young gods here far exceeded that of the 6 heavens of the immortal realm. Realm Master Wukong wore a strange smile. Once, I was just like you, but in the end, I became a shadow within the black heaven. What is the black heaven? Qi Yuan asked. Do you see those 3 thrones? If you can pass through us and reach those 3 thrones, perhaps you will understand what the black heaven truly is. Realm Master Wukong's voice was eerie. Countless eyes turned to Qi Yuan at this moment. These gazes were cold, emotionless, fanatical, and obsessive. Qi Yuan sensed that countless black threads were spreading in the darkness, representing chaos and disorder. He had a premonition that if these black threads touched him, he would become like Realm Master Wukong, assimilated by the black heaven, becoming one of the black earth. However, the blazing white light emitted by the human enlightenment divine light kept these black threads at bay. This also spared Qi Yuan from assimilation. Qi Yuan looked toward the 3 thrones. All the young gods were like fireflies, twinkling like stars, while the 3 thrones seated deep in the darkness were like scorching suns hanging high in the sky. The 3 illusions of black heaven, the 3rd layer of young gods, the creation realm, are thrones born from the black earth. They possess no wisdom, no true spirit. Creation realm. Qi Yuan felt an inexplicable pressure. The 3rd layer of young gods, from the realm of all things to the creation realm, was a threshold. The creation realm meant the ability to create life and worlds. However, to reach the 3 illusions of black heaven, he would first have to pass through the dense crowd of young gods before him. Surrender, lay down your resistance, you cannot win, Realm Master Wukong said, his voice devoid of emotion. Qi Yuan's right eyelid twitched violently, signaling that this battle would be extremely perilous. Even if you have a 1 in a million chance to defeat us and reach the 3 thrones, how will you fight against them? Even if you defeat the 3 thrones, how will you fight against the black heaven? At this moment, countless young gods spoke in unison, their voices vast, mechanical, and cold. Just the sound alone caused Qi Yuan's powerful soul to instinctively dim. If it were any other realm master, their soul would likely tremble. A battle like this, I've never fought before. Ever since I condensed the stellar golden core, it's always been me surrounding others. I never thought that today, I would be the one surrounded. Qi Yuan, holding the human enlightenment divine light, was also emotionless, exuding a sacred and imposing aura. He scanned the dense crowd of young gods and realm masters, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Let me see, where my limits truly lie. Devouring primordial body. Death radiance. Absolute adaptation. Tyrannical power. At this moment, Qi Yuan unleashed his strongest form in this world. With absolute adaptation, Qi Yuan was like a tiger entering a lion's den, beginning his slaughter. Those who stand in my way, die. He still had some wisdom. Under the enhancement of death radiance, he did not resist the attacks from the realm masters but instead endured them. His attacks were directed at the weaker ones. Qi Yuan showed no fear, and the young gods of the Black Heaven and Black Earth had no retreat. Facing Qi Yuan's attacks, 3 first-layer young gods and 2 second-layer young gods immediately took action. Crack! In just a breath, the bodies of 5 mighty young gods shattered. A flood of experience poured in, slightly boosting Qi Yuan's strength. The devouring primordial body also played its role, devouring these 5 young gods. Kill. A lightning rule from a realm master of the realm of all things struck Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's body stiffened, his blood trembling, the pain indescribable. You can't kill me, I will only grow stronger. Qi Yuan accelerated to his limit, swiftly avoiding these realm masters of the realm of all things, focusing on hunting ordinary young gods. At this moment, Qi Yuan only hoped that his death radiance and absolute adaptation were powerful enough to allow him to kill enough young gods to elevate his strength to a terrifying level. Only then might he have a sliver of a chance to turn the tide. Kill. Qi Yuan traded injuries for kills, slaying 3 more young gods. Now, ordinary young gods were as fragile as paper in his eyes. Only Realm Master stage young gods posed a significant threat to him. Countless attacks landed on Qi Yuan, and if not for death radiance and absolute adaptation, he would have died long ago. After all, the number of Realm Masters here was unimaginable. The number of Realm Masters in the Zhou universe was less than a tenth of those in the Black Heaven and Black Earth. So, he wasn't facing the terrifying power of one universe, but more than 10 universes. The slaughter continued. The battle raged on. Blood flowed endlessly. However, the blood was Qi Yuan's. It had been a long time since Qi Yuan had engaged in such an intense battle. But his achievements were also rich. With the massive amount of experience and the devouring primordial body, his strength continued to grow. Boom! A terrifying black water fell on Qi Yuan's body. Half of his face was corroded, and his soul dimmed significantly. This black water rule could corrode everything in the world, devouring all. Absolute adaptation, devouring primordial body, death radiance. His powerful reliance resisted the black water rule. Wait, suddenly, Qi Yuan's expression froze. My consciousness is dissolving. This dissolution was not due to the Black Heaven's invasion turning him into Black Earth, but rather the combined effect of absolute adaptation and the devouring primordial body. Absolute adaptation represented extreme adaptation and survival. Facing the attacks of these realm masters, even with a health lock, Qi Yuan couldn't hold on. Because the attacks were too fierce, too frequent. Absolute adaptation was also adapting to these attacks, changing Qi Yuan, dissolving his consciousness, turning him into a mindless killing machine. This way, survival would be easier. Indeed, even if I don't fear pain, don't care about injuries, my consciousness still hinders my body. Qi Yuan suddenly understood. Injuries were real. Even if he didn't care and was highly resistant, they would still instinctively affect him, slowing down his attack efficiency. In that case, what does it matter if I have no consciousness? Absolute adaptation, devouring primordial body. Without consciousness, no matter how terrifying the injuries, they wouldn't affect his combat. As long as he retained a sliver of true spirit light in the end, perhaps, there was still a glimmer of hope. Kill for me, devour for me. The slaughter continued, staining the Black Heaven with blood, though it was Qi Yuan's blood. The more young gods he killed, the more Qi Yuan dissolved, his consciousness growing increasingly blurred, muddled. He was like a mindless devouring behemoth, avoiding the strong and devouring the weak. Failed. Sheng Nu's face was filled with sorrow. Why did it fail? The young god of the heavenly clan coughed up blood, in immense pain. It had been 3 months since Qi Yuan entered the Black Heaven. No one had expected that Qi Yuan could actually delay the terrifying bubbles devouring of the Divine Wood universe. With this respite, the Divine Wood universe did not hesitate, seeking ways to break the deadlock. At this time, a projection of the Void Realm Master from the Zhou universe descended. He said, "Gather 8 human enlightenment divine lights, and the Divine Wood universe will have a sliver of hope." These words brought both joy and confusion to all the ancestral gods. In just a few hundred years, they had created 7 human enlightenment divine lights. The 8th should have been quick to make. But who would have thought that even with the full power of the Divine Wood universe, the 8th human enlightenment divine light could not be created? Countless artifact masters chose to sacrifice themselves, including Divine Tier. Even 3 ancestral god artifact masters chose to offer themselves, all for the sake of creating the human enlightenment divine light. But the 8th human enlightenment divine light just wouldn't succeed. Failure, constant failure. How can we resolve this? Sheng Nu's face was filled with bitterness. The Divine Wood universe had only 5 ancestral god artifact masters. Now, 3 had chosen to sacrifice themselves to forge the human enlightenment divine light. The remaining 2 were the youngest, Sheng Nu, and the oldest, Qi Yu. The other ancestral god artifact masters chose to die, leaving the two of them to oversee the forging of the human enlightenment divine light. Why did it fail? There were no mistakes. Chi Yu's aged face was filled with anguish. Forging the human enlightenment divine light only required a divine tier artifact master to lead. Chi Yu had participated in the forging of the human enlightenment divine light 3 times, all successful. This time, it just wouldn't succeed, even at the cost of 3 ancestral god artifact masters' lives, not to mention the billions of ordinary artifact masters. Yuan remained silent, deep in thought. The other ancestral gods were also agitated. Lord Qi Yuan is alone in the Black Heaven, fighting against countless enemies, while we in the rear can't even forge a human enlightenment divine light. What kind of logic is this? The irritable bearded man spoke, tears streaming down his face. Useless, we're all useless. What's the point of complaining? We should be thinking about how to forge it. What is the 8th human enlightenment divine light? What is it missing? Is there some condition we're not meeting? All the ancestral gods discussed fervently but couldn't come to a conclusion. Their knowledge of the human enlightenment divine light came from the young god of the heavenly clan. And that young god didn't know much about the human enlightenment divine light either. Yuan's expression changed, and he finally gritted his teeth. I will go seek an audience with the Void Realm Master. At that moment, a majestic, illusory figure descended. He stood in the sky, yet was directly in front of everyone, no matter where they were. No matter his position, he was always directly ahead. The human enlightenment divine light is not an ordinary divine light treasure. The divine light treasure is a treasure of rules. But the human enlightenment divine light is forged from the primordial rules that construct the universe. Using the void paradise, I have analyzed the divine wood for 10,000 years. The divine wood universe is composed of 8 primordial rules: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, rain, and cloud. Now, 7 human enlightenment divine lights have been gathered, only water is missing. Once you find the final water, the 8th human enlightenment divine light will be forged. With 8 human enlightenment divine lights gathered, perhaps there will be a sliver of hope. All the ancestral gods were solemn. Yuan stepped forward. May I ask, Void Realm Master, where is the water? The Void Realm Master's voice was ethereal. I do not know. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The water representing the primordial rule, where was it? How could it be captured, and how could it be forged into the 8th human enlightenment divine light? They had no idea. Realm Master, how much longer can Lord Qi Yuan hold on in the Black Heaven? Yuan asked again. Everyone's hearts clenched. They also wanted to know how Lord Qi Yuan was faring. The battle in the Black Heaven must be incredibly perilous and brutal. The Void Realm Master looked up, gazing toward the Void Sea. His eyes fell on the ever-expanding bubble, and a rare look of emotion crossed his face. Even I, if I entered the Black Heaven, would be assimilated in an instant. For him to hold on this long is a miracle. I see, his true spirit is dim, less than 1/10,000th remaining. Perhaps it could be extinguished in an instant, the Void Realm Master sighed. In the creation realm, he had lived through 8,327 epochs. He had experienced over 10,000 universe resets and destructions. Someone as unique as Qi Yuan, he had never seen before. At any moment, the other ancestral gods were filled with despair. This meant that Qi Yuan could fall at any moment, perishing there. If the 8th human enlightenment divine light wasn't forged and combined with the other 7 before Qi Yuan fell, then, even if the 8th was forged, it would be useless. Void Realm Master, what is the Black Heaven? Yuan asked. The Void Realm Master narrowed his eyes, his voice profound. Where the Black Heaven exists, beneath it, no one can imagine its existence. This statement was simple. In the world where the Black Heaven exists, people cannot imagine what the Black Heaven is. It's like having a dog in front of you, but your consciousness is locked, so you only know it's wonkai, not that it's a dog. The Black Heaven is such an existence. So, no matter how we think, we can't know what the Black Heaven is. Yuan was frustrated. This feeling of being locked in consciousness was unpleasant. Generally, the reason why mysteries are powerful is that they are mysterious and unknowable. Once all information is known, the mystery can be overcome. But now, this mystery has a consciousness lock. This means that where the mystery exists, no one can know the mystery. The Void Realm Master extended 3 fingers. I can take 3 worlds worth of beings away from the Divine Wood. The Divine Wood universe had long been infiltrated by the Black Heaven. Even a being like the Void Realm Master who was just one step away from breaking through to a higher level, could only protect 3 worlds worth of beings. Thank you, Void Realm Master. Yuan bowed solemnly. At least, even if the divine wood universe perished, some beings would have a place to live. In the black heaven, the 3 thrones sat in the sky, their gazes mechanical, emotionless. Below, the battle was especially brutal. This slaughter was like a mill grinding flesh. The original Qi Yuan was now almost completely dissolved, no longer resembling a human. The 7 human enlightenment divine lights had transformed into rings of rules, encircling him. He was now a blood-red light, like a red hole draped in 7 rings of light, devouring everything before him, everything in the world. The 3 thrones observed Qi Yuan, their expressions calm. His essence is strange. No being in the world can devour the black earth. He is somewhat similar to the black heaven. He is about to reach the creation realm. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The blood-red monstrous beast, adorned with 7 rings of light of various colors, devoured everything in its path. Even powerful young gods, upon touching this terrifying monster, were instantly reduced to dust. Only realm masters could hold out for a while. Kill, kill, kill. Devour, devour, devour. At this moment, Qi Yuan's consciousness had completely dissolved, leaving only a sliver of his true spirit. Now, he no longer resembled a human but rather a blood-red gluttonous serpent, consuming everything in the world. The 3 thrones sat high above, watching as young gods were devoured one after another, unmoved. Countless cosmic rules were devoured and refined. The number of first-grade rules Qi Yuan had mastered at this point was well over 100. Even the time rule, which had been the most difficult for him to grasp, was now under his control. Rules like fire, dark light, true words, and metal had all become part of the 7 rings of light. Now, the 7 lights were in chaos. Qi Yuan had become a terrifying monstrosity, devouring everything. Finally, has, do as you please, also been comprehended in this game. Previously, Qi Yuan, though strong, had to avoid realm masters while rampaging through the black heaven, slaughtering young gods. Now, it seemed he truly could do as he pleased. This supreme truth had just been comprehended. However, it had not yet transformed into a cosmic rule. It seemed that, do as you please, refused to be bound by cosmic rules. Countless black earth beings, countless young gods were devoured. Qi Yuan continuously operated the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, preserving the last sliver of his true spirit. All the rules were also merging at this moment. A sudden enlightenment struck him. Is this the creation realm? My path is in Yin God. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of young gods remaining in the black heaven, Qi Yuan felt hungry. To open the heavens, how could it be done without sufficient material? Thus, Qi Yuan opened his bloodthirsty maw. All the young gods were instantly devoured, becoming Qi Yuan's experience. Rules and matter turned into fragments, all swallowed into Qi Yuan's belly. His consciousness grew even more muddled, chaotic. Only a sliver of his true spirit struggled to remain. At this moment, Qi Yuan also had a premonition. If his true spirit could not hold on, he would likely become a terrifying, unique monster, driven only by the instinct to devour everything in the world. He seemed to understand something. All the young gods and realm masters were devoured. He raised his monstrous head and looked at the 3 thrones. Now, can you tell me what the black heaven is? The 3 thrones were all at the creation realm, a realm beyond comprehension. Even if the universe were destroyed, a creation realm expert could open a new world in the void, creating new life. You already know, don't you? One of the thrones spoke, its voice enigmatic. Another throne wore a mechanical smile. You could also become the black heaven. The black heaven's devouring is irreversible. Do you wish to stop it? The last throne questioned. Are you saying I should let it devour my game? Qi Yuan's eyes no longer held the clarity of a college student but were instead clouded. The black heaven devours all things in the world. This is an established fact, irreversible. How will you stop it? The throne's voice was mechanical. Without trying, how would I know? Qi Yuan's voice was calm. Even though he now felt immensely powerful, as if he could open his mouth and swallow the divine wood universe whole, when facing the massive black bubble of the black heaven, his right eyelid still twitched violently. This meant there was no chance of victory. The throne's eyes revealed a strange smile. The black heaven exists in the past, or perhaps the future, but never in the present. What you see before you is not the black heaven, but an illusion. This world was already devoured by the black heaven at some point in time. Qi Yuan fell silent. At this moment, he understood why his eyes saw no information when he looked at the black heaven. Because he wasn't seeing the black heaven, he was seeing nothingness. The black heaven devouring the divine wood universe was not happening in the present but in the past. This was profoundly mysterious, and utterly absurd. It was somewhat like an 18-year-old on Earth kissing the air, only for all men and women on the planet to become pregnant 10 years later. How could Qi Yuan, 10 years later, stop it? He looked at the black bubble, his expression eerily calm. In the past, or the future? What if I return to the past, or go to the future, could I stop it then? The throne's eyes revealed a strange smile. Apart from the black heaven, no existence can share the same timeline with it. Unless you abandon your true spirit and become part of the black heaven. If Qi Yuan were to lose his true spirit now, his state would be quite similar to the black heaven. Not existing in the present, endlessly devouring everything. What was now displayed before all living beings was an illusion, yet it was truly happening. Unless one reached the same level as the black heaven. But to reach the same level as the black heaven, Qi Yuan would become part of the black heaven, or rather, become the black heaven itself. How could he stop it then? The so-called black heaven is the fourth layer of young gods. To stop the black heaven, you must break through to the fourth layer of young gods. But, are you willing? One throne asked with a strange smile. The third layer of young gods has only two paths above it. If you break through to the fourth layer, you cannot reach the fifth. If you skip the fourth and break through to the fifth, becoming a Tao Lord, sorry, but you still cannot stop the black heaven, another throne spoke in a mechanical voice, seemingly tinged with bitterness. Qi Yuan fell silent. The fourth layer of young gods. Indeed, the black heaven is the fourth layer of young gods. A terrifying existence that does not exist in the present, only in the past or future. Like the root demon, becoming the root demon tribulation in the hearts of countless young gods. But the black heaven is different. The black heaven is chaotic, disordered, and devouring is its everything, its ultimate goal. For the first time, Qi Yuan felt immense pressure and a sense of invincibility. Without reaching the fourth layer of young gods, he could not see the black heaven, nor could he stop it. But if he stepped into the fourth layer of young gods, he would become the disordered black heaven. His consciousness would dissolve, his true spirit would vanish. So, go back. With your strength, you might be able to protect the beings of 16 worlds, one throne said calmly. They had no wisdom, no consciousness, merely programs, projections. Yet, even these programs and projections possessed the power of creation. This was especially terrifying. The gap between each layer of young gods was like an insurmountable chasm. The third layer of young gods would never see the fourth layer in their lifetime. But the third layer would be unconsciously devoured by the fourth. This game was too perilous. Return. Impossible. Not only was this his game, but if he returned, the black heaven would spread to the immortal realm. The next to be devoured would be the immortal realm. So, unlike other games, this time Qi Yuan had no way out. He couldn't even return to reality and end the game. I insist on seeing, if I can stop it. At this moment, a deep glint flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes. Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. This time, he once again activated the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, but this time he aimed to forget his true self. I am not Qi Yuan. I am not at the creation realm. I am not at the fifth layer of young gods. I am at the fourth layer of young gods. The Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra continued to operate. Qi Yuan seemed to have forgotten himself. The blood-red monstrous beast's true spirit dimmed to the extreme, as if it could vanish at any moment. At this moment, he forgot he was a cultivator, remembering only that he was at the fourth layer of young gods. Can this stop the black heaven? The final whisper faded, and Qi Yuan's figure vanished at this moment. In the Divine Wood universe, the Void Realm Master looked at the black heaven in the Void Sea, his expression enigmatic. Qi Yuan's true spirit has vanished. The irritable bearded man's expression froze. Gone. Lord Qi Yuan is gone, Sheng Nu said with grief. It was unclear whether she was mourning Qi Yuan's death or the impending fate of the Divine Wood universe. It's over, it's all over. I'm useless, why can't the eighth human enlightenment divine light be forged? The usually refined Qi Yu ancestral god roared in anger. Everyone was in despair. Qi Yuan had fallen in battle, the 7 human enlightenment divine lights were shattered. Even if they could forge the 8th, what use would it be? With Qi Yuan's fall, the Divine Wood universe was doomed. At this moment, the Void Realm Master's eyes flashed with a strange light. The black heavens devouring has slowed. What? Some ancestral gods were stunned. With Qi Yuan fallen and no one left to stop the black heaven, how could its devouring have slowed? It must be Lord Qi Yuan, using his own fall to delay the black heaven. Lord Qi Yuan. All the ancestral gods were moved, some filled with excitement, others with deep sorrow. At this moment, Yuan asked, "May I ask, Realm Master, with the black heavens devouring slowed, how much time does the Divine Wood universe have left?" The others also looked at the Void Realm Master, their eyes filled with hope. The Void Realm Master shook his head. "I do not know." Everyone fell silent, not expecting such an answer. Some were stunned. This meant that the black heaven could devour at any moment. This, any moment, could be the next second, or it could be 100 years later. Yuan took a deep breath. "Please, Void Realm Master, take away the beings of 3 worlds." Agreed. Spring passed, autumn came. 10,000 years drifted by in the mortal world. The sound of steam engines roared incessantly as Wang Ku hugged a book, reading with great interest. This old man really knows how to spin a tale. The text is in simplified characters, the cover is brand new, yet he claims it was dug up from an ancient tomb. What a load of nonsense. But, the content of this book, it's so mysterious, yet quite intriguing. Wang Ku read the book with great focus. The book was titled Chun Yu. In it, many short stories were told. The male lead is such a simp. He gave his eyes to the female lead, yet still couldn't defeat the big villain. The male lead is so tragic. How many times has he died now? This time, he lost his ears, his hearing gone. See, I'm a prophet. This time, the male lead lost his mouth. Next time, it'll probably be his ears, right? Is the author of this book insane? Why can't the male lead and female lead ever meet? Is this on purpose? It must be on purpose. The male lead just had to wait there for a year, and he would have met the female lead. Sigh, the big villain doesn't seem that strong. I wonder if I could run him over with a train. Wang Ku thought to himself. As night fell, Wang Ku held the book and slowly drifted into sleep. Perhaps he had been too engrossed in the book, for he even dreamed of its contents. The male lead is much handsomer than I imagined. In his dream, Wang Ku saw a tall figure clad in a blood-red robe. The figure held a long sword, standing atop a black vortex. At this moment, he was covered in wounds, his body battered and bruised, one eye missing, blood flowing from the socket. The blood-robed figure held his sword, seemingly confronting the expanding black bubble in the dark void. When Wang Ku saw the expanding bubble, his young heart trembled, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. No way a train could kill that. Wang Ku thought to himself, then muttered, according to the book, they've been confronting each other for 1 billion years. What a load of nonsense. How long have humans even existed? Wang Ku looked at the blood-robed figure and couldn't help but shout, "Hey, go find the female lead. You can't defeat the big villain alone." At the same time, the tall figure confronting the black bubble stiffened slightly, his eerie gaze falling on Wang Ku. Wang Ku felt as if he had been stared down by a terrifying beast, as if he could die at any moment. Damn it, why am I so scared in my own dream? Aren't I supposed to be the master of my dreams? Wang Ku woke up, drenched in cold sweat. He looked at the ancient book on his bedside and began to read it again. Alright, the male lead is dead again. This time, his grave doesn't even have a name, buried in the Divine Wood Abyss. What's the Divine Wood Abyss? It sounds familiar. I'm so hungry, I need to eat a bun. Wang Ku muttered. He opened his leather bag, took out 2 buns, and despite their coldness, stuffed them into his mouth, chewing hastily. In the room, the radio played various news reports. Breaking news. Our country has discovered extraterrestrial beings. The Divine Luo Society claims that the world will end in 3 days. The Black Heaven cult declares, the Black Heaven approaches, all things will wither. Why is everyone so superstitious? Isn't there any useful news? This book is way better. Wang Ku turned off the radio. He didn't believe in doomsday prophecies or the end of the world. And believing or not wouldn't change reality. Rather than worrying about whether the world would end, he was more concerned about whether the villain in the book had died. Damn it, can this author even write? The villain's still alive. Wang Ku had been reading Chun Yu obsessively, forgetting to eat or sleep. Clichés, all clichés. How many times has the male lead died now? At least 100,000 times. And he still hasn't killed the villain. He hasn't even met the female lead. Can't he just meet the female lead and team up to fight the villain? Trash book, I'm done with it. In the middle of the night, Wang Ku dreamed of the book again. He didn't know how many times he had dreamed of it. This time, as usual, he couldn't help but shout, "Hey, go meet the female lead." The next morning, seeing the dark circles under his eyes in the mirror, Wang Ku felt like crying. I can't keep reading this book, it's driving me insane. He opened the door and took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. Ah, reality is so much better. At that moment, his neighbor opened her door, revealing a delicate face and slender, youthful legs. Wang Ku's neighbor was a college student. When she saw Wang Ku, her eyes showed a hint of shyness, but then she blinked and asked, "Brother Wang Ku, I heard they dug up an ancient tomb in the southern district recently. There are a lot of cultivation manuals inside, and many people are going to see them. Do you want to check it out?" Hey, you're a college student, how can you still be so superstitious? There's no such thing as cultivation manuals, Wang Ku said dismissively. The college student looked disappointed. This neighbor was so clueless. Brother Wang Ku, you haven't eaten breakfast, have you? I made some porridge. Porridge isn't as good as buns. After rejecting her, Wang Ku slammed the door shut. Books are way better. People outside are so annoying, always blabbering on. Wang Ku opened the book again and began to read. But when he saw the words on the page, he froze. While confronting the black heaven, Qi Yuan faintly heard a hurried voice in his ear, saying, "Go meet the female lead." He didn't know that the voice came from the young Wang Ku. Who the hell is playing a joke on me? Wang Ku was dumbfounded. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Wang Ku felt as if he had become so engrossed in the book that he was hallucinating. How could he see his own name in the book? Even the events he dreamed of were recorded in the book. It was both terrifying and eerie. He frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. He continued reading. Under the shroud of the black heaven, only the fourth layer of young gods can resist it. Although Qi Yuan has entered the pseudo-fourth layer of young gods, he is not truly at the fourth layer. In the first 100 million years, he lost his eyes and could no longer see anything in the world. In the next few 100 million years, he lost his ears, eyebrows, and nose. He could no longer hear the sound of the wind or smell the fragrance of flowers. In the final 100 million years, he lost his mouth. What he lost continued to grow. One day, he will lose everything, his body, his consciousness, his true spirit, and step into the fourth layer of young gods, becoming another black heaven. Wang Ku read these words with a strange expression. So, you have to go meet the female lead. He wanted to shout at the male lead. But now, the male lead couldn't hear. Would shouting even help? At night, Wang Ku once again fell asleep and dreamed of the battered figure. The figure was slender, his features shattered, standing alone in the sky, fighting against the terrifying black bubble. This scene had lasted for billions of years. Hey, go meet the female lead. Wang Ku shouted with all his might. However, the figure remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Damn it, he can't hear, he can't see, how can I tell him to go meet the female lead? Wang Ku felt anxious, worried for the male lead in the book. In the endless flow of time, Qi Yuan's body was broken, his features dissolved. Now, his physical form was almost gone, with only a sliver of his true spirit retaining consciousness. The black heaven cannot be resisted. Only the fourth layer of young gods can resist it. Am I finally going to lose? In all the games he had played, this was the first time Qi Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. The Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, do as you please, and absolute adaptation were powerful enough. But they still couldn't bridge the gap between the third and fourth layers of young gods. Now, he could barely be considered at the pseudo-fourth layer, which was why he could barely resist the black heaven. But under the black heaven, his consciousness, his body, were continuously dissolving. Step into the fourth layer of young gods. Qi Yuan fell silent. If he stepped into the fourth layer of young gods, he could truly resist the black heaven, even devour it. But with his strength, after reaching the fourth layer, he would become a monster even more terrifying than the black heaven. Now, he understood that the so-called fourth layer of young gods meant abandoning everything, pursuing only strength, and retaining the most fundamental traits. This abandonment included his true spirit. This meant that once he stepped into the fourth layer of young gods, he would truly perish, and Qi Yuan would no longer exist in the world. This was an outcome he was unwilling to accept. Is there really no way to break this deadlock? Where is the hope? Qi Yuan's consciousness was muddled. Facing the terrifying black heaven, he didn't know how much longer he could resist. If this continued, his true spirit would eventually be extinguished. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly paused, as if he saw countless drops of blood falling from the sky. Is this my blood? He remembered that before the game loaded, when it was on the verge of collapse, he had used his blood to save it. Where am I in time? My blood is falling, will I descend again? No, in any timeline, there is only one true self. Through endless years, Qi Yuan's consciousness was muddled, with only a sliver of his true spirit keeping him awake. What he saw was no longer light. What he smelled was no longer fragrance. What he heard was no longer thunder. If this continued, his true spirit would eventually be extinguished. Either he would perish, or he would step into the fourth layer of young gods. He already knew that he could skip the fourth layer and step directly into the fifth layer of young gods, which was why he refused to enter the fourth layer. Fortunately, I can use my blood to observe this world, keeping my true spirit active. Qi Yuan felt a profound sense of mystery. That he was still alive. It's the new divine descent, still perceiving the world for me. Qi Yuan realized something. At this moment, a voice echoed in Qi Yuan's mind. Of the 50 great paths, heaven derives 49. All imperfections are the escape of the one. I shall gift it, a branch of spring. Spring. Chun. So, the missing character on the stone tablet at Sunset Cliff was Spring. She gave me spring. The correct version is. In the past, there was a Chun, standing quietly in the profound chaos. Now, I think of you, like a tree yearning for spring. So faint, do not seek me. The ancient Qi Chun would. So, its master. Qi Yuan seemed to understand something. She knew this outcome, which is why she always urged me to leave. When I obtained the divine wood token, I heard the word, escape. The stone tablet at Sunset Cliff was also telling me, not to descend into this world. Is Master the silent voice? The moon goddess Yuanjin exists in the past or the future, but never in the present. So, Master is also at the fourth layer of young gods. No, she is the consciousness born from my communication with the fourth layer of young gods, or perhaps, a revived consciousness. At this moment, Qi Yuan pieced everything together. The fourth layer of young gods has no consciousness. Master Ruan Yishi was originally the Chun of the fourth layer of young gods. The superpower Qi Yuan awakened, related to speech, allowed him to speak freely and be heard by the unknown, causing strange and special changes. Because of this, the silent voice finally gave birth to its own consciousness, evolving from the fourth layer of young gods into the divine wood universe. But she was at the fourth layer of young gods, knowing the past, present, and future, which is why she always tried to stop Qi Yuan from coming. So, she is the female lead that person mentioned. Master, can I see you? Qi Yuan's smile was bittersweet. The fourth layer of young gods does not exist in the present. This meant that unless he also stepped into the fourth layer, he could not see her. Seeing the black heaven had already exhausted all of his true spirit. Could he still see his master? Suddenly, Qi Yuan thought of something, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Master had also been trying to see him. In the divine wood abyss, the dream he had back then was not an illusion, it was Master. In the divine light sect, that graceful figure was also her. And, many, many more. Master, I've seen you. Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled like stars. At the same time, in the endless river of time. Kanglin realm, a young and handsome man breathed in the air of this foreign world, finding it quite sweet. He looked at the hazy and graceful figure ahead, curiosity in his eyes. Her name is Ruan Yishi. On the surface, she is your beautiful master, but in reality, she might be your wife. A wife right after transmigrating. The handsome man was in a good mood. Master, wife, he called out. The woman wore a deep robe with wide sleeves that trailed on the ground, resembling a fairy. Qi Yuan couldn't see her face, only her back. But even her back was breathtakingly beautiful. Why aren't you speaking? Are you mute? Oh, maybe you're shy. Master, wait for me. You're not chasing me away, so you've accepted me as your disciple. From now on, Qi Yuan is Ruan Yishi's disciple. In the Shengjing sect. A young and handsome man stretched lazily, casually tossing a small dried fish into the mouth of a wooden cat puppet. He lay down on the bed and slept soundly. After waking up, He washed up and walked out of the courtyard, looking at the palace in the clouds. Another day of missing master. The clouds on the mountaintop rippled and then dissipated. Qi Yuan's eyes flickered with a strange light. So, back then, master was also saying she missed me. Another day, Qi Yuan held a first-grade foundation establishment spiritual item, the yellow blossom fruit. Master, your disciple Qi Yuan has brought a betrothal gift. The clouds in the sky gathered, forming a spectacular sight. Master seems very happy, doesn't she? Qi Yuan said. The fourth layer of Yang gods has no consciousness. Even if Master had awakened or revived her consciousness because of him, she might have been in a daze most of the time, with only occasional moments of clarity. On Gongsheng, the Robot 01 looked at Qi Yuan. Master, the three of us have never taken a photo together. Should we take one? Oh, a photo. Sure, the blood-robed man said. The sky was dark, the stars dim. He stood on the grass, 01 holding Xie Shinsu, the three of them smiling for the photo. At that moment, a gentle and cool moonlight fell, landing on Qi Yuan's blood robe. The photo was taken. Qi Yuan held the photo, deep in thought. The moon falling on my shoulder can also count as our photo together. Countless images appeared, only to shatter at this moment. Xiao Jia, Qi Yuan called softly. Immediately, a small and delicate bridal gown appeared. She stood beside Qi Yuan, shy and timid. Though she had no face, body, or feet, she seemed like the most beautiful woman in the world. He held Xiao Jia's cold hand, a smile on his face. So you've always been here. In the past, it was you who turned into blood armor to protect me, to shelter me. Now, it's my turn to protect. He looked at Xiao Jia. Though he had no eyes, his gaze was filled with endless tenderness and deep affection. This time, it's my turn to bury myself underground. My name is Ruan Yishi. I don't know who I am. I only know that I can't see light, hear thunder, or smell flowers. The world is empty, desolate, unchanging. One day, a very noisy person kept talking. He was so noisy, so noisy. I really wanted him to shut up. All right, actually, it's quite nice to talk more. I like listening to those stories. Chaos opens 7 orifices. If I open 7 orifices, can I? I failed. Blood rained from the sky. My name is Ruan Yishi. I don't know who I am. I've lived in the Divine Wood Abyss since I was young, always alone. Hey, I just sneaked out once, secretly slept in the soil. Why was I dug up by a blood robe? Worse, he tied me up and forcibly married me in a grand procession. I have a husband now, so I have family. Well, this husband is a piece of clothing. He can't speak, so I made him 8 wooden signs. One represents closeness, one represents happiness. It's nice to have a husband by my side. Husband is gone. My name is Ruan Yishi. I remember who I am. I am blind, deaf, mute. My eyes were given to me by my husband. My ears were given to me by my husband. I don't want him to give me these. My name is Ruan Yishi, a failure who has failed countless times. I have finally become a real person. But my husband has become a real blood robe. This time, I will listen to my husband. In the Divine Wood Abyss. The blood robe was being refined by countless people. Shenling Xuan's eyes were filled with pain and reluctance. Qi Yuan is water, the 8th primordial rule of the Divine Wood universe. He is the 8th human enlightenment divine light. Only by forging 8 human enlightenment divine lights can the primordial consciousness of the Divine Wood universe awaken for a moment. She will carry the 8 human enlightenment divine lights, wearing the 8th and most powerful one, to slay the Black Heaven. Sheng Nu said calmly. What will happen to him? He is already dead. 3 years later, in the Divine Wood universe, a majestic aura suddenly appeared. A divine woman of unparalleled beauty and holiness appeared, clad in blood-red armor, radiating a blazing light. As the blazing light appeared, the black bubble instantly melted. The divine woman's figure and the black bubble vanished in an instant. The Black Heaven dissolved. The entire universe cheered. The Divine Wood Chronicles recorded. The divine woman awakened, carrying 8 human enlightenment divine lights, dispelling the Black Heaven, and bringing light to the world. In the Divine Wood Abyss. A shadow lingered. My name is Ruan Yishi. This is my past. A distant nursery rhyme echoed in the empty Divine Wood Abyss. On the mountain, there is a chun tree. In the clouds, there is the rain's whisper. The rain's whisper is silent, not for me to hear. Since I met you, my heart is no longer lost. On the mountain, there is a chun tree, in the wild, there is the yellow chin. The yellow chin stands alone, not for me to enjoy. Since I knew you, my heart is no longer anxious. On the mountain, there is a chun tree, in the sky, there is the thunder's roar. The thunder's roar is silent, not for me to hear. Since I spoke to you, my heart is no longer sorrowful. On the mountain, there is a chun tree, in the marsh, there is the lush fan. The lush fan is dense, not for me to admire. If I see you, my heart will soar. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Kanglin Realm, Shengguang Sect. Qi Yuan slowly woke up. His consciousness was in chaos, still somewhat blurry. It felt as if he had experienced countless reincarnations in the world. It took a full quarter of an hour before his eyes finally regained clarity. He raised his head and looked at the palace on the seven-colored peak, his gaze filled with a strange emotion. So, Master, did I just accidentally stumble into your reincarnation? Using the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra, Qi Yuan's sense of time and space became chaotic. He single-handedly sought out the Black Heaven and fought against it. However, the Black Heaven was truly at the fourth layer of Yang Gods, something his pseudo-fourth layer could not withstand. In the midst of his resistance, Qi Yuan continuously reincarnated, losing himself bit by bit. His eyes, ears, mouth. In the struggle, he finally realized that the silent voice in the game was none other than his master, Ruan Yishi. The fourth layer of Yang Gods has no consciousness. Master, due to his special abilities, had developed consciousness, evolving from the fourth layer of Yang Gods. However, she still carried the attributes of the fourth layer. She existed only in the past or the future, never in the present. Even though some people in the Shengguang sect thought they had seen Master, they had only seen her in their memories. I was searching for Master, but Master was also searching for me. While fighting the Black Heaven, Qi Yuan also experienced countless reincarnations. In those countless reincarnations, he never saw Master. But he knew that Master had always been by his side. Master Ruan Yishi also knew that he had been by her side. In the end, Qi Yuan lost all of his physical form, leaving only a blood robe. And Ruan Yishi finally truly revived, gaining her own body. In the end, she shared the same robe with the blood robe and defeated the Black Heaven. So, Master was trying hard to find me but could never truly see me. Even if she were right in front of me now, I wouldn't realize it was her. Only, much later would I make the connection. Qi Yuan sighed deeply. The fourth layer of Yang Gods was somewhat too bizarre. And, Master has always been by my side. He looked at the quiet and obedient Xiao Jia, his expression gentle. From Xiao Jia's cool sleeves, a wooden sign with the word, "Stick Together," slipped out. Qi Yuan stuck close to Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia was Master, but Master was not Xiao Jia. Unfortunately, unless I step into the fourth layer of Yang Gods, there's no way for me to meet Master. That's why, when I entered the game, Master repeatedly warned me to escape, to leave. Because to deal with the Black Heaven, one must step into the fourth layer of Yang Gods. And Master, having developed consciousness through her interactions with Qi Yuan, was weaker than the Black Heaven after creating the Divine Wood universe. In countless pasts and futures, she seemed to see Qi Yuan constantly losing his limbs and true spirit in his fight against the Black Heaven, reshaping her. There was even a possibility that Qi Yuan might step into the fourth layer of Yang Gods. This was something she did not want to see. Once one steps into the fourth layer of Yang Gods, the true spirit dissolves and cannot be revived. Even if revived, it would be a new life form. Thus, she paid a great price to give Qi Yuan a branch of spring. This allowed Qi Yuan to preserve a sliver of his true spirit, preventing him from stepping into the fourth layer of Yang Gods. Otherwise, he would have become another Black Heaven-like existence at the fourth layer, devouring everything in sight. Now I am an Yin God. As Qi Yuan pondered, his aura began to change. A profound energy emanated from him, and his strength continued to grow. Countless rules, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and more, were comprehended. This is matter. This is spirit. This is imaginary. This is the cycle. When matter accumulates to its extreme, in the moment of collision, there is a 1 in 100 million chance of life being born. When life lives long enough, a true spirit is born. So I have become a god. At this moment, Qi Yuan felt immensely powerful. With a wave of his hand, he could create a mountain range. If he glared at a planet, that planet would become pregnant, and countless life forms would slowly emerge. The skill of glaring at someone to make them pregnant was now within his grasp. For example, if he glared at his junior sister Zhongling Su, she would become pregnant. This is what it means to be a yin god. My current strength is probably not inferior to a creation realm master. Qi Yuan speculated about his own strength. In fact, he might even be stronger than a creation realm master. After all, even a creation realm master could not resist the black heaven, while Qi Yuan could barely hold his own against it. Unfortunately, even with my current strength, I still cannot meet master. Only the fourth layer of yang gods can see the fourth layer of yang gods. Not to mention, the divine wood universe is somewhere in the six heavens of the immortal realm, and he has no idea where. Hey, master, I've become an yin god. When I reach the yang god level, I'll definitely find a way to meet you. Screw past, present, and future, they should all be in my hands. Qi Yuan spoke to the air. He knew that one day, these words would be heard by Ruan Yishi, whether in the past or the future. Setting aside these memories, Qi Yuan began to examine himself. After becoming an yin god, the biggest breakthrough is mastering the 3000 great Tao rules, enough to create worlds. Also, this time's superpower is my body. My body can merge into anything in the world. This superpower seems a bit useless. After all, at his current level, he could already merge into anything in the world. After some thought, Qi Yuan looked at the wooden cat puppet in the room and, without hesitation, activated his superpower. In an instant, his body merged into the wooden cat puppet. Silently, it seemed as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly felt as if he were the wooden cat puppet. Too useless. If I had this superpower during the Qi refining stage, it would have been great for avoiding disasters. If I encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator, I could just hide in a grain of sand. But now, it's almost useless. Recalling his superpowers, this one seemed the most useless. Of course, at his current level, most of his superpowers were almost unnecessary. After becoming an yin god, he had mastered countless rules, almost omniscient within the universe. However, with my increased strength, the hidden information I can see with my eyes has also expanded. It's time to visit the Golden Canary and Ning Dao and turn the stars of that universe into golden cores. My golden core Dao cannot be neglected. Thinking this, Qi Yuan did not leave immediately. He pushed open the door and walked out of his courtyard, taking a deep breath of the air. It's time to build a seaside villa. After working so hard for so many years, isn't it time to enjoy life a little? No, see, just move a see here. Senior, brother, a trembling voice filled with surprise called out. Not far away, a beautiful young woman in a lake green short jacket and long skirt stood under an ancient tree. Her skirt was tied high, with a dark green silk ribbon wrapped around her chest, covering a fair and delicate expanse of skin. The area where the ribbon was tied bulged slightly, full and ample. However, the beauty of her chest was completely concealed, not a hint of skin exposed. Her eyes were watery, as if ripe with emotion. She was holding the hand of a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old. Seeing this scene, Qi Yuan couldn't help but think of Han Xin and Ji Dao. Zhongling Su's watery eyes were filled with inexplicable emotions. She seemed to remember something and quickly said, "This is my sister, my real sister." "You have a sister?" Qi Yuan was slightly stunned, and she was already this old. "How long have I been in seclusion?" Qi Yuan asked. Although he could tell how many years he had been gone just by looking at the world, sometimes it was better to play dumb. 127 years, 4 months, and 6 days, Zhongling Su said seriously. That long. Qi Yuan was also surprised. This was the first time he had played a game for so long. He had gone from a young man in his 20s to a centenarian. If he returned to Earth, he could become an internet celebrity, teaching people about health and longevity. "Senior brother, after such a long seclusion, you must be hungry. I'll go prepare a meal for you. I've been working hard these past 100 years. Zhongling Su waved her small fist, looking quite adorable. However, calling Zhongling Su adorable was almost an insult. With her voluptuous figure, where was the cuteness? All right, Qi Yuan nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. I'll go out for a bit and be right back. Okay, Zhongling Su nodded seriously. Qi Yuan's figure vanished at that moment. Zhongling Su stood where she was, feeling both anxious and content. After all, being able to live carefree, without worrying about food or clothing, safe and sound, was already better than most people's lives. Qi Yuan's figure reappeared, this time in the netherworld. Before him, the gate of myriad principles came into view. Qi Yuan stared at the gate of myriad principles, a strange expression on his face. This gate of myriad principles is a bit odd. He had always been curious about the origin of the gate of myriad principles. It seemed to be able to become any gate. The gate of 10,000 demons, the gate of 10,000 monsters, the gate of 10,000 wonders, even the gate of supreme truth. What is it? This time, the information his eyes saw wasn't particularly useful. After some thought, Qi Yuan decided to use his newly acquired superpower, merging into all things. He merged into the gate of myriad principles. In an instant, the world became desolate, and Qi Yuan's consciousness dissolved. But the next moment, Qi Yuan's figure emerged from the gate of myriad principles, his eyes filled with curiosity. The gate of myriad principles is actually the fourth layer of young gods. A fourth layer young god existing in the present. This surprised him, because the fourth layer of young gods exists only in the past or the future, never in the present. Now, there was actually a fourth layer young god existing in the present. How could he not be shocked? If I can figure out the principle, doesn't that mean Master could also appear in the present? Qi Yuan had this thought but quickly dismissed it. Now he understood that the fourth layer of young gods also had two forms. Like the black heaven, its essence was to devour, aimlessly devouring. Once it devoured enough of what it needed, it would become the black heaven existing in the present. At that time, it might be like the gate of myriad principles. The gate of myriad principles could be any gate, and the black heaven could be any heaven. But this process would take a long time. The black heaven had devoured more than one universe, but it was still in its second stage. The waters here are deep. It feels like it was refined into a treasure. Not necessarily, it might have become a true rule. This rule was different from the rules of the universe. It was more like a symbol, a sign. Unfortunately, in the last game, I didn't have the chance to talk to the Void Realm Master and the Radiant Tao Lord. Otherwise, I could have asked about the fourth and fifth layers of young gods. These two layers feel a bit strange. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. There are only 5 layers of young gods. Young gods are the end of the cultivation path. As the saying goes, invincible under heaven, but enemies come from heaven. Cultivation shouldn't have an end. After refining the golden cores from the stars, it's time to visit the Soul Hall. The most powerful force in the immortal realm now was the Soul Hall. He also wanted to see if the Soul Hall had any top-tier experts who understood the fourth and fifth layers of young gods. Through the gate of myriad principles, Qi Yuan's figure appeared in a universe. As soon as he landed, a warm, delicate body crashed into his arms. Husband, Ning Dao, dressed in a black dress, was enchanting and captivating, her eyes seemingly about to drip with emotion. There was no trace of her former cold and reserved demeanor. Her petite body hung on Qi Yuan, her black stockinged legs bent and wrapped around his waist. At this moment, a scolding voice filled with annoyance rang out. You, Ning Dao, we agreed to wait for him to come back and ignore him for a while, to teach him a lesson for not visiting us for so long. You, the golden canary's delicate face seemed to show dissatisfaction, but her eyes never left Qi Yuan. The Tsunere stood still, not moving. If he didn't reach out to invite her over, she wouldn't go. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed with tenderness and a hint of guilt. This game had taken too long. Although only 100 years had passed in the Kanglan realm, it had been an extremely long time in this universe. He reached out and pulled the golden canary into his arms. HMPH, I didn't miss you. It's just that Ning Dao insisted on coming, so I had no choice. Ah, shameless Ning Dao, how can you take off your clothes as soon as you see him? No, I want to too. Arguments, coquettish voices, and gasps echoed through the universe. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Dao brushed aside the strands of hair stuck to her sweaty temples and shot a glare at the golden canary. Husband is here to do serious business. How can you cling to him like this? This, cling, wasn't just metaphorical, it was literal. I just didn't feel like moving. The golden canary said this but reluctantly climbed off Qi Yuan. The next time she could be intimate with Qi Yuan, who knew when it would be. In an instant, she was fully dressed. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed with amusement. Starting tomorrow, you'll be in the same universe as me, Qi Yuan said. Ning Dao's eyes were gentle. This universe is too vast. There are still many stars that haven't been condensed into golden cores. Even with her efforts, in the vastness of the universe, it was still a drop in the bucket. It's fine, I'll handle it myself, Qi Yuan said. But, if you're here, the flow of time will slow down, and efficiency. Ning Dao analyzed rationally. It's fine, no matter how vast the universe is, no matter how many stars there are, they will eventually be exhausted. I can give the first golden core the ability to devour. It can devour on its own. One day, all the stars in this universe will be my golden cores. He had come here not just to refine golden cores from stars but also to create worlds. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. So, Ning Dao and I don't have to stay here anymore. Canary's doll-like face lit up with visible joy. Although, for beings like them, 10,000 years might pass in the blink of an eye. But she would much rather spend that time slowly experiencing the passage of time with Qi Yuan. Congratulations, husband. Ning Dao's beautiful eyes also sparkled with joy. It seemed that her husband's cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Originally, I thought that after becoming an yin god, I would come here to kill the palace master of Taihuang Palace, Great Sun. But, that unlucky guy, was killed by you, Ning Dao, Qi Yuan said casually. Ning Dao, who had been continuously condensing golden cores, had also become incredibly powerful. Moreover, the stellar golden cores here were tangible, not mere projections. Ning Dao could draw power from the stellar golden cores at any time. In such a vast universe, for Great Sun to run into Ning Dao's line of fire was truly unlucky. When Ning Dao activated the power of 1,000,000 stellar golden cores, even someone as powerful as Great Sun was instantly obliterated. After all, bigger is stronger, and more is better. A single stellar golden core was comparable to a young god. And this wasn't even the 6 heavens of the immortal realm, the stellar golden cores were tangible. The moment Great Sun encountered Ning Dao, he was doomed. So, he probably had too much good luck in his youth, which led to misfortune in his later years. First, he met me, and then, in such a vast universe, he actually ran into you. Qi Yuan sighed. This universe was incredibly vast, far larger than the divine wood universe. Even Qi Yuan, with his creation realm combat power, couldn't traverse the entire universe. Condense. Qi Yuan made his move, and a beam of light fell onto his first golden core. This golden core was small in size, more like a miniature sun, but its flames were exceptionally intense. The rule of devouring was applied to this golden core. Then, the rule of devouring spread at a terrifying speed, extending to other areas. Every stellar golden core now possessed the attribute of devouring. When it comes to devouring, people usually think of black holes. But my stellar golden cores also have the attribute of devouring. What should I call this? Ra Nu Ob. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. The stellar golden cores, with their devouring attribute, would automatically consume other stars. Until, all the stars in this universe would become his golden cores. Indeed, the power unleashed by these millions of golden cores is enough to crush even a realm master at the rule realm. Qi Yuan felt the strength of the stellar golden cores and had some insights. If he had even more golden cores, and eventually the entire universe, what kind of power would that be? Ning Dao, dressed in a black dress and wearing stockings, stood barefoot in the void, gazing at the distant stars with excitement in her eyes. This speed is much faster than when Ning Dao and I were refining the stellar golden cores, Canary said beside her. Now that I've finally become an yin god, the stellar golden cores can devour on their own. Not only that, but I can also make anyone I glare at pregnant. Qi Yuan said, looking at Ning Dao and joking, should I glare at you? No, Ning Dao quickly refused. She had always been a bit of a yandere, though she rarely showed it. I don't want to share my heart with anyone else. Me neither, I'm still young. Canary also quickly said, covering her stomach. Qi Yuan laughed. Since you both refuse, I'll just glare at this planet. As he spoke, he glared at a distant ordinary planet. In an instant, countless rules began to flow. It was as if a god had sprinkled the water of life upon the world. This one, and this one. Qi Yuan kept glaring at the planets. One by one, the planets seemed to fall into the water of life. Countless rules descended, transforming these planets. After half a day, Qi Yuan finally stopped. He looked on with curiosity. Now, these planets have been given the chance to give birth to life. I wonder how many of them will eventually develop life. He didn't directly create life. With his current strength, he could create life out of nothing. But there was no need. He wanted to see life emerge by chance. Unfortunately, even with my current strength, I cannot revive the 5 ancestors of the 5 elements forbidden land. I must reach the 5th layer of young gods, the Tao Lord realm, to do that. Now, Qi Yuan could place marks on any living being. Once that being died, he could revive them in the netherworld at a cost. But for beings who died before the netherworld existed, he couldn't revive them. To revive them, he would need to reach the 5th layer of young gods, the Tao Lord realm. Once he became a Tao Lord, the river of the universe would form, and the true spirits of all beings could be found within it. I didn't expect that a promise I made so long ago still hasn't been fulfilled. Qi Yuan sighed. Back in the 5 elements forbidden land of the Moonwatch realm, when the 5 ancestors sacrificed themselves to help him master the 5 elements forbidden land and refine the 5 elements, he had thought about reviving them. Let's go, back to the immortal realm. As for the evolution of life here, let it take its course. Who knows when strange and wondrous life forms will emerge. Qi Yuan, with one arm around Canary and the other around Ning Dao, returned to the 7-colored peak. He first tasted his junior sister's cooking. It had to be said, her skills had improved a lot. Later, he went to find Jin Li and spent some intimate time with her. As for how they spent that time, to put it crudely, he lifted her skirt and stood behind her. Purple fate heaven. A flash of light appeared, and a domineering figure emerged. Ha ha ha, I've finally become a young god. After so many years, Purple Fate Shui had finally chosen to break through to the young god realm. Purple Fate Lu looked at her senior sister with envy. Congratulations, senior sister, for becoming the 2nd genius of our Purple Fate Heaven's younger generation to break through to the young god realm. Speaking of this, Purple Fate Lu thought of the blood-robed senior brother. Back then, when the blood-robed senior brother revealed his young god stage combat power, it attracted the pursuit of Great Sun Supreme. Purple Fate Lu had been worried, but the final outcome was that the blood-robed senior brother lured Great Sun Supreme into an unknown place, then went alone to Taihuang Palace, where a myriad of stars descended, forcing Taihuang Palace to flee into the Soul Hall. At that time, the entire 6 heavens were shaken. 100 years had passed, and no one knew how the blood-robed senior brother was doing now. The people around them congratulated. Congratulations, senior sister Purple Fate Shui, for breaking through to the young god realm. However, some whispered, with Linea's transformation approaching, rashly breaking through to the young god realm is unwise. Linea's transformation only targeted young gods. Ordinary yin gods were almost unaffected. But once you stepped into the young god realm, it was different. You never knew when Linea's transformation might summon you. Although Linea's transformation was no longer presided over by Taihuang Palace, its intensity far exceeded previous trials. In just 100 years, thousands of young gods had been summoned. Even a supreme from the Supreme Truth Society had been summoned. 30 years ago, the Purple Fate ancestor of Purple Fate Heaven, along with the Lord of White Dragon Abyss and the Supreme from the Supreme Truth Society, had been summoned to the Celestial Palace. Linea's transformation had only just begun 100 years ago, and already several great Supreme Truth Realm experts had been summoned. This showed how terrifying this round of trials was. Therefore, even mythical realm experts were trying to delay their breakthroughs, waiting for Linea's transformation to end before advancing. Otherwise, dying in Linea's transformation would be too unlucky. Ah, daughter, breaking through now may be a blessing or a curse, Purple Fate Sandalwood said with a worried expression. Father, you're too timid, Purple Fate Shui said dismissively. Back then, that blood-robed guy didn't even have an offensive creation treasure, yet he dared to attack Ghost Heaven. What's wrong with me breaking through to the young god realm now? Purple Fate Sandalwood gave his daughter a sidelong glance. Can you compare to the blood-robed Supreme? Do you have any self-awareness? The blood-robed Supreme had combat power at the Great Supreme Truth Realm, comparable to a Supreme. In the entire 6 heavens, experts like the blood-robed Supreme could be counted on one hand. I used to have my period, could the blood-robed Supreme do that? Purple Fate Shui said proudly. Everyone in the world has their own strengths. For example, Ice Sword Senior Brother is really good at laying eggs. Can the blood-robed Supreme do that? Not far away, Ice Sword, who overheard this, twitched at the corner of his mouth. He only laid eggs occasionally, how did that make him really good at it? When it comes to laying eggs, I'm indeed not as good as Ice Sword, a young voice suddenly said. A handsome man in a blood-red robe appeared, his face calm and smiling. When they saw the newcomer, all the young gods and disciples of Purple Fate Heaven were shocked. Greetings, Blood-Robed Supreme. Greetings, Blood-Robed Senior Brother. Beside them, Purple Fate Lu clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling. After 100 years, Blood-Robed Senior Brother looked even more handsome. Congratulations on finally breaking through to the young god realm, Horned Sister. Qi Yuan looked at Purple Fate Shui and congratulated her. Unfortunately, it's only the first layer of young gods. Still very weak, Purple Fate Shui said, sounding a bit disappointed. Beside her, Purple Fate Sandalwood's eyes lit up with excitement. Blood-Robed Supreme, before the ancestor was summoned to the Celestial Palace, he left a message for you. Over the years, he had been searching for Qi Yuan, but couldn't find him. After all, at the supreme level, if one wanted to hide their whereabouts, even a great Supreme Truth Realm expert couldn't find them. Oh, what did the old man say? Qi Yuan asked. Before coming here, he had already learned about Linea's transformation and how, 30 years ago, the Celestial Palace had opened, and the Purple Fate ancestor had been summoned to the Celestial Palace. This summoning might be related to his destruction of Taihuang Palace. The ancestor said that in the Celestial Palace, he would value his life greatly and not to worry, Purple Fate Sandalwood said. He knew that the ancestor was afraid that Qi Yuan would act impulsively. Don't worry, I'm not worried at all, Qi Yuan clapped his hands. I've already reserved a spot for him in the Netherworld. If he dies, he dies. Purple Fate Sandalwood was stunned. Who talks like that? If the Blood-Robed Supreme weren't a great Supreme Truth Realm expert, he would definitely have a word with him. I have a question, Purple Fate Shui said, her face filled with confusion. Everyone present turned to look at her, curious. As the saying goes, when a man dies, his bird faces the sky. The Celestial Palace is located at the peak of the 6 heavens, the highest heaven of the Immortal realm. If the ancestor dies, where will his bird face? Qi Yuan thought seriously, the 7th heaven. Although the 7th heaven hadn't been opened yet and living beings couldn't enter, it still counted as a heaven, right? Not to mention, the Soul Hall was located in the 7th heaven. The fugitives from Taihuang Palace were now hiding in the 7th heaven. Qi Yuan was also thinking about when he could bring those fugitives down and bring them to justice. The 7th heaven hasn't been opened yet, Purple Fate Shui said. Probably more young gods need to die before the 7th heaven can be opened. The 6 heavens were opened by great Supreme Truth Realm experts after countless years. As for the higher 7th heaven, who knew how many Linea's transformations it would take to open it? If there were a 7th heaven, perhaps great Supreme Truth Realm Supremes could advance further, reaching the 3rd layer of young gods. The beings of the 9 heavens of the Immortal realm might also catch a glimpse of the future. At this moment, Qi Yuan closed his eyes and activated the superpower of his ears, listening carefully. I am a wolf. I am guilty, Blood-Robed Supreme, I am guilty. I don't want to stay in the Soul Hall anymore. Hungry. Among the countless voices, he found the voices related to the beings of Taihuang Palace. If the 7th heaven hasn't been opened, can I enter the 7th heaven? The Soul Hall in the 7th heaven took away my criminals without permission, which is quite unprofessional. I can almost hear my criminals begging for mercy, asking me to bring them back to the 6 heavens. Look. These criminals are so well-behaved and rule-abiding. How can I not bring them back? Qi Yuan said. Purple Fate Sandalwood was stunned for a moment, not expecting Qi Yuan to change the topic so abruptly, but he was used to it. After all, his daughter Purple Fate Shui was the same. Taihuang Palace received a decree from the Soul Hall before they could be brought into the Soul Hall. No one else can enter. To enter the Soul Hall, the 7th heaven must be opened, Purple Fate Sandalwood replied. The Celestial Palace is located at the peak of the 6 heavens. If I enter the Celestial Palace, would I have a chance to go to the 7th heaven? Qi Yuan asked. Once the Celestial Palace is closed, it probably won't open until Linea's transformation is over, and those inside can leave, Purple Fate Sandalwood said. However, the next time the Celestial Palace opens will likely be in 100 years. The Blood-Robed Supreme only needs to wait 100 years, and perhaps he can enter the Celestial Palace. But he didn't finish his sentence. The ancestor had instructed that the Blood-Robed Supreme should not worry about the Purple Fate ancestor entering the Celestial Palace, lest something unfortunate happen. 100 years. That's too long. I'll go to the Celestial Palace myself and take a look, Qi Yuan said, and his figure vanished. Purple Fate Sandalwood sighed, a look of helplessness in his eyes. As expected, the blood-robed Supreme didn't listen to advice. But fortunately, once the gates of the Celestial Palace were closed, no one could open them. In the past, 3 Supremes had joined forces to try to open the gates of the Celestial Palace. But even with the strength of Supremes, they couldn't damage the Celestial Palace, let alone open it. Purple Fate Sandalwood didn't believe that Qi Yuan could open the gates of the Celestial Palace. After all, even Supremes had to bow their heads before the Soul Hall. Not to mention, the blood-robed Supreme's strength was probably weaker than Great Sun Supreme's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use a trick to lure Great Sun away before targeting Taihuang Palace. Now, the stellar projection of Great Sun still hung in the Star Sea, which meant that Great Sun hadn't died yet. Of course, he didn't know that Great Sun's supreme status had already been devoured by Qi Yuan. At the same time, in the Supreme Truth Society, a whisper sounded. He has appeared again. Having offended the Soul Hall, I wonder how the Soul Hall will deal with him. He has comprehended 2 supreme truths. Is it worth investing in him, to help him avoid Linnea's transformation? This round of Linnea's transformation is different. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the Supreme Truth Society, the Supreme Elder's aura was obscure, his expression inscrutable. Linnea's transformation is both a calamity and a blessing. Within the Celestial Palace, disasters abound, but there is also a sliver of fortune. I hope the second Elder can advance further. Unlike the Soul Hall, which oversees Linnea's transformation and constructs the 9 heavens of the Immortal Realm, the Supreme Truth Society's path is to break through the limits of the second layer of Young Gods using Supreme Truths, advancing to the 3rd or even 4th layer of Young Gods. However, this path is extremely difficult. With the talent of Supreme Great Sun, it might be possible. The Supreme Elder's expression was enigmatic, filled with hesitation. Sensing something, his eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. As soon as he emerged from seclusion, he headed straight for the Celestial Palace. He is a man of loyalty and righteousness. However, once the gates of the Celestial Palace are closed, unless the Soul Hall issues a decree, no one can enter. The Supreme Elder murmured to himself. Red fortune. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder called out softly. At that moment, a young man in a red robe approached, bowing his head respectfully. Red Fortune was a disciple of the Supreme Elder. However, this disciple's identity was special. He was not a native of the Immortal Realm. But since he had entered the Immortal Realm and become a young god, it meant he could no longer leave. Once he left, he would be devoured by the indescribable. Thus, Red Fortune had remained in the 6 heavens of the Immortal Realm. Disciple is here. Go to the place where the Celestial Palace opened and invite Supreme Great Sun to the Supreme Truth Society for a discussion, the Supreme Elder instructed. Red Fortune lowered his head, carefully considering his master's words. Normally, such an invitation wouldn't require a disciple to deliver it personally. The Supreme Elder could transmit messages across millions of miles with a single thought. The fact that his master had called him to deliver the message likely held special significance. After some thought, he roughly understood his master's intention. Disciple understands, Red Fortune said. His master's intention was likely to inform Supreme Great Sun about the state of the 6 heavens of the Immortal Realm and other worlds. This information would be conveyed through him. After bidding farewell to his master, Red Fortune's heart was filled with mixed emotions. To think that after so many years, the Immortal Realm has produced a prodigy like Supreme Great Sun. I wonder how far he can go on the path of supreme truth. Red Fortune sighed, then stepped onto a teleportation array, his figure vanishing in an instant. Kashan Market. The market was bustling with activity. Shen Wuxian sat in a tavern, sipping wine with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Lian Mei, dressed in a form-fitting white dress, had a revealing cutout at the chest, exposing a large expanse of smooth, fair skin. The hem of her dress clung to her curvaceous hips, exuding an alluring charm. ROE. The surrounding cultivators whispered among themselves, occasionally stealing glances at Lian Mei. Her bold and revealing attire, combined with her enchanting aura, made her stand out like a seductive fox spirit. Since the Celestial Palace opened, a stream of light has flown out every 3 months. I wonder what treasures we'll find this time. This kind of light is only useful for us nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a chance. I hope to gain some opportunities from the light and advance to the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Sigh, I wonder if there's a chance to enter the Celestial Palace. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even young gods risk their lives entering the celestial palace. A nascent soul cultivator is weaker than an ant in front of a young god. How dare you even think about entering the celestial palace? Shen Wuxian listened to the discussions calmly, his expression serene. Senior sister Lian Mei, after helping you collect 100 strands of light, I'll leave. Back then, in order to find cultivation techniques for Qi Yuan and help him send letters to Jin Li, Shen Wuxian had owed Lian Mei many favors. You're such a blockhead, Lian Mei rolled her eyes at Shen Wuxian. Even the friends you make are all dull. Hey, that's not fair. How am I dull? At that moment, a handsome man in a blood-red robe entered the tavern. He looked at Shen Wuxian with a smile. It's been 100 years since we last met. Lian Mei glanced at Qi Yuan, her expression turning strange. Shen Wuxian, you have friends in the 6 heavens too. Shen Wuxian was shocked to see Qi Yuan, his face showing a hint of unease. Brother Qi, this is a friend I met in the lower realm. The lower realm? Lian Mei was momentarily stunned, her expression turning serious. So he's an Yin God Senior. Anyone who ascended from the lower realm to the immortal realm needed to be at least an Yin God. Lian Mei was a nascent soul cultivator. Although some rogue Yin gods might not have a higher status than her, she still had to show them respect. Why are you here, looking for the light? Qi Yuan asked casually. It had to be said, Shen Wuxian had helped him a lot by collecting cultivation techniques and delivering letters to Jin Li. When Qi Yuan arrived at Kashan Market and sensed Shen Wuxian's presence, he naturally came to see him. Sort of, Shen Wuxian replied, though even he felt a bit awkward. After all, the events that had transpired in the 6 heavens of the immortal realm had given him many thoughts. He had some guesses about Qi Yuan's true identity and strength. But, such a terrifying existence now appeared before him like an ordinary cultivator, chatting with him, making him feel as if he were in a dream. Why are you here? For the celestial palace? Shen Wuxian asked. Lian Mei was momentarily stunned. Shen Wuxian's question was a bit strange. What did he mean by, for the celestial palace? Yes, I plan to enter the celestial palace and take a look, Qi Yuan answered truthfully. Lian Mei was no longer stunned. She covered her mouth and laughed. Junior brother, look, your friend is also a blockhead. Only a blockhead would talk about entering the celestial palace. Only young god experts like the mountain lord of Futu Mountain had the chance to be summoned into the celestial palace. Don't spread rumors. I'm not a blockhead, Qi Yuan said seriously. I'm handsome and charming. When it came to blockheads, he thought of Zhu Baji. He was nothing like Zhu Baji. The only similarity was that Zhu Baji was the marshal of Heavenly Canopy, and Qi Yuan was handsome. Hearing this, Lian Mei's smile widened. I guess only someone like you would be willing to be friends with Shen Wuxian. Shen Wuxian was aloof and stubborn, with few friends in Futu Mountain. The friends he did make were a mixed bag. Aren't you the same? Qi Yuan rolled his eyes at Lian Mei. Don't call me a blockhead, or I'll give you a nickname. Lian Mei laughed so hard she could barely contain herself. Go ahead, give me a nickname. I'm listening. Qi Yuan thought of the nose-picking sister. Lian Mei didn't pick her nose. Big butt sister. Qi Yuan glanced at Lian Mei's curvaceous hips. When giving nicknames, one should always highlight the most prominent feature. Like Purple Fate Shui, the horned sister. Or Purple Fate Lu, the pink horned sister. Hearing this, Lian Mei laughed even more heartily. Junior brother Wuxian, your friend has managed to survive until now without being beaten to death. He must have some skills. If other female cultivators heard such a nickname, they might consider it harassment and retaliate violently. But she was different. She actually liked the nickname, finding it unique. Why would I be beaten to death? Qi Yuan was puzzled. Killing someone over a disagreement. The atmosphere in the cultivation world is terrible. Qi Yuan sighed. Cultivators shouldn't let their cultivation turn them into violent individuals. People should strive for harmony. Lian Mei laughed again. Beside her, Shen Wuxian remained silent. Killing over a disagreement. Qi Yuan had done that more often, hadn't he? The atmosphere in the cultivation world is indeed bad. Sigh, everyone is so hypocritical, Lian Mei lamented. I dress like this precisely to give them something to look at, but all they do is sneak glances. As she spoke, Lian Mei puffed out her chest. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. Not only are they hypocritical, but they also often encounter bullies and pretentious hypocrites. Great minds think alike. The atmosphere in the cultivation world is terrible, Lian Mei said with a seductive smile, though it was unclear whether she meant it sincerely or not. There's also no trust between people, Qi Yuan added. Lian Mei was a trustworthy woman, going out in such revealing attire. Shen Wuxian, wait here for a bit. I'm going to the Celestial Palace. If I come across any light, I'll bring it back for you, Qi Yuan said, cutting to the chase. Meeting Shen Wuxian and exchanging greetings had already drained his social energy. After all, he was socially awkward. Continuing to chat over a meal would shatter him. All right, thank you, Brother Qi. Shen Wuxian said earnestly. Lian Mei watched Qi Yuan's departing figure with a playful smile. Your friend is quite interesting. Aside from his tendency to boast and his eccentricities, he does have some redeeming qualities. Shen Wuxian remained silent. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from the heavens, like a thunderclap on a clear day. The cultivators in the market instinctively stepped outside, looking up at the vast sky. It's the shadow of the Celestial Palace. What's going on? Why has the Celestial Palace suddenly appeared? What's happening? Countless cultivators were bewildered. In the distance, the young god experts observing the Celestial Palace were also filled with shock. Why has the Celestial Palace reappeared? Is that Supreme Great Sun? Is he trying to force his way into the Celestial Palace? How is that possible? The waters of the Celestial Palace run deep. Even multiple Supremes working together couldn't open it. Is Supreme Great Sun asking for trouble? Wait, if he dares to try, does that mean he has the confidence? At that moment, in the star sea, the projections of countless young god stars suddenly shone brighter, their light converging on this location. They wanted to see how Supreme Great Sun would enter the Celestial Palace. Meanwhile, the cultivators in the area were equally confused, unaware of what was happening. They only knew that something terrifying was unfolding. At that moment, a gentle yet humorous voice resounded through the heavens. Celestial Palace, open your doors. In the sky, the shadow of the Celestial Palace trembled. Divine energy surged, and a myriad of colors spilled forth, dazzling and mysterious. An ancient, extraordinary aura leaked out, as if from time immemorial. Red Fortune, witnessing this scene, was filled with astonishment. With a single command, Supreme Great Sun has summoned the Celestial Palace. How did he do it? Could it be that Supreme Great Sun has reached some agreement with the Soul Hall? This was the only explanation Red Fortune could think of. Perhaps Supreme Great Sun's defeat of Taihuang Palace had led to some connection with the Soul Hall. Thus, he was able to summon the Celestial Palace. Won't open, won't open. In the sky, Qi Yuan looked at the gates of the Celestial Palace, his expression calm. If you won't open, I'll force my way in. In an instant, his figure surged toward the gates of the Celestial Palace. In the blink of an eye, the Celestial Palace vanished. Qi Yuan's figure also disappeared without a trace. The young gods observing this scene were shaken. Did he enter? He entered the Celestial Palace. He actually entered. How is that possible? Could it be Supreme Great Sun has truly connected with the Soul Hall? This was the only explanation they could think of. Any other explanation would be too far-fetched. Inside the Celestial Palace, a flash of light appeared. The Purple Fate Ancestor's eyes flickered with surprise. Let's go. The Lord of White Dragon Abyss didn't hesitate, her face veiled as her figure vanished in an instant. Where they had stood, light fell, and all things withered and dissolved. Once they reached a safe place, the Purple Fate Ancestor let out a sigh of relief. This time, the Celestial Palace is different from before. This eternal calamity radiance can even corrode supreme truths. Only great supreme truths can resist it slightly, the Purple Fate Ancestor said, still shaken. In just a few decades since entering the Celestial Palace, he had faced several crises. Although the crises weren't too severe, and he could easily avoid them with his strength, the danger was slowly increasing. The eternal calamity radiance was also becoming more prevalent. What is this eternal calamity radiance? It seems to corrode even the laws of the universe. Only great supreme truths can resist it slightly, the Purple Fate Ancestor wondered. It's similar to the primordial chaos light from before the world was formed, the Lord of White Dragon Abyss said. Before the world was formed, there were no rules, only chaos. With the world and living beings came rules. This eternal calamity radiance seemed to oppose the rules, capable of corroding them. As she spoke, the Lord of White Dragon Abyss glanced at the Purple Fate Ancestor, her gaze curious. Purple Fate Ancestor, compared to before, your strength has improved significantly. Last time, when Taihuang Palace ambushed you, how did you survive the Root Demon Tribulation? This time, the Purple Fate Ancestor had displayed formidable strength within the Celestial Palace. He was stronger than most third-tier supreme truth experts. His improvement was undoubtedly due to surviving the root demon tribulation. But based on the Lord of White Dragon Abyss's understanding of the Purple Fate ancestor, he shouldn't have been able to survive the last root demon tribulation. Even if he had barely survived, he would have been severely injured, with less than 10% of his strength remaining. Yet, the Purple Fate ancestor was now in peak condition, stronger than ever. "That's a secret," the Purple Fate ancestor said smugly. "Could it be related to Supreme Great Sun?" The Lord of White Dragon Abyss asked casually, her gaze fixed on the Purple Fate ancestor. When no other explanation could be found, the simplest assumption was that it was related to someone close and powerful. Mentioning Supreme Great Sun, the Lord of White Dragon Abyss's expression became complicated. Back then, she had wanted Supreme Great Sun to father her child. Unfortunately, Supreme Great Sun had refused, leaving her disappointed. But she was grateful that she hadn't forced Qi Yuan, or else White Dragon Abyss might have become the second Taihuang Palace. "That, I don't know either," the Purple Fate ancestor denied. Although the denial was pointless, he still had to deny it. The fact that Qi Yuan could resolve the root demon tribulation was something that needed to be kept secret for as long as possible. Fortunately, Qi Yuan had the strength of a supreme. If he were only at the first layer of young gods, or a minor or third-tier great supreme truth expert, he would have long been targeted by many powerful figures, who would have forced him to help others survive the root demon tribulation. For great supreme truth experts, the root demon tribulation was too dangerous. To grow stronger, one had to survive the root demon tribulation. Many great supreme truth experts had stopped improving their strength because they feared the arrival of the root demon tribulation. When the Purple Fate ancestor's root demon tribulation had arrived last time, and he had survived unscathed, it had naturally drawn the attention of many young gods. However, at that time, Supreme Great Sun's reputation was at its peak, having destroyed Taihuang Palace. Those with ulterior motives didn't dare to inquire further. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The White Dragon Abyss Lord glanced at Purple Fate ancestor with an inscrutable expression. "If we manage to leave the Celestial Palace this time, I should find an opportunity to meet with the Great Sun Supreme more often." Purple Fate ancestor shot her a look. "Aren't you afraid of the Soul Hall?" The Great Sun Supreme had annihilated the Taihuang Palace. In the past, Purple Fate Heaven would have been bustling with activity, with visitors coming and going in droves. However, after Qi Yuan destroyed the Taihuang Palace, he had also offended the Soul Hall, which had initiated the linear transformation. As a result, despite Qi Yuan's immense power, not many Supremes openly sided with him. Instead, they kept their distance to avoid being targeted by the Soul Hall. "Afraid, but I'm even more afraid that I won't survive the root demon tribulation," the White Dragon Abyss Lord sighed. "Being powerful is a tribulation in itself. It was best when we were just young gods, carefree and without worries. We didn't have to worry about the linear transformation or whether we would die in the next root demon tribulation." Of course, the White Dragon Abyss Lord was merely venting. If given the choice, she would never willingly return to the Yin God realm. However, the life of a young god in the supreme truth realm of the immortal world was fraught with too many troubles. A single misstep could lead to the fall of even a great supreme truth expert. Instead of thinking about returning to the Yin God realm, why not focus on breaking through to the third layer of the Yang God realm? Purple Fate ancestor said, "Perhaps once this linear transformation ends and the 7 heavens of the immortal world are fully constructed, we might have a chance to advance further." The 7 heavens of the immortal world. It's not so easy to complete their construction, the White Dragon Abyss Lord sighed. At that moment, Purple Fate ancestor's gaze suddenly sharpened. What is that? In the distant horizon, an endless surge of eternal calamity radiance erupted. The scene was apocalyptic. Yet, amidst all the eternal calamity radiance, 3 emerald green fruits seemed to fly out. When Purple Fate ancestor saw those 3 fruits, his expression changed dramatically. The White Dragon Abyss Lord also widened her eyes in shock. There are actually fruits within the eternal calamity radiance. Those emerald fruits, they must be divine fruits. The eternal calamity radiance could even corrode supreme truth experts. Yet, there were fruits emerging from within it. How could they not be shocked? Without hesitation, the 2 of them chased after the direction in which the 3 divine fruits were flying. Fortunately, one of the fruits was heading toward their location. Behind that fruit, several streaks of light followed. Clearly, other young gods had also noticed the fruit and were trying to seize it. As the divine fruit drew closer, Purple Fate Ancestor's face revealed excitement. Let's work together to secure the fruit. We can split it later. The White Dragon Abyss Lord transmitted her voice. Among those chasing the fruit were a few formidable experts who warranted caution. Agreed, Purple Fate Ancestor replied without hesitation. I'll hold them off. You intercept the fruit, the White Dragon Abyss Lord suggested. Her figure suddenly grew majestic and towering. A pure white dragon soared into the sky, its dragon roar echoing across the heavens. Its claws and body spanned the firmament as terrifying supreme truth rules surged forth, causing the void to tremble. White Dragon Abyss Lord, how dare you! An angry roar erupted. The voice belonged to a great supreme truth expert. Seeing that the divine fruit was about to fall into someone else's hands, he was furious. This treasure has a connection with us. It's flying toward us. How could we not take it? The White Dragon Abyss Lord replied with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Purple Fate Ancestor had already condensed his supreme truth power and was carefully reaching out to grab the divine fruit. The other young gods watching this scene could only sigh in regret. With two great supreme truth experts working together, aside from that supreme, no one else could snatch the fruit. The great supreme truth expert from Ghost Heaven also showed a look of disappointment. The divine fruit was clearly an extraordinary treasure, a rare and priceless item. He could only watch helplessly as Purple Fate Ancestor seized the fruit. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. The White Dragon Abyss Lord's expression also changed drastically. Be careful, she looked at Purple Fate Ancestor with deep concern. The moment Purple Fate Ancestor's supreme truth touched the divine fruit, an overwhelming aura of rules erupted from within the fruit. In an instant, Purple Fate Ancestor's supreme truth shattered, and his aura weakened significantly. He stared in disbelief. What kind of fruit is this? With just a single touch, he had been severely injured. How could he not be shocked? If this fruit were to be made into a weapon specifically designed to deal with great supreme truth experts, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, even a supreme couldn't injure him so easily. Yet, an ordinary fruit had done so. How could he not be alarmed? Be careful, this fruit contains an endless flame aura. Don't touch it. Even though he was injured, Purple Fate Ancestor still transmitted his voice to the White Dragon Abyss Lord. Seeing this, the White Dragon Abyss Lord also became wary of the fruit and didn't dare to act rashly. At that moment, the fruit suddenly vanished. Some of the other young gods hesitated, while others continued to chase after the fruit without a second thought. The expert from Ghost Heaven also gave chase. How are you? The White Dragon Abyss Lord asked with concern. I won't die, Purple Fate Ancestor replied. However, his current condition was far from good. The supreme truth he had comprehended seemed to have been melted by the fruit, leaving it in tatters. Your condition is very unstable, the White Dragon Abyss Lord frowned. What exactly is that fruit? A fruit that emerged from the eternal calamity radiance, capable of injuring a great supreme truth expert, how could she not be shocked? Within that fruit, I sensed an endless flame aura, but, it's different from ordinary flames, Purple Fate Ancestor said, frowning. At that moment, the great supreme truth expert from Ghost Heaven appeared. He looked at Purple Fate Ancestor with a wary expression. Purple Fate Ancestor, what exactly did you encounter when you touched that fruit? The divine fruit was too fast. Even he hadn't been able to catch up. Why should I tell you, Xian Zhang? Purple Fate Ancestor retorted. HMPH, if you hadn't stopped me, that divine fruit would already be in my possession. I haven't even settled this score with you yet. Xian Zhang said, his tone hostile. Don't think that just because you have the Great Sun Supreme backing you, I'm afraid of you. Xian Zhang was from Ghost Heaven. Aside from him, there was also a Supreme in Ghost Heaven. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Purple Fate Ancestor. Hey, I have the Great Sun Supreme backing me. What about you? Purple Fate Ancestor said lazily, a smug expression on his face. You, Xian Zhang was furious. In the Celestial Palace, anything can happen. The Great Sun Supreme has offended the Linya transformation. Who knows if he'll survive this Linya transformation? Although he said this, Xian Zhang's confidence was somewhat lacking. He looked at Purple Fate Ancestor, his gaze shifting. You should worry about your own injuries first. Don't die inside the Celestial Palace and become one of the Soul Hall's aberrant spirits. After saying this, Xian Zhang didn't linger. He had come to try and gather information about the divine fruit. Since Purple Fate Ancestor wasn't willing to share, he saw no point in staying. With that, his figure vanished. You really have a sharp tongue. Don't forget that the Ghost Supreme is also in the Celestial Palace. If he becomes angered because of this, your days won't be easy, the White Dragon Abyss Lord warned. HMPH, Purple Fate Ancestor snorted. I won't tell anyone from Ghost Heaven. In the past, the Taihuang Palace had been too dominant. The Ghost Control Heaven had submitted to it, leading to conflicts with the Black Demon Abyss. In fact, the Ghost Control Heaven later dared to attack the Black Sword because they had received some news that a Supreme was aligning with the Taihuang Palace. Among the Supremes of the 6 heavens, there were fewer than 10. The Ghost Supreme was highly suspected of being the one who had aligned with the Taihuang Palace. Therefore, Purple Fate Ancestor had no good feelings toward Ghost Heaven. Cough. Hot. Burning. Purple Fate Ancestor coughed, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He felt as if a true flame was scorching his body. The White Dragon Abyss Lord's eyes were filled with worry. Don't die inside the Celestial Palace. She was genuinely concerned. Firstly, the Celestial Palace wasn't a safe place. One had to constantly face the eternal calamity radiance. Secondly, the other Yang gods could also be potential enemies. After all, if enough Yang gods died, the linear transformation would end. Thirdly, the Celestial Palace was currently experiencing strange occurrences. Not only was there the eternal calamity radiance, but divine fruits had also appeared. Who knew what else might happen? Don't worry, even if I die, someone will take care of my funeral, Purple Fate Ancestor said, coughing. His injuries were severe, but in terms of strength, he still possessed the power of a great supreme truth expert. His chances of survival were quite high. The only concern was that his injuries were too peculiar. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. Old man, long time no see. Injured again. The voice belonged to a man dressed in a blood-red robe, exuding an unparalleled handsomeness. When Purple Fate Ancestor saw this man, he instinctively rubbed his eyes like Immortal would. The White Dragon Abyss Lord was also shocked. This was the Great Sun Supreme. Why are you here? Purple Fate Ancestor finally asked, still somewhat dazed. Beside him, the White Dragon Abyss Lord was filled with trepidation. The Great Sun Supreme had suddenly appeared beside her, and she hadn't sensed him at all. I heard you were here, so I came to find you, Qi Yuan. Great Sun Supreme said casually. But this is the Celestial Palace. Purple Fate Ancestor was puzzled. Without a decree from the Soul Hall, the Celestial Palace couldn't be opened at will. Moreover, there had been no unusual phenomena earlier, which meant no new Yang gods had been summoned into the Celestial Palace by the linear transformation. Right, this is the Celestial Palace. That's why I'm here, Qi Yuan said casually. Purple Fate Ancestor fell silent. He was completely baffled. One could only speculate that this linear transformation was filled with too many strange occurrences, to the point where even outsiders could enter. You shouldn't have come in. Once you enter, you can't leave, Purple Fate Ancestor said, feeling both grateful and melancholic. Great Sun Supreme had already offended the Soul Hall to the core by annihilating the Taihuang Palace, yet he had still entered the Celestial Palace. The Soul Hall would undoubtedly target him specifically. Let's not talk about that. Old man, your injuries are quite severe, Qi Yuan said, placing his hand on Purple Fate Ancestor's arm. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. Just now, 3 divine fruits erupted from the eternal calamity radiance. I intercepted one, but I saw an endless sea of fire, Purple Fate Ancestor said, his eyes filled with trepidation as he recalled the event. Fire. Qi Yuan felt something was off. It feels like cosmic rules, but not quite. Now, as an yin god with the combat power of the creation realm, Qi Yuan was well versed in the laws of the universe. Purple Fate Ancestor's injuries were severe, his supreme truth had been shattered and melted by the flames. Those flames resembled the first-grade fire rules of the cosmos, yet they were fundamentally different. To use an inappropriate analogy, if the fire rules were real, the fire rules on the divine fruit were illusory. This was bizarre because, generally speaking, first-grade fire rules represented all fire in existence. This divine fruit is quite interesting, Qi Yuan remarked. As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Purple Fate Ancestor. Seeing this, Purple Fate Ancestor smiled wryly. Don't waste your energy on me. The shattering of supreme truth was something even a supreme would find difficult to mend. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. The shattering of my supreme truth, it stopped. The flames had been continuously eroding his supreme truth, but with Qi Yuan's intervention, the erosion had ceased. How could he not be shocked? With my current strength, I can only temporarily halt the damage. I'm still too weak, Qi Yuan sighed. Beside him, the white dragon Abyss Lord almost rolled her eyes. You're not weak, Purple Fate Ancestor couldn't help but say. As a god, I can't even achieve omniscience and omnipotence. Isn't that weak? Qi Yuan replied. Quote. Omniscience and omnipotence. Are you trying to become a Tao ancestor? Purple Fate Ancestor couldn't help but shoot Qi Yuan a look. You should return to Purple Fate Heaven to recover, Qi Yuan said. Return to Purple Fate Heaven? Purple Fate Ancestor was confused. How could he return? Qi Yuan's cryptic nature was something he doubted would ever change. You can return anytime. As Qi Yuan spoke, he made a gesture toward the sky. Suddenly, the phantom of the Celestial Palace's gate appeared, and at that moment, the gate opened. Purple Fate Ancestor's eyes widened. The Celestial Palace's gate, it opened. The white dragon Abyss Lord was equally stunned. This was the first time she had witnessed such a thing. It was completely beyond her expectations. Beside them, Purple Fate Ancestor looked at Qi Yuan, wanting to ask if he had sold himself to the Soul Hall. Of course, this was something he had once wanted to say to the Taihuang Palace's Supreme. Alright, you can leave anytime, Qi Yuan clapped his hands. I still have matters to attend to in the Celestial Palace, so I won't be leaving just yet. As soon as he finished speaking, several streaks of light flew toward the Celestial Palace's gate in the sky. Haha, the Celestial Palace's gate has opened. I'm leaving. I can't stay in the Celestial Palace any longer. It's too dangerous. Many young gods noticed the gate opening. Unaware that Qi Yuan had opened it, they seized the opportunity to leave the perilous Celestial Palace. Purple Fate Ancestor's lips moved, and he finally said, "Oh, leave first. Be careful here, especially with the Eternal Calamity Radiance and the Divine Fruits. Don't touch them." Don't worry, Qi Yuan replied casually. More and more young gods, after moments of confusion and surprise, left the Celestial Palace. Qi Yuan stood alone in the Celestial Palace, his eyes filled with curiosity. With a wave of his hand, a diamond-shaped crystal fell into his palm. Is this the source of the flowing light that Shen Wuxian and the others need? The flowing light outside originated from this crystal, which contained the essence of various innate divine abilities. While such a thing was precious to Purple Mansion cultivators, it was almost useless to young gods. This Celestial Palace is indeed strange. The Eternal Calamity Radiance, quite interesting. He reached out and touched the Eternal Calamity Radiance. The pure, flawless light seemed to dissolve the rules he had mastered. Eternal Calamity Radiance dissolves rules and forges new ones. The information he saw confirmed that the Eternal Calamity Radiance was meant to dissolve the rules of the world and reshape them into new ones. Even as a god, I cannot achieve omniscience and omnipotence, Qi Yuan sighed. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly spoke. Even as a god, one cannot act with complete freedom. Qi Yuan looked over and saw a figure standing before him. It seemed to be a phantom, with only a wisp of true spirit remaining. Who are you? Qi Yuan asked curiously. This phantom did not seem to be a being from the six heavens. I am a disciple of the 5 Mountains Wanderer. I accidentally entered this strange world, thinking I could gain countless opportunities, but instead, I perished here, the phantom said. When mentioning the 5 Mountains Wanderer, he seemed filled with pride. 5 Mountains Wanderer, Qi Yuan had never heard of this name. Even in death, the phantom's face was filled with pride. The 5 Mountains Wanderer represents the 5 strongest mountains in existence. In the immortal world, they are Mount Sumeru, Mount Dong, Mount Taiching, Mount Taihuang, and Mount Zuling. In this celestial palace, they might be this mountain, that one, and those over there. Of course, this is assuming my master has also entered this world. The 5 Mountains Wanderers, 5 mountains, were not fixed. In different worlds, they represented the 5 strongest mountains. Your master sounds impressive, Qi Yuan commented. If you ever meet my master, please tell him not to save me and not to come to this world. The phantom said, then laughed bitterly. Ah, I forgot, you can't leave this world. Is this world special? Qi Yuan asked. The immortal world was indeed special. For one, it was like a cage, young gods could not leave. Secondly, the future of the immortal world had been severed. It's very special. After all, this place actually has heterodox Tao fruits, the phantom said, his eyes filled with fervor. In the universe, there are Tao fruits and heterodox Tao fruits. If a heterodox Tao fruit aligns with one's own path, just one can allow one to step into the realm of rules. Each heterodox Tao fruit represented a cosmic rule. If one's supreme truth aligned with the rule carried by the heterodox Tao fruit, Consuming it could allow one to reach the third layer of the Yang God realm. This shortcut naturally attracted countless powerful beings. The Phantom had been lured by the heterodox Dao fruit and entered the celestial palace, only to meet his demise. Heterodox Dao fruits, Qi Yuan murmured. He recalled the divine fruit Purple Fate ancestor had mentioned. Could that be a heterodox Dao fruit? Such a fruit, when consumed, could allow one to step into the realm of rules. How do heterodox Dao fruits appear? Qi Yuan asked. The Phantom shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps, it has something to do with the Dao lords of the fifth layer of the Yang God realm. The Phantom glanced around, his eyes filled with desolation. Your world is too special. I've never seen a world like this, the Phantom said, his voice tinged with fear. Qi Yuan was unfazed by this. Every world he had been to was unique. Of course, every world in existence was special in its own way. If you ever get the chance to visit the Five Mountains Alliance and meet my master, please tell him not to come to save me and not to fish my true spirit out of the river of the universe, the Phantom said. This was the reason he had preserved a wisp of his true spirit. If he were to die completely, his master, the Five Mountains Wanderer, might attempt to retrieve his true spirit from the river of the universe to revive him. He had a premonition that something terrifying would happen if that occurred. Now, only by attaching himself to the celestial palace and becoming its spirit could he barely survive. Alright, if I get the chance, I'll pass on the message, Qi Yuan said. But first, you need to help me with something. Please, go ahead. How much do you know about the Soul Hall and the Linya transformation? The Phantom's eyes grew complex. It is an unknowable entity. Qi Yuan understood the implication. The Soul Hall was in existence at the fourth layer of the Yang God realm. How much do you know about the fifth layer of the Yang God realm? Qi Yuan asked. The Phantom shook his head. You're better off seeking answers to that within the Soul Hall. How do I find the Soul Hall? Qi Yuan pressed. The Phantom spoke calmly, exuding the demeanor of an expert. Defeat me, subdue me. Slap. A slap landed on the Phantom's face, sending him spinning wildly. Only when Qi Yuan's foot pressed down on him did the Phantom stop spinning. Now that I've subdued you, tell me, how do I enter the Soul Hall? Qi Yuan asked, stepping on the Phantom. The Phantom was stunned. He hadn't expected this seemingly polite man to act so abruptly and domineeringly. He resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. Only aberrant spirits or those bound by a contract can enter the Soul Hall, the Phantom answered truthfully. So, he couldn't enter the Soul Hall. Then let the Soul Hall come to me. Qi Yuan declared. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The Phantom was stunned. The Soul Hall coming to see him. What kind of thought was that? The Soul Hall, devoid of self-awareness, resided in the seventh heaven. Ordinary beings avoided it like the plague, fearing being assimilated into aberrant spirits by the Soul Hall. Yet, this man wanted the Soul Hall to come to him. I can't do that either, the Phantom shook his head. Is the Celestial Palace deeply connected to the Soul Hall? Qi Yuan asked. If I destroy the Celestial Palace, will the Soul Hall be willing to meet me? The Soul Hall was in existence at the fourth layer of the Yang God realm, lacking self-awareness, much like the Black Heaven. However, since the Taihuang Palace had managed to establish a connection with the Soul Hall and control the Linya transformation, it suggested that there might be entities within the Soul Hall similar to the Black Heaven and Black Earth. The Phantom fell silent, unsure how to respond. After a long while, he finally said, the Celestial Palace is a treasure of the Realm Lord. Ordinary people cannot destroy it. How do you know without trying? Qi Yuan smiled mysteriously. The Celestial Palace was indeed a treasure of the Realm Lord, but it was an ordinary one, far inferior to the human enlightenment light forged from the primordial rules of the universe. He extended a finger and pointed toward the sky. Become pregnant. A chaotic aura spread. Qi Yuan's presence became inexplicably strange. The Phantom widened his eyes, utterly confused. What was the Great Sun Supreme doing? Pregnant. What did that mean? As a being attached to the spirit of the Celestial Palace, the Phantom suddenly clutched his stomach. What did you do to me? He asked, a terrifying thought forming in his mind. I suddenly thought that destruction is not as good as creation. So, I'm trying to make the Celestial Palace pregnant. If the Celestial Palace is pregnant, the Soul Hall, as its parent, will have to come out and see, right? After all, no betrothal gifts have been given, no banquet has been held, Qi Yuan said seriously. The Phantom wanted to cry but had no tears. You're insane. You're a madman. He couldn't understand what his pregnancy had to do with the Soul Hall meeting Qi Yuan. Of course, his thought process couldn't comprehend Qi Yuan's logic. Don't be like this. I'm a man. I don't want to be pregnant. What's wrong with being pregnant? I have a friend who can lay eggs. Are you discriminating against him? If you keep this up, be careful he won't let you eat his eggs. No, it's just, why would the Soul Hall want to see you because of this? The phantom clutched his stomach, utterly baffled. At that moment, Qi Yuan suddenly looked up at the sky, a smile on his face. It seems the Soul Hall cares about you after all. Here it comes. As Qi Yuan's voice fell, the phantom froze. A special aura descended upon him. Rules, all things, creation realm. Such strength is enough to wake me and meet you. The phantom wasn't strong enough to see that Qi Yuan's earlier move had displayed the power of the creation realm. But this move had awakened someone, who now descended upon the phantom. I never thought that after so many years, someone in the immortal world could break the limits and reach the creation realm, the new phantom sighed. Since the sword that severed the future, the limit of the immortal world had been the second layer of the Yang God realm. To reach higher realms, one had to construct the 7 heavens of the immortal world. But there were always exceptions. He had seen many exceptions, but none who had reached the creation realm. Moreover, this person seemed to be at the creation realm, yet not quite. To reach the creation realm, one had to merge with the will of the immortal Tao and master the rules of all paths. But this person's path didn't seem to align with the will of the immortal Tao. Only an outsider could explain this. An outsider, a creation realm expert, had entered the cage of the immortal world. This filled him with inexplicable emotions. Who are you? Qi Yuan asked. The sword keeper of the Soul Hall, nameless, the phantom replied. Hey, what's going on with your Soul Hall? Qi Yuan directly questioned. Helping the Taihuang Palace, targeting me, huh? Sword keeper nameless looked confused. Then, a flood of information entered his mind, and he smiled. The Taihuang Palace was just lucky. They barely obtained the soul token, which allowed them to control the linear transformation, nameless replied. He had been in a deep slumber. If not for sensing Qi Yuan's aura, he wouldn't have awakened. After all, every being who broke the limits was worth recruiting. RNBE. Nameless added, you and I are not enemies. Can the linear transformation end? After all, the cultivation world's atmosphere is already bad. Adding the linear transformation, with all the killing, isn't good, Qi Yuan said, his sense of justice flaring up. The linear transformation, its beginning and end are not up to me. This was decided by my master, Nameless said. You have a master? Yes, he is the Soul Hall, Nameless said, his voice filled with reverence. Perhaps you know him by another name. Nameless looked at Qi Yuan and slowly said, Ming Zun. Ming Zun, who severed the future with a sword. Qi Yuan was surprised. During his time at the Supreme Truth Assembly, Qi Yuan had inquired about many things. According to the assembly, the immortal world originally had 9 heavens. But then, a peerlessly talented expert named Ming Zun appeared. With a single sword strike, he severed the future of the immortal world. Qi Yuan had been amazed at the time. To sever the future with a single sword strike, how powerful was that? Even now, Qi Yuan found it difficult to achieve such a feat. Why did Ming Zun sever the future? Qi Yuan asked. This was another question. Because, in other universes, most had futures. As far as Qi Yuan knew, only the immortal world and the world where the foodless Holy Mother once resided lacked futures. Do you know the path of the 4th layer of the Yang God realm? What about the 5th layer? Nameless asked. The 5th layer is the Tao Lord, the master of a path, Qi Yuan replied. The path of the 4th layer of the Yang God realm involved losing one's true spirit and becoming something incomprehensible. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance of revival, the revived being would be a new entity. Because, the moment one stepped into the 4th layer of the Yang God realm, it meant the annihilation of the true spirit. Qi Yuan was unwilling to walk this path. He wanted to skip the 4th layer and directly enter the 5th layer. He was currently exploring this path, hoping to modify and adapt it to his own Yang God path. The end of the Yang God realm is the 5th layer, the Tao Lord. When mentioning this, Nameless's face was filled with reverence. Even if the universe perishes, the Tao Lord remains. With a single thought, the birth, death, and reincarnation of the universe are all under their control. This is the Tao Lord. Qi Yuan listened quietly. He knew how powerful the Tao Lord was. One could say that the Tao Lord stood at the peak, the strongest in existence. They could gather timelines and pull the true spirits of those they wished to revive from the river of the universe. Once a Tao Lord emerged in a path, no second Tao Lord could appear. Within the Tao Lord's domain, they were invincible, undefeatable. The Tao Lord is powerful, but do you know that the day the Tao Lord achieves the Tao is also called the Day of Cycle? Nameless's voice was desolate. Qi Yuan listened quietly. The Day of Cycle. This term was thought-provoking. The Tao Lord has infinite lifespan, capable of controlling the life and death of all beings in one or even multiple universes. Within their domain, they are invincible. But Nameless paused, his eyes filled with desolation and sorrow. Once the Tao Lord achieves the Tao, time within their domain ends, and then begins an infinite cycle. The day the Tao is achieved is also the day the cycle begins. Everything in the world is frozen. Nameless's expression turned somewhat grim. This meant that in a world where the Tao Lord achieved the Tao, time reached its end and would no longer move forward. Time would enter a cycle, from the beginning to the day the Tao was achieved, repeating endlessly. During this cycle, there might be some changes due to the Tao Lord's interference. But everything had an end. When time reached the day the Tao was achieved, the next cycle would begin. If someone made an appointment to meet before the Tao Lord achieved the Tao, perhaps they would meet every time, but they would never truly meet. The end of the cultivation path is actually like this. How laughable, how laughable. Nameless's face was filled with indignation. Such a Tao Lord was indeed majestic, invincible. They controlled the life and death of all beings. Perhaps many would be willing to become such a Tao Lord. But there were also cultivators who were unwilling to accept this. Qi Yuan also fell silent. This is actually the end of the cultivation path. He put himself in the shoes of someone before the Tao Lord achieved the Tao. If one didn't become a Tao Lord, there would be no river of the universe. Friends who died in battle, or aging relatives, could not be revived. One would have to watch as loved ones grew old, their divine hearts crumbled, and they perished. Loneliness, loss. If one became a Tao Lord, everything seemed frozen. Children who would never grow up, trees that would never bloom, rivers that would never reach the sea. Isn't it despairing? Nameless asked, his voice trembling. It is, for the Tao Lord, it's fine. But for others, it's despairing. The immortal world has a Tao Lord. Nameless revealed another shocking truth. The immortal world has a Tao Lord. Even Qi Yuan felt a chill. If the immortal world had a Tao Lord, did that mean that one day, time would reach the day the Tao Lord achieved the Tao, and then, enter an infinite cycle? Don't worry, that Tao Lord no longer exists, Nameless said. This statement was like a bolt from the blue. It was as if he was saying that the invincible Tao Lord of the present had fallen. Although the Tao Lord is gone, the world still moves toward the future, beginning the next cycle. My master, Ming Zun, accidentally entered the immortal world and could not bear to see this. So, he chose to step into the fourth layer of the Yang God realm. The moment he stepped into the fourth layer, he reached the pinnacle and severed the future of the immortal world. When mentioning this, Nameless's face was filled with reverence. From then on, the immortal world no longer had a future, and no one could see the future. All Yang gods could no longer have future selves. Ming Zun is amazing. Qi Yuan was genuinely impressed. Coming from the outside world, yet willing to sacrifice his true spirit to sever the future of the immortal world. It was clear that Ming Zun had reached the pinnacle of the creation realm. He might even have had the chance to skip the fourth layer of the Yang God realm and directly enter the fifth layer. But he chose to step into the fourth layer, and at that moment, he reached the pinnacle and severed the future of the immortal world. The linear transformation, rebuilding the 9 heavens of the immortal world, is about reshaping the future of the immortal world, Nameless said. Do you know about heterodox Tao fruits? Nameless asked. I've heard of them, but never seen one. Purple Fate Ancestor had been injured by a heterodox Tao fruit. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things flourish. Heterodox Tao fruits are formed from the rules comprehended by that Tao Lord. How did this Tao Lord die? Qi Yuan was curious. Logically, the Tao Lord was the end of the cultivation path. Such an existence could not be killed by anyone. Nameless shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps, only my master knows. Qi Yuan pondered. Generally, the lifespan of a young god was almost infinite, but an infinite lifespan didn't mean one could live forever. Even if the world perished, the young god would not. But if the era ended, all things withered, and the universe collapsed, even a realm lord could only hide within the rules of the universe, while other young gods would perish. But even as a realm lord, transcending the universe, one could still die if they lived too long, say, a trillion eras, and the rules collapsed. Cultivation is too hard. Even though I'm now an yin god with an infinite lifespan, I might witness the universe's destruction trillions of times and then die. Becoming a fourth layer yang god means instant death. The fifth layer is also despairing. This cultivation path is making me depressed. Qi Yuan was speaking the truth. Thinking about Nameless's words, he felt a sense of unnecessary worry. What about the future? Cultivation is so hard. Nameless fell silent for a moment. Indeed, those who lived long enough all had something wrong with their heads. This great Sun Supreme might have witnessed the universe's destruction thousands of times, making him mentally unstable. However, he finally said, since you have the strength of a realm lord, I will give you this Mingzun token. Nameless handed a Mingzun token to Qi Yuan. My master stepped into the fourth layer of the Yang God realm and became the Soul Hall. After countless eons, the Soul Hall is about to enter the final stage of the fourth layer and become a unique treasure. My master once said that if he became a unique treasure, it would be fine for a future person to control it. But he hoped that this future person could take control of the Soul Hall and go to the 9 heavens of the immortal world to seal the Tao fruit of the immortal world's Tao Lord. Otherwise, once the Tao fruit completely leaks, there might be no more immortal Tao in the world. Including this one, I have given out 7 Mingzun tokens. I hope you have the chance to take control of the Soul Hall in the future. Nameless said a lot more. Qi Yuan took the Mingzun token. Just in time, my home is missing a house. The Soul Hall seems perfect. Nameless didn't respond. The other 6 who had received Mingzun tokens were all, more or less, mentally unstable. By the way, I have another question. Why do beings die when they leave the immortal world? Qi Yuan remembered the ancestor of the Black Demon Abyss and other rumors. Any being that left the immortal world would instantly perish. Nameless shook his head. I can't answer that question either. It seems there are still many unknowns in the immortal world. Sigh, cultivation is so hard, Qi Yuan lamented. Qi Mountain Market. Shen Wuxian's face was filled with confusion. Strange, for several days, why has there been no more flowing light? He had promised to help Lian Mei gather the flowing light needed to reach the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. But recently, no flowing light had appeared. How could he not be shocked? Could it be related to the changes in the Celestial Palace? Lian Mei speculated. A few days ago, they had just parted ways with Shen Wuxian's friend when a mysterious expert suddenly opened the Celestial Palace. After that, Yang God experts flew out of the Celestial Palace. The Qi Mountain Market had been bustling for a while, but those Yang Gods didn't stay and quickly left. The market had quieted down since then. But now, after so many days, no flowing light had appeared. The Purple Mansion cultivators were disappointed and anxious. Perhaps, Shen Wuxian said. At that moment, a sorrowful voice rang out. Sorrowful, yet tinged with despair. Cultivation is so hard. Shen Wuxian, drink 10 pounds of wine with me. I want to drown my sorrows. As the voice fell, the handsome Qi Yuan appeared. However, his face was now filled with worry, and he didn't seem happy. Shen Wuxian said, Brother Qi, you never drink alcohol. Qi Yuan paused. Ah, I'm so sad that I forgot. In that case, I'll substitute wine with juice and drink with you. As he spoke, a bottle of juice appeared in his hand, and he downed it in one gulp. Beside him, Shen Wuxian also poured wine into his mouth. Fellow Taoist, what has made you so sorrowful? Lian Mei asked curiously. The previous Qi Yuan had been somewhat erratic, different from the current one. Cultivation is too hard, filled with despair everywhere. Even if I reach the 5th layer of the Yang God realm, I'll still face despair. If I don't reach the 5th layer, I might die. Even if my loved ones reach the 3rd layer of the Yang God realm with my help, they might one day perish due to the collapse of the rules. And those who don't work hard in cultivation might die at the 2nd layer of the Yang God realm. Worry, worry, worry. Qi Yuan spoke seriously. After talking with Nameless, the more he learned about the end of the cultivation path, the more despairing he felt. Sigh, look, I'm so worried that I've grown a white hair. As he spoke, Qi Yuan plucked a white hair. Of course, this hair was one he had just dyed to match his current mood and express his sorrow. Although he was deeply worried about the future, his appetite remained strong, he could still eat several cows in one meal, and his hair was still black. So, he had dyed one strand white. Beside him, Lian Mei's smile froze. What had she just heard? The 5th layer of the Yang God realm. And the 3rd layer of the Yang God realm. Was this guy for real? This guy must be insane. Lian Mei was speechless. This kind of speechlessness was like hearing your classmate, a person of Asian descent, suddenly worrying about becoming the president of the United States and having many troubles. If Lian Mei were closer to Qi Yuan, she would have slapped him by now. Shen Wuxian, however, remained calm and frowned as he comforted Qi Yuan. Brother Qi, there will always be a way. He knew Qi Yuan was incredibly strong. The things Qi Yuan worried about might involve some profound secrets. It was just that Shen Wuxian's current strength was too weak to fully understand. I hope so. Sigh, the Yang God realm is so hard. How can I break through to the Yang God realm? What kind of Yang God is a true Yang God? Qi Yuan drank his slightly sweet juice, his face filled with worry. Lian Mei rolled her eyes at Qi Yuan. Just now, he was talking about breaking through to the 5th layer of the Yang God realm, and now it was about breaking through to the Yang God realm. He was clearly delusional. The hardships of life are like the endless river, though it has the ambition to flow east to the sea. Qi Yuan began to plagiarize again. Given how sad he was, the original author probably wouldn't blame him, right? If they did, then, when I'm sad, killing someone to shut them up is fine, right? Everyone has their difficulties in life. This is normal, Lian Mei said, though it was unclear if she was comforting Qi Yuan. Sigh, you're right. If I destroy the world and kill everyone, wouldn't that solve all these troubles? Qi Yuan muttered to himself. Lian Mei chuckled. At that moment, Shen Wuxian's expression tightened. Brother Qi, don't think like that. He knew how terrifying Qi Yuan was. If Qi Yuan really went down that path, the immortal world would face a true catastrophe. Just then, an arrogant voice rang out. All your troubles are because you don't have enough spirit stones and lack a strong background. A young master who clearly looked like a spoiled brat walked over, his expression haughty and condescending. Lian Mei's expression tightened when she saw the newcomer. It was young Master Qi Tan. The Qi Mountain market was dominated by the Qi family. The Qi family had an ancestor who was a young god from Ghost Heaven. Young Master Qi Tan, backed by the Qi family, was arrogant, domineering, and lecherous. Every purple mansion cultivator who came to the Qi Mountain market knew to stay far away from this young master. Seeing Qi Tan, Lian Mei instinctively covered her chest, her face pale. Would this young master take a fancy to her? But to her surprise, Qi Tan glanced at her with disdain, his face full of disgust. I've seen plenty of women like you. Do you think I'd be interested in you? With that, he walked toward Qi Yuan, his eyes gleaming. This is a true beauty. A hint of sorrow in the brows, a touch of drunkenness in the eyes, so pitiable, so lovable. Little beauty, you have so many worries, why not follow young Master Qi? As Qi Tan spoke, he reached out to touch Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan was stunned, his face showing disgust. Damn, what kind of trash are you, daring to flirt with me? Qi Yuan couldn't help but curse. It had been so many years, yet he still encountered small-time thugs causing trouble. But after saying this, Qi Yuan regretted it. He glanced around, relieved that Sister Horns wasn't here. Otherwise, she would surely say, didn't you always say everyone is equal? Why are you dividing people into classes now? Beside him, Qi Tan was also stunned, not expecting such a strong reaction. Haha, I never thought someone in the Qi Mountain market would dare speak to me like this. Qi Tan exuded confidence, full of himself. The Yin God guards beside him eyed Qi Yuan, ready to strike if he made any move. HMPH, showing off. Who can't do that? Qi Yuan said calmly. From now on, this market will be renamed. The market where the spoiled brat Qi Tan was killed by Qi Yuan. Consider this your chance to be remembered for eternity. On Earth, Qi Yuan had watched countless TV dramas, including those about dragon kings, security guards becoming emperors, and domineering CEOs falling in love with menopausal women. When it came to showing off, he was an expert. Although showing off in front of small-time thugs was beneath him, everyone was equal. Besides, he was currently troubled by the 5th layer of the Yang God realm. Killing a small-time thug would help improve the atmosphere of the cultivation world. How dare you? Qi Tan was furious. Beside him, Lian Mei looked worried, trying to think of a way out of this situation. The onlookers also watched, eager to see the drama unfold. These spectators wanted to whisper and mock Qi Yuan, but suddenly found they couldn't speak or transmit their voices. They were confused, not knowing what was happening. They didn't realize that Qi Yuan had silenced them to avoid hearing their taunts. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some were terrified, while others stared blankly at Qi Yuan. Look, who is this? Qi Yuan casually reached into the air. Suddenly, an old man fell from the sky, his face filled with fear and confusion. He had been in seclusion, cultivating, when a hand grabbed him and pulled him out. This is... Qi Tan's eyes widened in shock. This was the ancestor. He had seen the ancestor's statue. But the ancestor was a young god. How could he suddenly appear? Yet, in the next moment, something even more terrifying happened. Slap. The handsome man before him slapped his ancestor across the face. The young god ancestor's face immediately bore a bright red handprint. Qi Tan was dumbfounded, both terrified and frightened. Qi Yuan said calmly, "See, this is how you show off." Qi Tan seemed to understand something. As soon as the words fell, Qi Tan's body instantly disintegrated. As for the Qi family's young god ancestor, he trembled in fear, looking at Qi Yuan with terror, unable to speak. Beside him, Lian Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? The onlookers were still silenced, unable to speak, but their eyes showed their shock, and they occasionally gasped. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked at the old man before him and smiled gently. How about renaming the Qi Mountain Market too? The market where the spoiled brat Qi Tan was killed by Qi Yuan. Do you have any objections? If you do, feel free to speak up. I'm a very reasonable person. Qi Yuan was always very reasonable, he just loved to act first. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The old man wanted to speak, wanted to transmit his voice, but he couldn't say anything. What, you don't agree? Qi Yuan questioned. The old man's face grew even more terrified. Oh, I forgot, you're still muted, Qi Yuan said with a smile. With a light tap of his finger, the restraints on the young god old man disappeared instantly. The old man quickly said, I agree. Great Sun Supreme, Qi Tan offended you. He deserved to die, he deserved to die. Although the Qi family's young god old man had never met Qi Yuan before, the new name of the market and Qi Yuan's godlike methods left no doubt that this was the Great Sun Supreme. Who else could it be? Beside him, Lian Mei's pupils dilated. Great Sun Supreme, the Great Sun Supreme. Shen Wuxian's friend was actually the legendary Great Sun Supreme who had annihilated the Taihuang Palace. The Great Sun Supreme was the most miraculous and legendary figure of the past century. He had single-handedly destroyed the Ghost Heaven, fought alone against the Taihuang Palace, and brought about the descent of 10,000 suns, shaking the 6 heavens of the immortal world. Who didn't know of him? Who hadn't heard of him? Such a majestic existence, Lian Mei had never imagined she would have the chance to meet him. Yet, not only had she met him, but she had also spoken to him, even bickered with him. The thought of bickering with such a majestic figure made her heart race and her chest tighten. She even wondered if her dress was too casual. The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing this, were first confused, then realized what was happening. They lowered their heads, some even kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with excitement. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked at the thoroughly dead Qi Tan and suddenly waved his hand. A special aura spread, and the previously dead Qi Tan was revived. The revived Qi Tan looked around in confusion. Hadn't he been killed by that terrifying existence? Was it all an illusion? But when he looked up and saw the familiar figure and his ancestor's submissive demeanor, his expression froze. It wasn't an illusion. Then, a calm voice entered his ears. Now do you understand how to show off? I specially revived you just to kill you again. As the words fell, Qi Tan's body shattered once more, dying beyond death. He was revived in confusion, only to die again in confusion. The cultivators present felt that the Great Sun Supreme was truly terrifying. Killing someone, reviving them, and then killing them again. It was too horrifying. Only the young god old man was inwardly shaken. Because he had seen that Qi Tan had truly died, his true spirit completely shattered. Even a supreme wouldn't be able to revive him. So how had his descendant, no, that scoundrel, been revived? Was it an illusion? That was the only explanation. But for the Great Sun Supreme to perform such an illusion in front of him was still awe-inspiring. Indeed, killing and showing off are great joys in life. After killing Qi Tan twice, Qi Yuan felt refreshed. As for why Qi Tan could be revived, it was naturally because Qi Yuan had marked him and expended resources to bring him back. The Qi family's young god lowered his head, not daring to speak. Qi Yuan continued, the atmosphere in the cultivation world is too poor. You need to keep a close eye on your Qi family disciples. If something like this happens again, it won't be as simple as just one Chi-Tan dying. RAOS. With a wave of his hand, the young god old man's figure quickly disappeared, returning to his original place. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked at Shen Wuxian not far away. Didn't I promise to help you find flowing light in the celestial palace? Look, what's this? Qi Yuan extended his hand, and a diamond-shaped crystal appeared in everyone's sight. The Purple Mansion cultivators, upon seeing this crystal, were filled with envy and jealousy. A single strand of flowing light was enough to make them fight fiercely. This was the source of flowing light. If they could obtain it, they might instantly surpass the Purple Mansion realm and step into the Yin God realm. Beside him, Lian Mei, recalling Qi Yuan's earlier promise to help Shen Wuxian find flowing light in the Celestial Palace, felt like a complete fool. She had thought Qi Yuan was boasting, but now it was clear that she was the one who had been ignorant. Take it, don't worry, no one will dare to rob you. If anyone dares to rob you, they're disrespecting me, Qi Yuan said. The surrounding Purple Mansion cultivators didn't dare to even think of robbing it. This was a gift from a supreme. The symbolic value of this item far exceeded its practical worth. Right, who among you dares to rob it? Qi Yuan scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on a bald man. Ah, you seem to be the most diligent bandit here, and the bravest. Do you dare to rob it? The bald man, being stared at and questioned by a supreme, felt like his ancestors' graves were emitting smoke. He had actually spoken to a supreme. I wouldn't dare, the bald man stammered in fear. How could he dare? The gap between a Purple Mansion cultivator and a supreme was, well, indescribable. No matter what, whether he lived or died, from now on, he would undoubtedly be the most accomplished and famous person in his lineage. See, even the bravest bandit here doesn't dare to rob you, Shen Wuxian. You can keep it with peace of mind. Shen Wuxian took a deep breath. Thank you, Brother Qi. Beside him, Lian Mei's head was spinning. This great Sun Supreme seemed a bit off. To put it disrespectfully, he seemed to be acting a bit crazy. It's fine, with our friendship, do we need to stand on ceremony? Qi Yuan waved his hand, feeling somewhat bored. Playing with these people for so long had lost its charm. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. Hong Yun of the Supreme Truth Council, under the orders of the Grand Council Master, specially invites the Great Sun Supreme to visit the Supreme Truth Assembly. Hong Yun stepped forward, her face filled with respect. Qi Yuan glanced at Hong Yun, his expression calm. Since the Supreme Truth Assembly has invited me, it would be impolite not to go. This Hong Yun was interesting. If the Grand Council Master of the Supreme Truth Council wanted to invite him, he could easily send an avatar. There was no need for Hong Yun to come personally. Clearly, they wanted to convey something through Hong Yun. The two figures flashed. Qi Yuan got straight to the point. You're interesting. Are you from outside the immortal world? His eyes could see many hidden details. Hong Yun was surprised. I come from the Nanqi universe. That name is quite special, Qi Yuan said casually. Does the Nanqi universe have a Tao Lord? Yes, Hong Yun nodded seriously. Tao Lord. Qi Yuan's expression was unreadable. The Tao Lord realm could be considered a form of omniscience and omnipotence. It seemed that the Nanqi universe had already entered a cycle. Qi Yuan was extremely wary of Tao Lords. If he encountered a fourth-layer Yang God, he still had a chance to escape. But if he encountered a fifth-layer Yang God and they were hostile, escaping would be impossible. Fortunately, the immortal world's Tao Lord was no more. Otherwise, if the Tao Lord were a foul-mouthed, irredeemable villain, how would Qi Yuan, who wanted to rectify the cultivation world's atmosphere, deal with him? Hong Yun thought of something and said, the Nanqi universe also has no future. Qi Yuan blinked, a strange expression on his face. The Nanqi universe also has no future. He found it strange. He could understand the immortal world having no future. The immortal world's Tao Lord had fallen, and Ming Zun, upon reaching the fourth layer of the Yang God realm, had severed the future at the pinnacle of his power. But the Nanqi universe also had no future. Had something strange happened there as well? The specific reasons are beyond my knowledge, Hong Yun said. The immortal world and the Nanqi universe both have no future, Qi Yuan said calmly, his mind racing with thoughts. He suddenly felt very tired. Indeed, thinking about these abstract things was exhausting. Bullying small-time thugs like Chi-Tan was much more relaxing and enjoyable. Sigh, life is just too hard, Qi Yuan sighed again, pulling out a bottle of juice and gulping it down. Hong Yun was speechless and remained silent. This great Sun Supreme was indeed peculiar. Soon, the two arrived at the Supreme Truth Council. The Grand Council Master of the Supreme Truth Council appeared, revealing his true form, a dragon turtle. With a turtle's head and shell, and a dragon's body coiled around it, faint divine light emanated from him. On his shell, there seemed to be inscriptions of supreme truth, exuding a mysterious and vast aura. Great Sun Supreme, it's been 100 years. Your cultivation has grown even more profound. The Grand Council Master spoke, his gaze fixed on Qi Yuan. With his eyes, he could see through all things in the world, but on Qi Yuan, he saw no trace of leaked information. This great Sun Supreme was indeed mysterious and powerful. You're quite strong too, Qi Yuan commented. Although the Grand Council Master was only at the second layer of the Yang God realm, Qi Yuan could tell that if the Flame Realm Lord of the Black Heaven and Black Earth were to face the Grand Council Master, the outcome would be uncertain. Since the 6 heavens of the immortal world couldn't reach the third layer of the Yang God realm, the Supreme Truth Council had forged an alternative path, the path of Supreme Truth, to enhance Yang God cultivation and walk a different road. Great Sun Supreme, by opening the Celestial Palace this time, have you made contact with the existence of the Soul Hall? The Grand Council Master asked. Sort of, Qi Yuan replied lazily, conserving his words. Indeed, the Grand Council Master nodded in understanding. In that case, the Great Sun Supreme should know that our immortal Tao's Tao Lord has already fallen. When mentioning this, the Grand Council Master's expression was complex. With the Tao Lord fallen, the immortal Tao is adrift. Who will now take the lead in the immortal Tao? The Grand Council Master sighed. The fall of a Tao Lord was a devastating blow to a path. It could even lead to its destruction. Why did you come to me? Qi Yuan cut straight to the point, not interested in the Grand Council Master's lamentations. Since the Tao Lord fell, the Supreme Truth Council has been seeking to rebuild the immortal Tao. Thus, the path of Supreme Truth was born. The Soul Hall initiated the linear transformation to construct the 7 heavens of the immortal world. Although our paths differ, our goals are the same. The Soul Hall has the Soul Hall, and the Supreme Truth Council has the Primordial Council. At this point, the Grand Council Master's eyes shone with confidence. The Primordial Council, a 4th layer Yang God like the Soul Hall. Qi Yuan was surprised. As he grew stronger, he was indeed seeing more of the world. The Grand Council Master's face showed a hint of embarrassment. The Primordial Council is far inferior to a 4th layer Yang God, but it is a treasure of the Realm Lord. Oh, Qi Yuan responded indifferently. At his level, ordinary Realm Lord treasures no longer caught his attention. In the Black Heaven and Black Earth, he had shattered over 10,000 Realm Lord treasures. A mere Realm Lord treasure didn't interest him. Great Sun Supreme, do not underestimate the Primordial Council. It was crafted by the disciples of the immortal Tao's Tao Lord. The Primordial Council can connect to other universes, allowing communication with beings from other universes. The Grand Council Master said proudly. The path of Supreme Truth was created by the Supreme Truth Council through the Primordial Council, exchanging ideas with powerful beings from countless universes and pooling their wisdom. Can it leave the immortal world? Qi Yuan was intrigued. No, only the true spirit can communicate within the Primordial Council, the Grand Council Master explained. Entering the Primordial Council has immeasurable benefits. Not only can one experience the rules of various universes and different paths, but one can also rapidly improve their cultivation and refine their true spirit. A great supreme truth at the 2nd layer of the Yang God realm, after spending 10,000 years in the Primordial Council, could solidify their true spirit to the point where they might survive even the end of a universe, reviving when the universe is reborn. At this, the Grand Council Master's face was filled with reverence. After all, when a universal epoch ended, all living beings would perish. Only those at the 3rd layer of the Yang God realm and above would not be affected by the end of the universe. Just the refinement of the true spirit alone was enough to excite all the Yang Gods of the immortal world. Although Yang Gods had infinite lifespans, if they didn't reach the 3rd layer, they would still die when the universe ended. Even though I have controlled the Primordial Council for 300 billion years, I have only entered it once, the Dragon Turtle Grand Council Master said. An epoch lasted about 490 billion years. The Dragon Turtle Grand Council Master's lifespan exceeded 300 billion years. This meant that the immortal world was in the later stages of this epoch. Your talent is extraordinary. In this epoch, I have never seen anyone with talent surpassing yours. Therefore, I am prepared to grant you the qualification to enter the Primordial Council and enhance your strength. However, this gift is not without cost. In the near future, you will need to represent the immortal world in the Primordial Council and participate in the Myriad Epic Grand Council. Seeing that Qi Yuan remained silent, the Dragon Turtle Grand Council Master continued, in the myriad worlds, besides the immortal world, there are many other universes. When the immortal Dao's Dao Lord still existed, the young talents of the immortal world would, from time to time, enter the Primordial Council to participate in the Myriad Epic Grand Council, debating with powerful beings from various universes. The rewards for these debates were plentiful. However, since the immortal Dao's Dao Lord fell, according to the Supreme Truth Council's records, the immortal world has gone many epochs without receiving rich rewards. I only hope that in the Myriad Epic Grand Council, the Great Sun Supreme can bring back some opportunities. Otherwise, when this epoch ends, I fear, few in the immortal world will survive the universal catastrophe. This was the Grand Council Master's purpose. Although he had lived for an extremely long time, he had only comprehended one supreme truth. After being tempered by the Primordial Council, his strength had reached its limit. Naturally, he couldn't compare to a young talent like Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan pondered for a moment. To be honest, he was quite interested in the Primordial Council. After all, he could meet aliens. But, from what the Grand Council Master said, the Myriad Epic Grand Council would likely take a very, very long time to occur. As he was thinking, a mysterious aura suddenly descended. "Senior brother, I need to speak with you." The Dragon Turtle Grand Council Master was surprised. He hadn't expected the second Council Master to seek him out at this time. He bowed to Qi Yuan in apology, and his true spirit disappeared, entering the depths of the Supreme Truth Council. "Junior brother, what brings you to me?" the Grand Council Master asked. He was currently hosting a guest, so the second Council Master wouldn't disturb him without good reason. "Senior brother, are you planning to grant the Primordial Council's gift to the Great Sun Supreme?" the second Council Master asked. The Grand Council Master paused, then said, "Junior brother, I know you've always wanted to enter the Primordial Council, but your talent isn't sufficient to support you. In the 6 heavens of the immortal world, only the Great Sun has a slight qualification to enter the Primordial Council. Apart from him, only the previous Sun Supreme has a chance. This epoch has less than 30 billion years left. If we don't strive harder, we may not survive this epoch." The Grand Council Master spoke earnestly. "Senior brother, it's not that I'm greedy. It's just that I have a better candidate," the second Council Master said. "Oh, who? Is it the Black Sword from the Black Demon Abyss?" the Grand Council Master asked casually. "No, it's the Ghost Supreme," the second Council Master said. "The Ghost Supreme's talent is only slightly better than yours, and not even as good as the Great Sun. How could he enter the Primordial Council?" the Grand Council Master asked, his face filled with curiosity. The second Council Master wouldn't come to him without a good reason. The Ghost Supreme obtained a heterodox Dao fruit in the Celestial Palace. He is perfectly compatible with that Dao fruit. Once he fully refines it, he might break through the immortal world's restrictions and reach the 3rd layer of the Yang God realm. A 3rd layer Yang God who has comprehended a supreme truth, isn't he more qualified to enter the Primordial Council than the Great Sun Supreme? The second Council Master said with a proud expression. "Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The Grand Council Master was moved. He had never expected that the Ghost Supreme would obtain a compatible heterodox Dao fruit and step into the 3rd layer of the Yang God realm. Originally, a 2nd layer Yang God like the Ghost Supreme, who had comprehended a supreme truth, was comparable to a realm lord who had just entered the realm of rules. With the addition of a heterodox Dao fruit, once fully refined, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Such a Ghost Supreme was indeed more qualified to enter the Primordial Council than the Great Sun Supreme. The Grand Council Master hesitated. "But I've already discussed this with the Great Sun Supreme. If I suddenly go back on my word, where would I put my old face?" At his level of cultivation, his temperament couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Sometimes he didn't care about face, and other times his reputation was more important than anything else. "Senior brother, if you're afraid of losing face, why not tell the Great Sun Supreme to go back and think about it for now? Later, when the Ghost Supreme finishes fusing with the heterodox Dao fruit and steps into the 3rd layer of the Yang God realm, he can host a Realm Lord Grand Assembly and come to our Supreme Truth Council to claim the Primordial Council. By then, the Great Sun Supreme will likely back down and say nothing more," the second Council Master suggested. The Grand Council Master hesitated. "Is that acceptable?" Meanwhile, outside, Qi Yuan stood quietly, stretching lazily. I've always said that my home is missing a wall, and the wall of supreme truth would be a good fit. But now it seems the wall of supreme truth is a bit too ordinary. He looked through the layers of barriers, his gaze falling on the wall of supreme truth. What had once seemed profound and mysterious to him now appeared quite ordinary. This so-called primordial council sounds impressive, but in reality, isn't it just a treasure of the realm lord, like the imperial jade seal on earth? What's the difference? Does obtaining it mean you get the throne? That's just feudal superstition. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. Just then, a faint, subtle stream of light quickly flew toward him. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, curious. The faint stream of light, like a green dragon, silently landed on his wrist, seemingly trying to transform into a jade bracelet and wrap around his arm. However, due to Qi Yuan's immense strength, the green dragon-like stream of light was immobilized. This is Primordial Council, a treasure of the Realm Lord, crafted by the disciples of the Immortal Tao's Tao Lord. The Primordial Council, do I truly have the mandate of heaven? Qi Yuan couldn't help but joke a little. The Primordial Council was too enthusiastic. Upon seeing him, it immediately tried to sneak into his clothes, completely lacking in restraint. Was it trying to recognize him as its master? But I don't have a whip or candles. I don't know how to play those kinds of games. The Primordial Council, as if it had consciousness, transformed into a small dragon, wagging its tail like a puppy. Seeing this, Qi Yuan finally said, "Sigh, it must have had a hard time in the Supreme Truth Council, which is why it ran to me as soon as it saw me. This isn't stealing or taking. It's rescuing it from its suffering. Ra obs." As he spoke, Qi Yuan activated the recording function on his device to preserve evidence. "Little thing, you'll follow me from now on." After some thought, Qi Yuan decided not to stop the Primordial Council. The Realm Lord treasure immediately emitted a sense of joy, transforming into a green dragon bracelet that wrapped around Qi Yuan's wrist. He pulled his sleeve down, feeling a bit guilty. Indeed, I'm too thin-skinned. Even when doing good deeds, I feel embarrassed. I really want to leave the Supreme Truth Council as soon as possible. It's not that I'm guilty. It's just that I'm afraid the Primordial Council will suffer if it stays in this place full of nightmares. As he thought this, the figure of the Dragon Turtle Grand Council Master reappeared. His expression was strange, and he avoided meeting Qi Yuan's eyes. "Great Sun Supreme, what do you think of what I just said?" the Grand Council Master asked. Well, Qi Yuan hesitated. If it weren't for the Primordial Council's enthusiasm, to be honest, he wasn't very interested in entering it to improve his strength. There's still plenty of time. This epoch has 30 billion years left. Why don't you go back and think it over carefully? The Grand Council Master's words carried a strong hint of wanting to send Qi Yuan away. All right, Qi Yuan was also eager to leave, a smile appearing on his face. Farewell, farewell. Watching the Great Sun Supreme leave, the Grand Council Master wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shengguang Sect, on the Seven Colors Peak. Qi Yuan looked at the Primordial Council on his arm, curiosity in his eyes. There are benefits to entering. Should I give it a try? As the saying goes, a free Primordial Council is not to be wasted. Moreover, he had now stepped into the Yin God realm. His current strength had reached the creation realm, and progressing further would be extremely difficult. After all, the next step would be the fourth or fifth layer of the Yang God realm. Thus, after entering the Yin God realm, Qi Yuan's cultivation had stagnated, and he wasn't sure how to improve his strength. Of course, devouring stellar golden cores didn't count. That was the great Tao of the golden core. The improvement of his main body's cultivation had yet to find a direction. Cosmic rules, or mastering unique treasures, or strengthening his true spirit. At present, he was still too weak. If the soul hall suddenly went berserk, he wouldn't be a match and would surely be devoured by it. Not to mention, if the immortal world's Tao Lord suddenly came back to life, he would also be doomed facing a fifth-layer Yang God Tao Lord. The strength of a Tao Lord was unimaginable. First, set a small goal, improve my strength, at least to the point where I can contend with a fourth-layer Yang God. In the Divine Wood universe, Qi Yuan could contend with the Black Heaven, partly because he was strong enough, and partly because of the 7 human enlightenment lights. Those 7 human enlightenment lights were the 7 primordial rules of the Divine Wood universe. In Qi Yuan's hands, they could unleash half the power of a fourth-layer Yang God. Yet even so, he was still at a disadvantage against the Black Heaven. If his master hadn't given him, spring, his true spirit would have been lost and annihilated in the countless timelines of his battle with the Black Heaven. So now, although he seemed strong, he was actually small and helpless. I hope to find a way to improve my strength within the Primordial Council. Even if I can find news about the Divine Wood Universe, that would be good. Looking at the Primordial Council, he immediately separated a strand of his true spirit and entered it. Qi Yuan's consciousness blurred for a moment, then quickly cleared. Is this inside the Primordial Council? He looked up and saw that he was in an unknown space. He couldn't sense the passage of time. Looking up at the sky, it resembled a starry sky, with an endless sea of stars. Is this, the Cosmic Spirit Sea, a place to temper the true spirit? Qi Yuan's gaze fell on what looked like an ocean ahead, curiosity in his eyes. This Cosmic Spirit Sea was what the Grand Council Master had mentioned, a place to temper the true spirit. In the Cosmic Spirit Sea, countless waters were burning, and cosmic rules were being reborn or annihilated as the water burned. Within it, a terrifying aura emanated. If a first-layer Yang God entered the outer reaches of the Cosmic Spirit Sea, they would likely be burned to death by these flames. A second-layer Yang God could only stay in the outer regions and not venture deeper. There are people in the Cosmic Spirit Sea. Qi Yuan was surprised. With his powerful perception, he could naturally sense many auras within the Cosmic Spirit Sea. These aliens are quite open, they don't wear clothes in the Cosmic Spirit Sea. Of course, he didn't examine them closely. With his immense strength, about a third of the Cosmic Spirit Sea was within his perception. If he wanted, he could see high-definition images of all those who weren't wearing clothes. Of course, being a gentleman, he had no interest in peeping. However, he knew that the beings in the Cosmic Spirit Sea were in a state of undress. Maybe I just have better upbringing. You should wear clothes in public places, Qi Yuan muttered to himself. Although he was an orphan, whether he had good upbringing was debatable. But since these were all aliens, no one knew his background, so he could say whatever he wanted. Aren't you the alien here? Just then, a clear female voice rang out. A tall woman in a black bodysuit walked over. Her beauty was unparalleled, as if she had received all the favor of the Creator. Her figure was also excellent. Although she didn't have the hidden weapons of his junior sister Zhongling Su, her proportions were still impressive. Especially in the black bodysuit, her figure was perfectly accentuated. However, this beauty gave Qi Yuan a strange feeling. As his eyes scanned her, he immediately understood the depths of this woman. She was a realm lord at the realm of rules, and the rule she mastered was beauty. Because of this, she was beautiful. She embodied the concept of beauty. Even if she looked strange, others would still find her beautiful. The Divine Beauty Realm Lord glanced at Qi Yuan and said indifferently, "At our level, the body is just a vessel. Moreover, the Cosmic Spirit Sea offers many benefits. Every moment, the Spirit Sea burns, and rules are annihilated. To temper the true spirit, one must constantly resist these forces. There's no time to create clothing or other external items. Not to mention, tempering the true spirit and sensing the rules require close proximity to the Cosmic Spirit Sea. Wearing an extra piece of clothing might reduce the chances of comprehension." The Divine Beauty Realm Lord calmly explained to Qi Yuan. "I see," Qi Yuan nodded. "But I still have good upbringing." Although the Divine Beauty Realm Lord's words sounded reasonable, asking him to undress in public, he couldn't do it. "You must be here for the first time if you don't even know this rule. Your strength is probably average. Since you look quite handsome, I'll give you a friendly reminder. Don't go deeper than the 100th layer of the Cosmic Sea. Also, stay away from those red and black lights. They have bad tempers. Don't end up dying here before you've even tempered your true spirit. If you die here, you can't be revived in your original universe," the Divine Beauty Realm Lord said with a smile. After speaking, she undressed right in front of Qi Yuan. In an instant, her clothes were gone, with no attempt to cover herself. Her long legs, perky chest, and everything else exuded beauty, as if she were the most exquisite thing in the world, making one want to get close to her. "You just stripped like that?" Qi Yuan was also stunned. "You're not a young god, you're a living bodhisattva." Qi Yuan sighed. Aliens were too bold. The Divine Beauty Realm Lord's expression didn't change. "The body is just a shell, and in the Cosmic Spirit Sea, there aren't many humanoid beings like us." The Divine Beauty Realm Lord's meaning was clear. Everyone here was crossing species and races. Wearing clothes or not made no difference. "We're both humanoid," Qi Yuan said. You're good looking, which is why I'm like this. If it were someone else, HMPH, the Divine Beauty Realm Lord said bluntly, without hiding anything. Alright, enough chit-chat. I'm entering the Cosmic Spirit Sea. With that, the Divine Beauty Realm Lord, completely naked, stepped into the Cosmic Spirit Sea. Immediately, the water burned, and rules were annihilated. Qi Yuan observed the Divine Beauty Realm Lord's figure, watching her frown in pain, curiosity in his eyes. She's right. Wearing clothes is a disadvantage, but alas. I have good upbringing. He wore a blood-red robe and stepped directly into the Cosmic Spirit Sea. Inside the Cosmic Spirit Sea, the Divine Beauty Realm Lord covered her chest with her hands. When she saw Qi Yuan entering with his clothes on, she snorted. Foolish. Wearing clothes while entering not only required more true spirit to maintain but also increased the distance from the Great Tao and the rules. It was too much of a loss. However, a hint of disappointment flashed deep in her eyes. Although the body was just a shell to her, if that handsome realm lord had stripped in front of her, she would have enjoyed the view. Since Qi Yuan didn't undress, she didn't look anymore and focused on tempering her true spirit. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan stepped into the Cosmic Spirit Sea. Instantly, he felt the endless water burning. Rules were collapsing and annihilating. Terrifying forces continuously tore at his true spirit and his clothes. In fact, if he hadn't maintained his strength, his clothes would have been burned away the moment he entered. This Cosmic Spirit Sea is impressive. I feel my true spirit has improved a tiny bit. But, it's too little, and the power is too weak. It's lighter than a tickle. The outermost layer was likely only suitable for realm lords who had just entered the realm of rules and second layer young gods. No one knew how many layers the Cosmic Spirit Sea had, and neither did Qi Yuan. But the deeper one went, the better the effects. The 100th layer was where realm lords at the realm of all things could stay. As for the 1000th layer, that was for realm lords at the creation realm. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan passed by many figures and headed deeper. Is this the 100th layer? Why does it still feel like a tickle? It seems that alien's knowledge was too limited. Qi Yuan muttered. He was still wearing clothes as he entered the 100th layer. In the outer reaches of the Cosmic Spirit Sea, the Divine Beauty Realm Lord's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. He's actually at the realm of all things. A realm lord at the realm of all things coming to the Cosmic Spirit Sea for the first time. Interesting. The Divine Beauty Realm Lord's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I wonder which path he follows. She didn't look anymore. Once Qi Yuan entered the 100th layer, she could no longer track his movements. As Qi Yuan entered the 100th layer, many beings in the Cosmic Spirit Sea sensed something and glanced at him. Another newcomer. This newcomer has some strength. He's actually wearing clothes. How foolish. HMPH, who's interested in his stick-like figure? A boar-like realm lord snorted. HMPH, Man Qi, you might not be interested, but I am, a female realm lord said, her eyes gleaming with a strange light, a light called lust. I bet he'll take off his clothes before the 200th layer, the female realm lord said, drooling as she spoke. She was currently standing at the 260th layer. Just then, a voice rang in her ears. Don't talk nonsense. I'm very chaste. My pure body won't be shown to just anyone. As the saying goes, a man who doesn't uphold his chastity, who doesn't follow male virtues, won't be cherished by big women and won't get any dowry when marrying. Besides, a good man is him, and he is Qi Yuan. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The female realm lord widened her eyes and instinctively covered her face. Her beautiful face was flushed, and her chest stood proudly. She looked like a shy young girl. She hadn't expected that her gossiping behind someone's back would be caught red-handed. Actually, I'm quite reserved too. If it weren't for the dangers of the cosmic sea, I would also be dressed modestly. A mix of innocence and allure radiated from this female realm lord. Qi Yuan was speechless. Sigh, I can't compare to you old-timers who have lived for billions of years. At a glance, he could tell that the female realm lord's blush was fake. Hey, don't think just because you're good-looking, you can act all innocent, the female realm lord said with dissatisfaction, no longer covering her face, revealing a slightly youthful face. As she spoke, her long legs crossed, blocking the view below. In her every movement, Qi Yuan saw elements of purity, sensuality, fierceness, dominance, schoolgirl charm, and even a touch of a mature woman. This was the terrifying aspect of a realm lord, able to manifest countless personas in an instant, directly affecting one's soul. Of course, this was different from Shenling Xuan's profound yin physique. Shenling Xuan's charm was unconscious, while this realm lord's was deliberate. Seeing this realm lord, Qi Yuan couldn't help but think of Shenling Xuan. Unfortunately, after leaving the Divine Wood universe, he had never seen Shenling Xuan again. However, Shenling Xuan was a chosen one, a manifestation of his master Ruan Yishi's rules. After the fall of the Black Heaven, her safety should be assured. No need to pretend, I've always been young, Qi Yuan said. He was still young, only about 100 years old. At this age, it was the perfect time to return to Earth and collect his pension every day. Really? Let me see. The female realm lord smirked, her gaze drifting downward. Qi Yuan was speechless again, and his figure instantly disappeared. Ha ha ha, the cosmic spirit sea echoed with the female realm lord's bell-like laughter. On the other side, Qi Yuan stopped and muttered to himself, boys really need to protect themselves when they're out. There are too many perverts among the aliens. The key was, he didn't have Sister Horn's eloquence, and his face was too thin-skinned to compete with these ancient beings who had lived for billions of years. Without further interaction, Qi Yuan continued forward. The female realm lord watched Qi Yuan from afar, now transformed into another appearance, occasionally whistling at him. Little brother, don't hold back, take it off. Don't worry, I have integrity. I won't record it. It seemed she had discovered Qi Yuan's weakness and was exploiting it. Qi Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard her. You said he'd take off his clothes by the 200th layer, but he's already at the 300th layer, the boar-like realm lord said. Misjudgment, but he'll definitely take them off by the 500th layer. The female realm lord said confidently. After all, that one didn't take off her clothes and only made it to the 499th layer, where she's been stuck for 100 years. Mentioning that one, the female realm lord's face showed reverence. That one was also a realm lord at the realm of all things. But the gap in strength between them was immense. To put it simply, she was somewhat capable among the realm of all things, while that one was a true powerhouse. If that one wanted to kill her, it would probably take only a year. If not for not taking off her clothes, the female realm lord believed that one could have reached the 700th layer. Taking off clothes to reach the 700th layer, or not taking them off and stopping at the 499th layer, both demonstrated the strength of a powerhouse. A powerhouse at the realm of all things might step into the creation realm at any moment. The gap between the creation realm and the realm of all things, though only one level apart, was immense. With no Tao lords appearing in the 4th layer of the Yang God realm absent, the creation realm stood at the pinnacle of the universe. You're really overestimating him, the boar-like realm lord said. I'm not. Didn't someone once reach the 500th layer without taking off their clothes and was invited to join the Myriad Transformation Society? The female realm lord said. Mentioning the Myriad Transformation Society, the boar-like realm lord's expression changed, his eyes filled with deep reverence. These realm lords were already the top talents of their respective universes. But compared to those who joined the Myriad Transformation Society, the gap was still too vast. There were rumors that the Myriad Transformation Society was founded by multiple Tao lords, recruiting and absorbing true peerless talents from countless universes, worlds, and dimensions. Joining the Myriad Transformation Society was a huge temptation for these realm lords. The leap from the realm of all things to the creation realm was a significant threshold. Some couldn't cross this threshold even after 10,000 cosmic epochs. Could this person also be a peerless talent, trying to attract the attention of the Myriad Transformation Society? The boar-like realm lord muttered. The female realm lord was stunned, as if realizing something. Could it really be like that? Now, realm lord Lu Shu has been stuck at the 499th layer for 100 years, and the Myriad Transformation Society has been watching her. If he reaches the 500th layer without taking off his clothes, the Myriad Transformation Society will definitely invite him. Thinking this, the female realm lord's face showed excitement and joy. Doesn't that mean once he crosses the 500th layer and attracts the Myriad Transformation Society, he'll start taking off his clothes? Quote. The boar-like realm lord didn't want to talk to her. You just don't appreciate beauty. Handsome boys are the most precious treasures of this world. Not looking is a waste. I prefer looking at so's, the boar-like realm lord retorted. On the other side, in the void, Qin 37 and Qin Nuyuan sat idly, wine pouring from the sky into their mouths. How long will it take for Realm Lord Lu Shu to reach the 500th layer? What, are you concerned about her? Qin Nuyuan said. Didn't you hear what Big Brother said? Realm Lord Lu Shu's origins are mysterious. She's not from any of the known universes, Qin 37 said. Their big brother was a formal member of the Myriad Transformation Society, unlike them, who were only peripheral members. The universes are as vast as the stars. It's normal for someone to come from an unknown universe. What's so strange about that? Qin Nuyuan was puzzled. It's different, Qin 37 didn't elaborate, pretending to be cryptic. Because, in truth, he didn't know much either. HMPH, Qin Nuyuan snorted, her gaze falling on the cosmic spirit sea. See, there's another one not wearing clothes, probably trying to join the Myriad Transformation Society too. Some cleverness, Qin 37 smiled. But unfortunately, the reason the Myriad Transformation Society is interested in Realm Lord Lu Shu is more about her origins. He naturally assumed that Qi Yuan was an opportunist. Knowing that the Myriad Transformation Society was watching Realm Lord Lu Shu, he imitated her by wearing clothes and entering the cosmic spirit sea to reach the 500th layer. Little did he know, the Myriad Transformation Society's recruitment standards were much higher now. Just then, Qin 37 suddenly stood up. Realm Lord Lu Shu has finally reached the 500th layer. Time to get to work. Qin Nuyuan nodded. As Realm Lord Lu Shu stepped into the 500th layer, countless gazes fell upon her. She's finally reached the 500th layer. So strong. Among the powerhouses at the realm of all things, she's definitely one of the strongest. Most importantly, the Myriad Transformation Society will invite her. As these whispers spread, a majestic voice echoed from the void into the cosmic spirit sea, reaching billions of miles. The Myriad Transformation Society hereby invites Realm Lord Lu Shu to join. Does Realm Lord Lu Shu accept? Qin 37 stood in the void, addressing Realm Lord Lu Shu. The surrounding realm lords, including the powerhouses, looked on with envy. I accept, Realm Lord Lu Shu said calmly, pausing briefly at the 500th layer. In the distance, the female Realm Lord's eyes shone with envy. So, Realm Lord Lu Shu has joined the Myriad Transformation Society. That handsome guy should be able to join too, right? By now, Qi Yuan had reached the 498th layer. At first, he had moved quickly. Later, he realized that each layer's enhancement was unique. Once he passed a layer, he couldn't go back. So he deliberately slowed down. He wanted to savor the experience and strengthen his true spirit. Although the improvement was minimal, Qi Yuan wasn't greedy. Even a small gain was still a gain. Meanwhile, more and more realm lords noticed Qi Yuan. Realm Lord Lu Shu also turned her gaze to Qi Yuan. He's already at the 499th layer, still wearing clothes. Could it be? A thought crossed her mind. The other realm lords had the same idea, their faces filled with excitement. Could it be that today, we'll see two realm lords join the Myriad Transformation Society? That's the Myriad Transformation Society. It's said that every epoch, a Tao Lord descends to give a lecture there. Qin 37's eyes gleamed with amusement as he muttered, unfortunately. Just then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Qi Yuan stepped into the 500th layer. Realm Lord Lu Shu's expression tightened. He's stronger than me. Indeed, he's aiming for the Myriad Transformation Society. Otherwise, why would he wear clothes? Take them off already. The female realm lord's eyes sparkled. The other realm lords looked on with envy, some glancing at Qin 37. The divine beauty realm lord's eyes flickered with emotion. He's actually this strong. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin 37 did not extend an invitation. What's going on? Why isn't the Myriad Transformation Society inviting him? Didn't they just invite Realm Lord Lu Shu? The realm lords buzzed with discussion. Qin 37 spread his hands, looking innocent. He muttered, in a voice only he could hear, this shortcut method doesn't work anymore. The female realm lord was also puzzled. What's going on? Qi Yuan paid no attention to the outside chatter. So, this is how the true spirit can be tempered. Unfortunately, it's just a tickle. I've gotten used to it. I need to speed up. I've been here for a while, and it's almost time to go back for dinner. Otherwise, the food Ling Su made will get cold. With this thought, Qi Yuan's speed suddenly increased. 510th layer, 520th layer. Could it be that the 500th layer isn't enough? He's speeding up to reach deeper layers and attract the Myriad Transformation Society. Probably. How many layers are enough? Many realm lords watched Qi Yuan with mixed thoughts. Then, Qi Yuan's foot stepped into the 600th layer. In the void above, Qin 37's face showed a flicker of emotion. He's actually this strong. He hesitated. The higher-ups had said not to recruit those who took shortcuts. But someone who reached the 600th layer without taking off their clothes was undoubtedly exceptional. What's going on? Why hasn't the Myriad Transformations Society recruited him yet? Strange. Is the 600th layer not enough? This is ridiculous. Under the gaze of many, Qin 37 felt awkward. He was both speechless and shocked. This handsome man who kept his clothes on was excessively talented. However, before long, Qin 37's expression changed drastically. He's reached the 700th layer without taking off his clothes. I need to report to the higher-ups. The other realm lords were equally stunned. Especially Realm Lord Lu Shu. She had been recruited by the Myriad Transformations Society after reaching the 500th layer. But here was someone at the 700th layer who hadn't been invited. She felt like a fraud, utterly embarrassed. Yet, before their shock could settle, wave after wave of astonishment hit them. 1000th layer. How is this possible? He's reached the 1000th layer without taking off his clothes. Creation realm. He must be at the creation realm. What's going on? How did an unknown creation realm expert appear in this cosmic spirit sea? Every creation realm expert was a terrifying figure renowned across multiple epochs. Yet, no one recognized this person. It was very strange. Which universe is he from? Who is he? Each universe has many realm lords, but creation realm experts are truly rare. Having 10 is already impressive. Damn it, why won't he take off his clothes? He's a creation realm hunk. The female realm lord gritted her teeth, her focus different from the others. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended. The newcomer wore a white robe with golden trim on the sleeves. Seeing this person, the surrounding realm lords' expressions changed. A formal member of the Myriad Transformation Society. It's actually someone from the Myriad Transformation Society. The others looked on with envy. Only the female realm lord was still thinking about taking off clothes. The white-robed, gold-trimmed man descended, and Qin 37 and Qin Nuyuan quickly bowed. The white-robed man looked into the cosmic spirit sea. When he saw the figure entering the 1000th layer, his expression shifted. Wasn't he at the 700th layer? How did he reach the 1000th layer? This was a true powerhouse. He was also shocked. Esteemed senior, reaching the 1000th layer while clothed demonstrates extraordinary strength. This junior humbly invites you to join the Myriad Transformation Society. The Myriad Transformation Society member extended the invitation with utmost respect. The other realm lords looked on with envy. If someone who reached the 1000th layer without taking off their clothes couldn't join the Myriad Transformation Society, then no one else stood a chance. The Myriad Transformation Society? What's that? Qi Yuan asked, puzzled. Hearing this, the surrounding realm lords were dumbfounded, utterly confused. He doesn't know about the Myriad Transformation Society. Then why did he wear clothes to enter the cosmic spirit sea? How can someone in this world not know about the Myriad Transformation Society? The realm lords muttered among themselves. The female realm lord was also stunned, never expecting this outcome. Hey, stop gossiping behind my back. I wear clothes because I'm chaste and uphold male virtues. And not knowing about the Myriad Transformation Society is normal. My junior sister doesn't know, my daughter doesn't know, and many others don't know. Qi Yuan's words left the realm lord speechless. Male virtues. And the realm lord who said, how can someone not know about the Myriad Transformation Society, wanted to explain that someone referred to realm lords. But he didn't dare explain, fearing Qi Yuan might kill him. After all, this was a creation realm expert. In a single universe, having 10 was already a lot. The Myriad Transformation Society member was also at a loss. Could it be that not inviting him at the 500th layer had offended this senior? Or was it, his own strength was too low, and he wasn't qualified to invite this senior? The Myriad Transformation Society is. He began to explain. But Qi Yuan shook his head. Let's not talk about it for now. My junior sister is calling me home for dinner. Of course, Zhang Lingsu hadn't called. But it was mealtime. His figure vanished, leaving the group of realm lords staring at each other in bewilderment. Less than an hour greater than on the seven-colored peak. Zhang Lingsu was still wearing that short-sleeved long skirt, with the waistband tied high. However, unlike before when she dressed conservatively, today the deep blue silk ribbon wrapped around her chest had been lowered slightly, revealing a large expanse of smooth, snow-white skin, along with a deep cleavage. There was no need to squeeze, her creamy whiteness was enough to dazzle the mind. "Sis, sigh, you're almost an old maiden already," the little girl sighed. She was only 6 years old, but being a cultivator, she understood a lot. "You little brat, what do you know?" Zhang Lingsu's face turned red, her heart a little flustered. "This young lady is still young and beautiful. Even my cousin's granddaughter can bully me now. Sis, what about you?" The little girl mercilessly struck her with words, cutting deep. "You're not eating tonight." Zhang Lingsu, furious, chased her younger sister out. She was seething, her ample chest trembling slightly. Looking at the table full of dishes, she found herself momentarily dazed. "Senior brother," she murmured, feeling restless. What was her relationship with senior brother? If she had been asked in the past, she might have found it sweet. But ever since Ning Dao, Canary, and Jin Li moved to the Seven-Colored Peak, she had occasionally overheard Jin Li's restrained gasps, Ning Dao's suppressed moans, and it made her feel uneasy. She and senior brother still hadn't crossed that final boundary. She felt insecure. Was it because senior brother didn't like someone like her? Was it that she didn't have Jin Li's delicate shoulders and refined collarbone, or that she wasn't as snow-white as Ning Dao? But she was fair too. Before, she didn't care about that final step. But now, when others had taken it and she hadn't, comparison naturally made her feel unbalanced, making her anxious, afraid that she wasn't the kind senior brother liked. Putting aside those worries, she was still a person, with desires. After 100 years apart, she had already been bold this time, dressing so revealingly in front of senior brother. Clutching her chest, Zhang Lingsu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Suddenly sensing something, she panicked and stood up. "Senior brother, you're here." With her back to Qi Yuan, she bit her lip and tugged the silk ribbon on her chest down another notch. More of her round curves spilled forth. Let's eat. The food looks good today." Qi Yuan glanced over, his expression calm. "Of course, you should know who cooked it." Zhang Lingsu waved her small pink fists, speaking proudly. At that moment, her fist was caught by a large hand. Zhang Lingsu froze. Even though she was already at the Purple Mansion stage, her heart began pounding wildly at this moment. "Why don't we try something different today?" Qi Yuan's voice was as clear as ever. Zhang Lingsu's mind went blank for a moment. She seemed to understand something but still couldn't quite believe it. "Try what? What do you think?" Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. Zhang Lingsu's face instantly flushed red, her heart racing like a frightened deer. "Whatever senior brother wants to try, he can." She clutched the hem of her clothes, her beautiful eyes looking as though they might drip blood. "Is that so?" A glint of amusement flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes as his hand fell upon the deep blue silk ribbon, giving it a light tug. Snow-white, smooth skin was exposed to the air. High, full, unable to be grasped in one hand. Qi Yuan leaned closer, his lips and teeth grazing. A maiden's snow-white skin did not have the soft suppleness of a mature woman, but was instead firm and tender, crystal clear. Zhang Lingsu's delicate body trembled, not daring to move. Her half-removed long skirt slipped to the floor, yet her curvaceous figure remained striking. Her body had the right amount of flesh in the right places, slim where it should be, full where it counted. Her slender waist contrasted sharply with her ample curves above and the plumpness below. Zhang Lingsu's delicate body twisted, her seductive waistline utterly captivating. Everything fell into place naturally. Senior brother, Zhang Lingsu half sat on the table, her face flushed, her snow-white back beaded with fine sweat. She didn't dare to lean back, afraid of knocking over the flower vase on the table. She was no longer the inexperienced girl at the qi refining stage. Even sweating, she no longer had the scent of exertion from before. Her thoughts were tangled. She wanted senior brother to come closer, yet her hands instinctively pushed outward, as if struggling to endure. In the end, her entire body melted like soft mud, gasping for breath. She cupped her snow-white softness in her hands and whispered, "If senior brother wants." "Hold on, I haven't had my fill yet." Qi Yuan refused decisively, starting from the connection between her lower curves and smooth abdomen, continuing his taste. With so many dishes on the table, how could he not take his time to savor them properly? Besides, these dishes were big and round. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The green skirt fluttered, and the snow-white figure swayed, accompanied by soft, charming whispers. After an unknown amount of time, Zhongling Su lay half dead in Qi Yuan's broad embrace, her delicate toes curled, the smooth arch of her foot tensed, her beautiful eyes dazed and somewhat lost. A few strands of her hair clung messily to her rounded figure. "Junior sister, you're still a bit weak," Qi Yuan said, seemingly hinting at something. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhongling Su's dazed eyes. "I can't compare to senior brother," Zhongling Su whispered softly, her cheeks flushing even more as if recalling something. "You need to train, replenish, and rest properly." Qi Yuan, always high in emotional intelligence, wasn't the type to just say, "Drink more hot water." He couldn't help but sigh. Junior sister Zhongling Su truly didn't need a bra. It was too big. Don't. Zhongling Su, recalling the intoxicating sensations from earlier, naturally didn't want to stop. Her slender neck lifted, the delicate curve perfect, her eyes filled with anticipation. "I can still do it tomorrow." It had to be said. For her, the reality of what had happened was even more exhilarating than her fantasies. Though exhausted and barely able to keep up, she still wanted more. The feeling of their bodies, minds, and souls merging and colliding was addictive. "Is that so?" Qi Yuan smiled brightly, his hand sliding from Zhongling Su's delicate toes and smooth foot to her ankle. Zhongling Su's body trembled, her expression a mix of anticipation and resistance. Supreme Truth Council, a figure descended, exuding a mysterious aura. He stood tall, like an eternal cosmic rule. Seeing this figure, the Grand Council Master's eyes showed surprise. "Ghost Supreme, you've truly stepped into the third layer of the Yang God realm." The Ghost Supreme's expression was calm and unreadable. "The heterodox Tao fruit aligns with me, so it was natural to advance quickly." Beside him, the Second Council Master's eyes revealed admiration. "From today onward, Ghost Realm Lord, you are undoubtedly the strongest in the 6 heavens of the immortal world. When will you host the Realm Lord Assembly and announce it to the world?" "Fame is but a fleeting thing," the Ghost Realm Lord said indifferently. "Since fusing with the heterodox Tao fruit and glimpsing a broader world, I feel even more insignificant. My only desire is to improve my strength as quickly as possible." "Ra-oh." The Second Council Master showed reverence. As expected of the Ghost Realm Lord. He then turned to the Grand Council Master. "Senior brother, the Ghost Supreme is now the strongest in the 6 heavens of the immortal world. There's no need to hesitate any longer. This cosmic epic has only 30 billion years left. We must quickly help the Ghost Realm Lord improve his strength." The Grand Council Master's expression shifted, and he finally nodded. "You're right, he is now a Realm Lord, the greatest hope of the immortal world. He deserves the Supreme Truth Council's gift. I will go and retrieve the Primordial Council." As the Grand Council Master spoke, his figure dissipated. The Second Council Master stood to the side. "Realm Lord, please wait a moment. Once you enter the Primordial Council, you will undoubtedly gain tremendous opportunities." The Ghost Realm Lord acknowledged. Just then, a violent fluctuation rippled through the air. The Grand Council Master's face showed shock and disbelief. "Senior brother, what happened?" the Second Council Master asked. The Ghost Realm Lord was also curious. The Grand Council Master, an ancient dragon turtle who had lived for countless years, rarely showed such an expression. "The Primordial Council is gone," the Grand Council Master said gravely, his expression shifting. "How is that possible? The Primordial Council is a treasure of the Realm Lord. It has always been within the Supreme Truth Council. How could it be lost? If a thief had infiltrated, how could senior brother and I not sense it? Although the Primordial Council has no true spirit, if a thief approached, it would resist. Unless, the Primordial Council ran away," the Second Council Master said with concern. The Primordial Council was a treasure of the Realm Lord without a true spirit or intelligence, but it had a faint instinct. Within the Supreme Truth Council, although the Primordial Council was sealed, the Grand Council Master and the Second Council Master had always treated it like an ancestor, offering it reverence. The Grand Council Master nodded. "If the Primordial Council has left, it will be difficult for us to find it." The Second Council Master's expression turned bitter. "What do we do now? Without the Primordial Council, the Ghost Realm Lord cannot enter that realm, cannot improve his strength, and cannot even participate in the myriad epic Grand Assembly." The Ghost Realm Lord's eyes were complex. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. The Grand Council Master's expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I have a method to take the Ghost Realm Lord into that space." However, it will take some time, and it will require consuming immortal veins. The Supreme Truth Council had possessed the Primordial Council for a long time and had studied it for more than an epoch. Within the Primordial Council, they had also discovered some results, finding a way to enter that space without using the Primordial Council's true spirit. But the cost was high, and the number of times it could be used was limited. How many immortal veins are needed? The Ghost Heaven will pay, the Ghost Realm Lord said boldly. Cosmic Spirit Sea. The female Realm Lord sat at the 260th layer, frequently glancing around as if searching for something. Didn't that guy just go to eat? Why hasn't he returned after 3 days? Perhaps he has a big appetite like me, the boar-like Realm Lord snorted. Do you really believe he went to eat? He's just dissatisfied with the Myriad Transformation Society's response and is holding out for a better offer, a female Realm Lord said coldly. This was a common belief among the other Realm Lords in the Cosmic Spirit Sea. That Realm Lord had reached the 1000th layer while wearing clothes. Such strength was undoubtedly at the Creation Realm, and not just any Creation Realm. Yet, before reaching the 1000th layer, no one from the Myriad Transformation Society had invited him to join. Later, someone came to invite him, and it was a formal member of the Myriad Transformation Society. But it was the most ordinary of formal members. That Realm Lord was a powerhouse at the Creation Realm, and not an ordinary one. If it wasn't a Creation Realm expert inviting him, why would he join? With such arrogance, isn't he afraid the Myriad Transformation Society won't accept him? A Realm Lord muttered. In this realm of the void, the Myriad Transformation Society held an extremely special and prestigious position. After all, while some major forces might have a Tao Lord backing them, the Myriad Transformation Society was backed not by one Tao Lord, but by multiple. Exactly how many, no one knew. Even dominant forces had to show respect to the Myriad Transformation Society. If the Myriad Transformation Society doesn't accept him, that would be interesting, a Realm Lord said with a sinister tone. How is that possible? With his strength, he would be in the second tier within the Myriad Transformation Society. How could they miss out on him? True, look, he's back, finally. At that moment, many gazes fell on Qi Yuan, filled with awe and envy. After all, Creation Realm Lords were extremely rare. Many Realm Lords might never see a Creation Realm expert in their entire lives. Deep within the Cosmic Spirit Sea, there might be Creation Realm experts lying dormant. But after staying in the Cosmic Spirit Sea for so many years, they had never seen one. As soon as Qi Yuan appeared, he became the focus of all the Realm Lords' attention. Indeed, being handsome is such a hassle. Everyone keeps staring. I'm going to die of social anxiety. As Qi Yuan spoke, he casually waved his hand. Instantly, his entire body was covered in pixelation. All the Realm Lords looking at him saw nothing but a blur of pixels. The female Realm Lord at the 260th layer widened her eyes. Is he about to take off his clothes and enter the 1000th layer? Damn it, I can't see anything. These cursed pixels. Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. Indeed, even aliens hated pixelation. Ignoring the thoughts of the many Realm Lords, Qi Yuan headed straight into the depths of the Cosmic Spirit Sea to temper his true spirit. This tempering was highly beneficial to the true spirit and could slightly improve his strength. After becoming an Yin god, Qi Yuan's strength had reached a bottleneck, making it difficult to improve further. Just then, a voice as soft as a breeze reached Qi Yuan's ears. I am Qingfeng, from the Myriad Transformation Society. May I know your name, fellow Taoist? A thin, bamboo-like man appeared, his face always wearing a warm smile. Qi Yuan replied, glancing at Qingfeng. This Qingfeng was a Creation Realm Lord. It was the first time Qi Yuan had seen such a powerful, complete Creation Realm expert in the present world. Would you be willing to join the Myriad Transformation Society? Qingfeng asked, his tone humble. Entering the Cosmic Spirit Sea while wearing clothes was something even he found difficult to do. Join the Myriad Transformation Society. Qi Yuan said, I value my freedom and dislike being bound. If you make me the Society Master, I might consider it. Hearing this, Qingfeng was stunned, not expecting such an answer. The surrounding Realm Lords were also shocked, feeling that Qi Yuan was too bold. He actually wanted to be the Society Master. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just then, a Realm Lord suddenly shouted, Senior Qi Yuan, why not join our flame refining society? You can be the Society Master. The tense atmosphere immediately lightened. Flame Spirit Realm Lord, you really know how to dream. Your flame refining society doesn't even have a single realm of all things expert, and you dare invite Senior Qi Yuan. If Senior Qi Yuan joined, it would be charity. Many realm lords chimed in. Qi Yuan smiled. See, others are inviting me to be their society master. I'm in such high demand. If you don't invite me to be the society master soon, you'll miss your chance. Qing Feng awkwardly smiled and then said, I cannot make that decision. Then find someone who can, Qi Yuan said. Qing Feng continued, with your strength, joining the Myriad Transformation Society and putting in a bit of effort would easily elevate you to a high position. If your contributions are sufficient, becoming the society master is not impossible. Is this charity? I'm not a fool in love, Qi Yuan directly refused. Qing Feng's expression grew even more awkward. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered. But now, a critical research project in the Myriad Transformation Society required talents from all fields. The Myriad Transformation Society doesn't just take, Qing Feng said. Oh, then what can the Myriad Transformation Society offer me? Qi Yuan asked. This conversation, overheard by the surrounding realm lords, felt absurd. As expected of a creation realm old monster. His courage is immense. Ordinary realm of all things experts can't even get through the door of the Myriad Transformation Society. When will I have the confidence of Senior Qi Yuan? Many realm lords sighed, filled with envy and jealousy. After all, if they dared to speak to Qing Feng of the Myriad Transformation Society like this, forget it, their true spirits wouldn't even leave the realm of the void. Qing Feng looked at Qi Yuan and slowly said, the Myriad Transformation Society exists to explore all the questions and transformations of the world. Any question can be answered here. So, if I have doubts, I can get answers here. Qi Yuan asked. If that were the case, this Myriad Transformation Society sounded quite good. But to get answers, you must pay a price. The Myriad Transformation Society follows the principle of equivalent exchange. You gain answers, but you must also provide answers to the Myriad Transformation Society. If that's the case, then I can join the Myriad Transformation Society, Qi Yuan said after some thought. He also had many questions, such as the path of the young god, or how to devour stars faster. This is the token of the Myriad Transformation Society. Anyone who holds this token is a member of the Myriad Transformation Society, Qing Feng said, handing Qi Yuan a golden jade pendant. Not far away, Lu Shu looked on with envy. Within the Myriad Transformation Society, aside from the purple jade pendants, the golden ones were the most prestigious. Alright, I've received it. But I need to go back to the Cosmic Spirit Sea to temper my true spirit. Once I'm done, I'll report to the Myriad Transformation Society, Qi Yuan said, putting on the golden pendant and preparing to re-enter the Cosmic Spirit Sea. Just then, Qing Feng smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, if you come to the Myriad Transformation Society first and learn some knowledge about the Cosmic Spirit Sea, the speed and effectiveness of tempering your true spirit might improve. Really? Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. It seems I must visit the Myriad Transformation Society. Please follow me, Qing Feng said, relieved. He had finally recruited another powerhouse for the Myriad Transformation Society. Those who could become powerhouses possessed exceptional talent, insight, and fortune. This would greatly aid the Myriad Transformation Society's research. If they could make breakthroughs in their research, the benefits would be immense. Fellow Taoist, you must be new to the realm of the void. Qing Feng asked curiously along the way. Yes, Qi Yuan admitted without hiding anything. The realm of the void is special. There are many places like the Cosmic Spirit Sea, filled with opportunities. However, most of these places are controlled by major forces, and ordinary people cannot enter. Only the Cosmic Spirit Sea is freely accessible, Qing Feng said, his expression calm. In this realm of the void, the Myriad Transformation Society controls the most opportunity-rich places, with a total of 17. With the golden pendant, aside from 3 restricted areas, you can enter the other 14 at any time. With your talent and insight, if you explore all 17, your cultivation and strength could double. Or even, with enough opportunity, you might glimpse the 4th or even 5th layer of the Young God realm. That impressive, Qi Yuan was surprised. In truth, if he wanted to, he could step into the 4th layer of the Young God realm at any time. After all, in the Divine Wood universe, he had fought against the Black Heaven and understood the 4th layer. But stepping into the 4th layer of the Young God realm means the annihilation of the true spirit. Would anyone really be willing to do that? Qi Yuan asked doubtfully. Qing Feng's expression turned solemn and sacred. To glimpse the Tao in the morning and die in the evening, if one could glimpse the fourth layer of the Yang God realm, what does the annihilation of the true spirit matter? Moreover, for example, according to my memories, I have lived for 3,700 epochs. From the perspective of a Tao Lord, perhaps, countless epochs. Stepping into the fourth layer of the Yang God realm and breaking free from the cycle might be a way out. Qing Feng spoke. The forbidden knowledge of the fourth and fifth layers of the Yang God realm might be unknown to realm of rules or realm of all things experts. But creation realm experts, especially those in the Myriad Transformation Society, naturally knew. The founding purpose of the Myriad Transformation Society is to research a path to break the cycle, to transcend the fourth and even fifth layers of the Yang God realm. Qing Feng said solemnly. Qi Yuan's eyes showed a strange expression, feeling as if his brain was expanding. If you succeed, doesn't that mean the cycle has already ended? Currently, they were still researching. This meant their research was still within the cycle. Thus, success was impossible. Fellow Taoist, you may not know, but the realm of the void lies beyond, outside the great Tao. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Beyond the Tao, Qi Yuan was surprised. Realm Lord Qing Feng explained. Within any Tao lineage, whether living beings know it or not, they have already entered the cycle. But if a universe has not yet given birth to a Tao Lord, it can be considered beyond the Tao. However, any place beyond the Tao that lacks a Tao Lord is fragile and vulnerable, always at risk of being overtaken by the fourth layer of the Yang God realm. The first stage of the fourth layer of the Yang God realm has various traits. These traits are bizarre and mysterious, primarily focused on destruction, devouring, and annihilation. Even Ming Zun of the Soul Hall, who severed the future with his sword and willingly transformed into a unique treasure to be wielded by future generations, has not been able to prevent the linear transformation from occurring over countless epochs, leading to the fall of Yang gods and their transformation into aberrant spirits. The realm of the void is different from ordinary places beyond the Tao. The tendrils of the fourth layer of the Yang God realm cannot reach here, and the Tao lineages of the fifth layer of the Yang God realm cannot extend into this place, Qing Feng said. This place is very special. Among all the research topics of the Myriad Transformation Society, one of them is to study the origins and principles of the realm of the void. Qi Yuan had always been a good listener, paying close attention. If you complete these research topics or make significant progress, you will earn many points and may even become the Society Master of the Myriad Transformation Society. In this epoch, the Tao Lord of the Witch Tao is presiding over the Myriad Transformation Society. If you become the Society Master, you might have the opportunity to meet the Tao Lord of the Witch Tao. When Qing Feng mentioned the Tao Lord, his eyes showed reverence. Such beings stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation path, the ultimate goal of almost all cultivators. Being able to meet a Tao Lord would bring immense benefits to any cultivator. After all, a Tao Lord embodies nearly all the rules of the Tao. Observing and conversing with them could lead to profound insights, which would be highly beneficial for powerful beings like them. I also have some questions. Can I find answers to them in the Myriad Transformation Society? Qi Yuan asked. Of course. As long as you can pay the price or contribute enough merit, you can get any answer, Realm Lord Qing Feng said confidently. The research topics of the Myriad Transformation Society are all extremely challenging, even capable of stumping Tao Lords. Generally, the desires or questions of those at the third layer of the Yang God realm can be fulfilled by a Tao Lord. You can take out your golden jade pendant and send your questions. If they are simple, other members can answer and solve them for you at any time, Qing Feng said. Really? That good? Any question? Qi Yuan's face lit up with a smile. Of course. Realm Lord Qing Feng was full of confidence. The Myriad Transformation Society had existed for countless epochs, and its research topics were all lofty, having solved countless difficult problems. All right, I'll go in and ask now, Qi Yuan said, sending his consciousness into the golden jade pendant. Soon, he sensed something similar to a forum or chat group. A newcomer, and with a golden jade pendant. In this epoch of the Myriad Transformation Society, there haven't been many newcomers with golden jade pendants. You've come to the inquiry hall to ask a question, right? Newcomers can ask one question for free. Go ahead and ask. In this place called the inquiry hall, a flower that resembled a cauldron chattered incessantly. The 9 cauldrons flower is the spirit of the inquiry hall, possessing almost 90% of the forbidden knowledge of the Myriad Transformation Society. If you have a question, it can find the answer in the information of the inquiry hall, Qingfeng explained beside him. So, it's an artificial idiot. Qi Yuan said, somewhat disdainful. Wasn't this similar to the ice on Earth, gathering information from the internet and then answering questions? Hey, this newcomer is a bit rude, looking down on me, a flower. The Nine Cauldrons flower said haughtily. Go ahead and ask any question. Let's see if I can easily solve it. I'm not looking down on you, Qi Yuan quickly said. As the saying goes, all are equal. He never discriminated against anyone, or any flower. After some thought, he asked seriously, Nine Cauldrons flower, I want to know if there is a young god in this world that far surpasses a Tao Lord. The Nine Cauldrons flower fell silent. I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. If I take another step forward, I might reach the level of the 4th or 5th layer of the Young God realm. But the 4th layer of the Young God realm is too weak, and Tao Lords are too limited. I really can't stand it. I have some talent, and after working so hard for so many years, enduring countless hardships, if I only achieve power comparable to a Tao Lord, I won't even be able to bring glory to my family. I'd be letting down my mother, my father, and the ancestors of the Qi family. Qi Yuan spoke earnestly, playing the pity card. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk. Of course, the prerequisite is that the child must be good-looking. If a wild boar tried to play the pity card, it might just make people nauseous. The Nine Cauldrons flower fell silent again, and after a long while, it said, I understand your situation. Your question is also the ultimate research topic of the Myriad Transformations Society. For now, there is no solution. You can ask some questions related to your daily life. The Nine Cauldrons flower felt that this newcomer had something wrong with his head. Who would ask such a question? If anyone in the Myriad Transformations Society knew the answer to this question, wouldn't everyone in the Myriad Transformations Society have surpassed Tao Lords? Hearing this, Qi Yuan was disappointed. It really was an artificial idiot, unable to answer such a question. Daily life questions. Qi Yuan pondered. Yes, daily life questions, the Nine Cauldrons flower said confidently. Questions about what lies beyond Tao Lords were obviously impossible to answer. But daily life questions were different. The Nine Cauldrons flower had lived for a very long time. Such questions were easy to handle. I have a wife, but I can't find her, nor can I see her, Qi Yuan asked seriously, looking somewhat anxious. Finding people is my specialty, the Nine Cauldrons flower said with a smile. My wife's name is Ruan Yishi. I've noted the name. Any other characteristics? She exists in the past and the future, but not in the present. Is there any way I can see her? Quote. The Nine Cauldrons flower paused. Is your wife at the 4th layer of the Young God realm? You're so smart, Nine Cauldrons flower. She is at the 4th layer of the Young God realm. The Nine Cauldrons flower was utterly speechless and reluctantly said, you have quite unique tastes. Hey, don't slander me. Although Ruan Yishi is my master, this isn't feudal society. There's no crime in loving one's master. Qi Yuan was displeased. Wasn't it normal for a disciple to admire their master? People naturally admire the strong. The Nine Cauldrons flower looked at the dissatisfied Qi Yuan, a hint of pity in its eyes. It already had a mental image. Qi Yuan and Ruan Yishi were likely a master-disciple pair, as well as lovers. However, Ruan Yishi broke through to the 4th layer of the Young God realm, and her true spirit vanished. Her disciple, Qi Yuan, had been desperately searching for his master. But the 4th layer of the Young God realm does not exist in the present. How could it be found? Even a Tao Lord, as powerful as they are, cannot exist on the same timeline as the 4th layer of the Young God realm. Thus, Qi Yuan, driven by his longing for his master, eventually went mad and became mentally unstable. I can't help you find this person, but you can join the soul calling research topic of the Myriad Transformations Society. The goal of this research topic is to reawaken the true spirits of those at the 4th layer of the Young God realm. Perhaps out of pity for Qi Yuan, the Nine Cauldrons flower's tone became gentler. Of course, it didn't mention the rest. The difficulty of the soul calling research topic ranked among the top 3 in the Myriad Transformations Society. It was second only to how to break through to beyond the 5th layer of the Young God realm, and how a Tao Lord can safely break the cycle. These topics were nearly unsolvable. This probably won't help me, Qi Yuan said. Soul calling was something he could already do. As long as he used his superpower related to speech, to establish a connection with those at the fourth layer of the Yang God realm. His exceptional eloquence could bring them back to life. Wasn't that how he revived his master, Ruan Yishi? It really can't help you, but it's still an opportunity, isn't it? The Nine Cauldrons flower comforted. It thought Qi Yuan understood the difficulty of soul calling. So even this can't be done. Qi Yuan was now certain that the Nine Cauldrons flower was a true artificial idiot. Despite its gentle tone, it was still an idiot. Sorry, no. All right then, I'll ask a simple question, Qi Yuan said after some thought. When I was at the Golden Core stage, I established a great Tao of the Golden Core, which was the stellar Golden Core Tao. It involved refining stars into golden cores and continuously devouring them. But I encountered a problem. There are too many stars in the sky, as numerous as the stars themselves. As numerous as the stars themselves. Was this human language? Refining stars into golden cores. This kid must really be out of his mind. The Nine Cauldrons flower thought to itself. Although I can devour tens of thousands of stars every day, it's still too slow. Is there a way I can devour them faster? Qi Yuan asked. The Nine Cauldrons flower pondered for a moment. When it comes to devouring, the Black Heaven Tao Lord reigns supreme. His devouring scripture is unparalleled in the universe. Black Heaven Tao Lord. Hearing this name, Qi Yuan had a bad premonition. I know of a being at the fourth layer of the Yang God realm named Black Heaven. Is there any connection between him and this Black Heaven Tao Lord? Both were named Black Heaven, and both were related to devouring. The fourth layer of the Yang God realm. Black Heaven, I haven't heard of it, the Nine Cauldrons flower replied directly. The Black Heaven Tao Lord was the true pinnacle of the devouring Tao, and he had taken Black Heaven as his Tao title. Thus, this Tao title belonged solely to him. Other beings at the fourth layer of the Yang God realm, or even the fifth layer, could not take this Tao title. Of course, those at the third layer of the Yang God realm and below were not restricted by this. No connection, Qi Yuan pondered. Perhaps, the multiverse was too vast, and that so-called Black Heaven was too far away. The Nine Cauldrons flower might not know of it. What about the Radiant Tao Lord? Qi Yuan asked again. Never heard of it, the Nine Cauldrons flower shook its head. Chun, never. Hearing this, Qi Yuan stopped asking. Perhaps they were too far apart. This is the devouring scripture. With your current merits and status, you shouldn't be able to obtain this scripture directly, but I have a soft spot for you, so I'll give it to you. The Nine Cauldrons flower spoke, and information about the devouring scripture flowed into Qi Yuan's consciousness. The information was vast and profound. The devouring scripture is extremely difficult. Among the members of the Myriad Transformation Society, 15 have studied it, but only 3 have managed to grasp it, and it took them tens of thousands of years just to barely understand it, the Nine Cauldrons flower informed. The devouring scripture was not something that could be mastered through time alone. Without talent, even spending a cosmic epoch, or even more time, would not be enough to grasp it. But with the right talent, it might take only tens of thousands of years. That's slow. Qi Yuan was disappointed. He considered himself an ordinary man. That's slow. The Nine Cauldrons flower was speechless. This was already extremely fast. Moreover, for such powerful beings, spending hundreds of millions of years mastering a Tao scripture was not a problem. Alright, I've given you this benefit. Now, you can choose which research topic to join. The Nine Cauldrons flower inquired. Every member of the Myriad Transformation Society needed to join a research topic team. As it spoke, a stream of information flooded into Qi Yuan's mind. Open double angle bracket research topic code, Transcendence. Transcending the Yang God realm. Close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket research topic code, Change. Breaking the Tao Lord cycle. Close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket research topic code, Soul calling. Reviving or summoning the consciousness of the fourth layer of the Yang God realm. Close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket research topic code, Reforging the Witch. Transforming the Witch Tao and creating a new Great Tao. Close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket research topic code, 45. Merging the fourth and fifth layers of the Yang God realm. Close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket research topic code, Opening the Ruins. Searching for new, unknown worlds and universes. Close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket research topic code, Time Machine. Building a time machine to return to the past of the fourth layer of the Yang God realm. Close double angle bracket. Looking at this information, Qi Yuan felt overwhelmed. Most of these research topics were questions he had. For example, transcending the Yang God realm. Or the time machine, which reminded him of the lost glow stick he found in the ancestral land of the mortal heart realm. That glow stick had allowed him to return to the past, helping the villagers observe gods and improve their strength. Later, he even encountered the foodless Holy Mother 3 times. The function of that lost glow stick was very special. Qi Yuan wasn't sure if, with that glow stick, he could return to the past and see his master. This kind of return to the past was not the same as a Tao Lord returning to the past in the timeline of the universe. Can I join 2 research topics? Qi Yuan asked. Yes. Then, I'll join, Soul Calling, and the Time Machine, Qi Yuan said seriously. This myriad transformation society was quite impressive. He needed to accumulate more merits. He had some confidence in making progress with Soul Calling and the Time Machine. As for transcendence, he had no ideas yet. So he wouldn't join. After all, his mind was still clear and unpolluted. If he joined and was led astray by those people, it would be a disaster. Alright, from now on, you are a research member of these 2 topics, the 9 Cauldrons Flower said, looking at Qi Yuan with even more gentleness. Clearly, it thought Qi Yuan chose these 2 topics to see his master, Ruan Yishi. After some more conversation with the 9 Cauldrons Flower, Qi Yuan decided to temporarily leave the realm of the void and cultivate the devouring scripture. Once he finished cultivating, he would report to the Myriad Transformation Society. The devouring scripture was crucial to the number of his golden cores. Every second wasted meant potentially tens of thousands of stellar golden cores lost. And that was strength. After Qi Yuan left, the 9 Cauldrons Flower posted a thread in the inquiry hall. Exclusive story of a Myriad Transformation Society newcomer. My female master and lover is actually at the 4th layer of the Yang God realm. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. So explosive, although I have also tasted the master's flavor, the 4th layer of Yang God is still. This newcomer is quite bold. When the 4th layer of Yang God was mentioned, the members of the Myriad Transformation Society all showed expressions of reverence. They were almost all realm lords. Even creation realm lords were not few. But even for creation realm lords, who were just a step away from the 4th layer of Yang God, the gap was immense. It could be said that while there were many creation realm lords in the Myriad Transformation Society, the probability of breaking through to a higher realm was less than 1%. This newcomer has some strength. He joined the Spirit Summoning and Time Machine research projects. This guy is also quite devoted. To form a Tao companion relationship with someone at the 4th layer of Yang God, I would be devoted too. Generally, beings of their level rarely had Tao companions of similar strength. Even if they did, the relationship was not deep, just occasional fun. Unfortunately, both Spirit Summoning and Time Machine are ranked among the top 10 in difficulty. Over so many epochs, there has been almost no progress. Joining these 2 research projects is unwise, a waste of time. Our lifespans are infinite, what does wasting some time matter? A gentle breeze blew, and the canary swung her legs, water droplets sliding between her delicate, jade-like toes, her toenails crystal clear, tender and exquisite. Her gaze fell on the voluptuous figure in the mist, faintly visible. She glanced down at herself, her cheeks slightly red. How annoying, so tempting. Even I want to take a bite, let alone Qi Yuan. She was referring to the difference between herself and Zhongling Su. HMPH. Ning Dao, dressed in a black lace dress, snorted coldly, her stunning face carrying a cool and dignified, untouchable aura. Don't belittle yourself. Your husband likes you too, doesn't he? Ronobes. Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Canary was also her, yet she lacked confidence. To her, she was the most suitable for her husband. As for Zhongling Su, she was just a big-breasted, brainless fool. Jin Li, she appeared pure and chaste, cool and dignified, but in reality, she was more proactive and passionate than anyone, a stark contrast. She was the true first wife. Of course, in terms of proactiveness and possessiveness, she was much stronger than the other 2. Back then, she had agreed with the canary to teach Qi Yuan a lesson. But as soon as Qi Yuan returned, she was the first to take action, starting to undress before even finishing 2 sentences. It was as if only when their bodies were tightly pressed together that Qi Yuan completely belonged to her. Canary's cheeks flushed, and she secretly cursed, disgusting. Ning Dao didn't mind at all. At this moment, Zhang Su walked out of the mist, her face filled with confusion. Sister Ning Dao, today is the Realm Lord ceremony of the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord. Shouldn't we inform Senior Brother? A few days ago, an invitation had arrived at Purple Fate Heaven and eventually reached Ning Dao. The Ghost Supreme had broken the restriction that prevented those from the 6 heavens of the Immortal Realm from reaching the 3rd layer of Yang God, becoming the first Realm Lord of the Immortal Realm. This news shook the 6 heavens of the Immortal Realm. Countless major forces were moved. Because, for the first time in so many years, a 3rd layer Yang God had appeared in the 6 heavens of the Immortal Realm. Even the most talented, like the one from the Taihuang Palace, and the mysterious and ancient Dragon Turtle Supreme, had failed to break the limit and enter the 3rd layer of Yang God. But the Ghost Supreme had succeeded. The remaining Supremes and 2nd layer Yang Gods were all curious about how the Ghost Supreme had broken the limit. This Realm Lord ceremony had attracted the attention of almost all Yang Gods. This commotion far surpassed the shock caused by the Great Sun Supreme's destruction of the Taihuang Palace. The current Ghost Supreme Realm Lord was already the #1 figure in the 6 heavens of the Immortal Realm. Therefore, seeing the invitation from the Ghost Supreme, Zhang Su couldn't help but worry for her senior brother. If Senior Brother didn't attend, would he offend the Realm Lord and bring trouble upon himself? Ning Dao's expression was disdainful. Husband is in seclusion, cultivating. Unless it's something important, we must not disturb him. Hearing this, Zhang Su still felt nervous. At this moment, Canary beside her spoke. Sister Ling Su, don't worry. Husband is the strongest, invincible. No one can harm him. Canary had always blindly trusted Qi Yuan, with unreserved faith. No matter what, Qi Yuan was the strongest, a god descending to earth. She just needed to be a little follower, attached to him. Ning Dao stood disdainfully, but in her heart, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Canary. Why call her sister? At this moment, a profound aura spread. The 3 women's eyes all lit up with joy. Husband. Qi Yuan, Senior Brother. As soon as they spoke, the 3 women felt a tremendous pulling force and were all drawn into Qi Yuan's embrace. How is it? How's my newly learned technique? Qi Yuan boasted. After obtaining the devouring true scripture, he had mastered it in 1 day. Over the past few days, he had finally cultivated the devouring true scripture to a high level. After reaching a high level, further progress became much harder, so Qi Yuan had come out. Very impressive. Ning Dao was the first to speak. The Canary felt the strange pulling force, feeling as if she was about to merge with Qi Yuan. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Why don't you just devour me? Qi Yuan lightly kicked the Canary's foot. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a law-abiding citizen. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at Zhang Su and asked, the Ghost Supreme has become a Realm Lord and is holding a Realm Lord ceremony. Yes. Zhang Su nodded, not voicing her opinion further. Although she wanted to help her senior brother solve his problems. When she first met her senior brother, she could still play the role of a wealthy woman, gifting him techniques and spirit stones to help him. But now, her strength was weak, and her vision limited. Speaking carelessly might only cause trouble. You, speak freely, we're all family. Qi Yuan smiled. He naturally understood his junior sister's concerns. But Qi Yuan felt such worries were unnecessary. As the saying goes, all people are equal. Moreover, every living being is a unique and irreplaceable individual. Who knows, they might come up with some brilliant ideas. For example, Great Wisdom True Monarch, although he had only recently broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, every time they conversed, Qi Yuan felt he gained a lot. Great Wisdom True Monarch's intelligent mind was very useful. Zhang Su felt warm inside and pondered for a moment. This time, she thought from Qi Yuan's perspective. I heard rumors that the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord requires immortal veins as gifts. First, our Shengguang sect only has spirit veins, not immortal veins. Second, Senior Brother and the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord are not close. If you're not close, it's better not to give gifts. Zhang Su said seriously. Right, don't give anything. We don't have many good things ourselves. The Canary said somewhat stingily. You're right, I'm not familiar with this Ghost Supreme Realm Lord, so no gifts. Of course, he wouldn't bother with gifts. Now that his devouring true scripture had reached a high level, it was time to return to that universe and continue devouring stars. By the way, when Jin Li returns, tell her that Qi Jianjun has come back. Qi Yuan said to Ning Dao. Currently, Jin Li was at the Moon God Palace, handling some family matters. As for Qi Jianjun, the fishing enthusiast, she had finally returned home. She also needed to see her mother, Jin Li. After spending some intimate time with the three women, Qi Yuan appeared in the vast universe. They say men become weak after 30. That's obviously a rumor. I'm over 100 years old, at an age where I could retire, yet I'm still as strong as a high school student or an athlete. With the self-esteem of men on earth, if they couldn't perform 5 times a night after 30, wouldn't they die of shame? Qi Yuan muttered to himself, looking at the bright stars ahead. These will all be my golden cores. Thinking this, he felt a surge of pride. The devouring true scripture also began to operate at this moment. Instantly, the devouring rules on all the stellar golden cores surged. Originally, the stellar golden cores had been imbued with devouring rules by Qi Yuan, but under the influence of the devouring true scripture, the speed of devouring increased. At least 50% faster, and still increasing. As Qi Yuan murmured, stars fell like ripe fruit into a basket. The number of stellar golden cores within Qi Yuan's body continued to increase. His strength also kept rising. What is the end of the golden core path? Devouring all the stars in this universe. Qi Yuan pondered. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, as if realizing something. This seems similar to Black Heaven. Black Heaven was devouring everything to become the sole Black Heaven. And his stellar golden cores were devouring all stellar golden cores. Is this also the path to the 4th layer of Young God? After devouring all stellar golden cores, will my stellar golden cores reach the final stage of the 4th layer of Young God, becoming a unique treasure? Qi Yuan thought, if his stellar golden cores reach the 4th layer of Young God, then his true spirit would not perish. He would also possess the combat power of the 4th layer of Young God. Could it be that this is my true path to Young God? No, this isn't strong enough. Facing a Tao Lord, I still can't win. If I can't even kill a Tao Lord, I don't deserve to be called a Young God. So, I must also reach the 5th layer of Young God myself. Stellar golden cores at the 4th layer, my true self at the 5th layer, both Tongbu. After some thought, Qi Yuan shook his head. Once he became a Tao Lord, the space he was in would enter a cycle. For Jin Li, Ning Dao, the Canary, Zhongling Su, and countless other living beings, this might not necessarily be a good thing. Qi Yuan naturally didn't want to see those lovely people living repetitive lives. The path to Young God is too difficult, but the Golden Core path can be explored further. The Realm Lord ceremony concluded. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord sat in the throne, his expression reserved, but his mere presence exuded immense pressure, as if he were the overlord of the world. The second leader of the Supreme Truth Society said with a flattering expression, "All Young Gods bow, we cultivators should aspire to this." Recently, almost all the major figures of the Immortal Realm had attended the Realm Lord ceremony. When the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord appeared, a hint of his pressure made all the second layer Young Gods present tremble. This level of combat power was truly invincible. However, the Great Sun Supreme, the Moon God Yuanjin, and Purple Fate Heaven, none of them attended. The second leader of the Supreme Truth Society intentionally or unintentionally mentioned. The Dragon Turtle Supreme's heart tightened. But the Ghost Supreme showed a gentle smile. Holding the Realm Lord ceremony was only for the immortal veins. As for whether others give face, it's not important. In this world, the most important thing is strength. In the past, he had regarded the Great Sun Supreme as a formidable opponent. But after reaching the 3rd layer of Young God, he realized how vast the world was. As for the Great Sun Supreme, he no longer considered him an opponent. He wasn't even qualified. The Dragon Turtle Supreme breathed a sigh of relief. Now, we have gathered 90,000 immortal veins. In a few more days, we can enter the Primordial Council. Hearing this, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord's expression brightened. Thank you, fellow Taoist. He was also very curious and looking forward to the Primordial Council. No problem, it's all for the Immortal Realm. The Dragon Turtle Supreme said. Now, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord should also know the precautions for entering the Primordial Council. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist. Mentioning the Primordial Council, the Dragon Turtle Supreme's eyes showed a serious expression. The Primordial Council was created, or perhaps discovered, by several Tao Lords. Therefore, within the Primordial Council, there are many powerful Realm Lords. Back when he first entered the Primordial Council, he stood like a mere lackey. Those realm lords stripped and entered the cosmic spirit sea in front of him, and he didn't dare to be presumptuous, keeping his eyes closed. After all, he was only at the second layer of Yang God, with combat power barely reaching the rule realm, but he wasn't a realm lord. If he accidentally saw a realm lord undressed and angered them, causing them to annihilate his true spirit, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. In the Primordial Council, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord must be very careful and must not look around randomly. The old monsters inside are not something we can deal with, the Dragon Turtle Supreme said seriously. Entering the Primordial Council held great opportunities, but also endless dangers. The last time the Dragon Turtle Supreme entered, he almost died inside. Fortunately, a kind-hearted female Realm Lord helped him, allowing him to escape from a terrifying Realm Lord. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord's expression also became serious. Indeed, we must keep a low profile. After becoming a Realm Lord, he realized how much further he had to go on his cultivation path. Various universal rules, first-grade rules, all things, creation, and so on, were all things he could hardly grasp or touch. Please prepare for 3 days, Ghost Supreme Realm Lord. In 3 days, we will enter the Primordial Council together, the Dragon Turtle Supreme said. All right, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord responded. At this moment, in the vast universe, Qi Yuan stood on a planet, his eyes filled with curiosity. What is this? A creature I created through creation. But, why does it look so crude? Back then, Qi Yuan had left seeds in this universe to create a world through creation. Now, he had finally achieved some results, with some simple creatures appearing. Well, simpler than paramecium, just like a pixelated dot. Regardless, it's still a success, Qi Yuan said, as countless time rules flowed from his hands onto the planet. He accelerated the planet's time flow, allowing these creatures to reproduce and evolve rapidly. It's a bit strange. Why did I create a world? To raise pets. At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly paused. At the creation realm, one could create worlds and living beings. But what was the purpose of creating living beings? To satisfy the urge to play God. Regardless, the more laborers, the better. Let's speed up the time flow on other planets too. When there are more people, if I bring them back to Earth, with their numbers, I can directly vote myself as the Earth's planetary leader. My ancestors' graves would be smoking with pride. This time, Qi Yuan's thoughts were far-reaching, his vision lofty, unlike before when he only thought about sending these people to work in electronic factories to earn money. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. However, the early stages of life are still too fragile. Qi Yuan wanted to return to Earth and become its planetary leader, which required a large population. This way, if a war broke out between this universe and Earth, it would be easy to surrender and join Earth, then vote himself into leadership. Old Mansion Lei, Qi Qi, Zhu Zhuangxi, Great Yang, Great Yin, the nascent souls emerges. Hear my command, the nascent souls assemble. With Qi Yuan's sacred and majestic voice, over 4,000 young gods appeared in a grand manner. Each of them exuded a vast, mysterious, and majestic aura. It was as if one person could devour a star. When facing Qi Yuan, these innate gods, created from the essence of the ancestral land and the myths he had observed, all bowed their heads. Greetings, Heavenly Venerable. Greetings, Father God. As Qi Yuan's strength increased, the strength of the nascent souls within him also rose significantly. It could be said that these innate gods were born from the wonders of the ancestral land and the myths Qi Yuan had observed. Their system was different from that of the immortal realm. At work, address me by my title, Qi Yuan said to Qi Qi with a smile. Father God, I didn't call you Godfather, Qi Qi said playfully. Although she was visualizing the Earth Goddess, she still maintained her pure and innocent nature. Forget it, Qi Yuan waved his hand and then looked at the many nascent souls. Now, I have created a world in this realm and planted many seeds of life. You shall take care of these seeds and help them thrive and multiply. Ra Omicron E Diaresis S. Qi Yuan's words were like laws to these nascent souls. We obey the Heavenly Venerable's decree. At this moment, over 4,000 nascent souls bowed simultaneously, accepting the command. With life and gods present, they surely won't disappoint, right? Qi Yuan murmured to himself. Originally, the time flow on these stars had already been accelerated by him. Moreover, when he left this realm, one day for him would be 100 years in this universe. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before the beings here would multiply and form civilizations. Past Buddha, present Buddha, future Buddha, please stay, Chi Yuan called out. The past Buddha, Dipankara, the present Buddha, Sakyamuni, and the future Buddha, Maitreya, all clasped their hands and stopped before Chi Yuan. Transmit your insights on the past, present, and future to me. Although Chi Yuan had visualized the three pure ones, he was still far from being truly omniscient and omnipotent. As for the past, present, and future, they were both clear and mysterious to Chi Yuan. For example, he could easily accelerate the time flow of a place. However, he could not travel back to the past or see the future. Immediately, the three Buddhas transmitted the concepts of the past, present, and future to Chi Yuan. Receiving countless profound and complex pieces of information, Chi Yuan stood still, his expression calm. After about 100 breaths, he sighed leisurely, time does not exist. Time does not exist. Then what are the past, present, and future? Indeed, I shouldn't think too much, or my brain will swell again. Chi Yuan stopped overthinking. What if he turned into a big-headed doll, ruining his handsome appearance? Primordial Council, Myriad Transformation Society. In a layered space, Realm Lord Kui Bei looked solemn. Add 1, retreat 2, extinguish, burn. He issued various commands. In front of him, a diamond-like substance kept changing, as if undergoing chemical reactions. After about 100 breaths, Realm Lord Kui Bei withdrew his gaze. Indeed, even after improving the scripture of all things growth, by the Tao Lord of Life, it is still impossible to awaken its true spirit. Realm Lord Kui Bei's research topic was Spirit Summoning, Awakening the True Spirit of the Fourth Layer Young God. This research topic ranked among the top 3 in difficulty among all topics. The diamond-like object before him was deeply related to the fourth layer Young God. It was originally the pure Yang of the fourth layer Young God. During the first stage of the Young God, it encountered another terrifying fourth layer Young God, and the two collided. Pure Yang was defeated. In the end, as Pure Yang was about to enter the final stage of the fourth layer Young God, it shattered into countless fragments. This shard was one of its body parts. The Myriad Transformation Society had obtained the Pure Yang shard and had been researching it. However, the fourth layer Young God was too mysterious. They couldn't glean any useful information. This failure means, there will likely be no progress this epoch, Realm Lord Kui Bei sighed. It's fine, let's keep trying. The original purpose of the Myriad Transformation Society was to find that one change amidst countless constants, another Realm Lord said. They had conducted this experiment and researched countless times and were already accustomed to it. Perhaps the scripture of all things growth is still not perfect. If we can improve it, we might truly awaken the pure Yang shard, Realm Lord Kui Bei said. This scripture was created by a Tao Lord. How can it be so easily improved? A female Realm Lord said. The improved version of the scripture of all things growth had cost their research team a great deal last time. True, there's no room for further improvement, Realm Lord Kui Bei said. After all, the stronger one becomes, the harder it is to advance further. I heard a newcomer has joined recently. Why not assign this task to him? The female Realm Lord suggested. No problem, we old-timers have too much understanding of this technique. Our thinking has become rigid, making it hard to seek change. Indeed, but he just obtained the devouring true scripture. He'll probably spend 100,000 years trying to learn it before coming here. 100,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. These Realm Lords spoke without concern. After all, at their level, time was merely a concept. At that moment, some information was transmitted into their jade tokens. Fellow Taoist Chi Yuan is here. He's not trying the devouring true scripture anymore. Perfect timing. Everyone had their own thoughts. At that moment, a handsome figure in a red robe appeared. It was Chi Yuan. He looked at the 18 realm lords before him and introduced himself. My name is Chi Yuan. I'm socially awkward, don't like talking, don't like socializing, lawful good, abide by the law, and follow the rules. Chi Yuan gave his self-introduction. Realm Lord Kui Bei smiled and said, Kui Bei likes to talk. Huang Hai, Chi Meng. These realm lords introduced themselves one by one, all being brief. Realm Lord Kui Bei continued. This is the current data and progress on the spirit summoning research topic. He passed the information to Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan glanced at it with anticipation. No progress. Indeed, awakening a fourth layer young god is incredibly difficult. If we can make a breakthrough, it's likely, the cultivation paths of countless universes and spatial realms will be rewritten. After all, if a fourth-layer Yang God can still retain its true spirit, it's hard to imagine how the cultivation path will change. Fellow Taoist Qi Yuan, since you've joined the spirit summoning research topic, do you have any thoughts on awakening a fourth-layer Yang God? The female realm lord asked casually. Well, I do have some thoughts, and some experience, Qi Yuan said. This statement left the realm lord's present somewhat speechless. Having some thoughts was one thing, but having experience. Fellow Taoist, please speak freely, Realm Lord Kui Bei said with a smile. As the saying goes, handsome people receive preferential treatment in this world and have incredible luck. Not to mention, someone as handsome as me. Even a rock would respond enthusiastically if I spoke to it, Qi Yuan said. The Realm Lords present exchanged glances. They had seen many Realm Lords with peculiar minds, but one as crazy as this was a first. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate, Qi Yuan said with a smile, then looked at Realm Lord Kui Bei. Let's use your robe as an example. Realm Lord Kui Bei's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He was at the creation realm, and his robe was also a top-grade treasure, extremely precious. However, the robe had no intelligence. He also didn't want to wear a living being with intelligence. Fellow Taoist, please proceed, Realm Lord Kui Bei said generously. He wanted to see how Qi Yuan could bring his robe to life. The other realm lords also looked on curiously. If Qi Yuan had chosen a random rock to awaken, they might have believed it. After all, those at the creation realm could create worlds and had various special, mysterious, and complex abilities. It wouldn't be hard to evade their perception. But this experiment was being conducted on Realm Lord Kui Bei himself. Realm Lord Kui Bei had been at the creation realm for eons. Any trickery would be impossible to hide from his perception. Little robe, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Qi Yuan spoke, activating his special ability. This time, his voice was directed specifically at Realm Lord Kui Bei's robe. The other realm lords listened to Qi Yuan's voice, merely curious. This seems like an ordinary voice, without any divine abilities. Talking to a robe, can he make it pregnant or something? The realm lords muttered. Hey, don't sleep. Come chat with me. I have many fellow Taoists here who want to meet you. Qi Yuan spoke again. The other realm lords remained calm, some focusing intently, wanting to know what Qi Yuan was up to. Don't sleep too long, or you'll sleep to death. Wake up, the sun is shining on your butt. Qi Yuan continued to use his exceptional eloquence. Qi Yuan believed that although he was socially awkward, his eloquence was still good. After all, every time he spent time with Ning Dao, Canary, and Jin Li, they were all very happy. Of course, his skills were also good. Fellow Taoist Qi Yuan, why not switch to another item? This robe is worn by Realm Lord Kui Bei. I'm afraid you won't be able to tamper with it. Right, why not change to something else? The other realm lords laughed, their expressions relaxed. Realm Lord Kui Bei's expression remained unchanged, constantly monitoring his robe and Qi Yuan's voice. He also found it strange. Qi Yuan's voice was ordinary, without any trace of divine techniques or supernatural powers. Hey, if you don't wake up, I'm leaving, Qi Yuan said. As the saying goes, playing hard to get. He was using military tactics. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. Realm Lord Kui Bei's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Even after living for so long, he had never expected to witness such a thing. His robe, as if it had gained sentience, flew off his body. It babbled incessantly. It's alive, it has a true spirit. How did he do it? The realm lords present were dumbfounded and somewhat shocked. This scene was beyond their expectations. If it were a random rock on the roadside, they could understand. But this was Realm Lord Kui Bei's robe. This meant that if Qi Yuan wanted to scheme against Realm Lord Kui Bei, he could do so without anyone noticing. See, being handsome has its perks, right? Qi Yuan said. The other realm lords exchanged glances, looking at Qi Yuan with caution. At that moment, Qi Yuan was about to speak to the female realm lord. The female realm lord was so frightened that she quickly stepped back, avoiding Qi Yuan. After all, Qi Yuan's voice was too mysterious. What if he brought the hair or treasures on her body to life? That would be a problem. After all, even though they were all part of the Myriad Transformation Society, where there are people, there is conflict. This place wasn't entirely harmonious. So, if you can find me a fourth layer Yang God, I'll demonstrate bringing it to life right now, Qi Yuan said seriously. As for the Gate of Myriad Principles, Qi Yuan chose not to bring it to life. After all, this so-called bringing to life was actually creating a new being. Coming to the Myriad Transformations Society to research these topics was also to gain merit and access places like the Cosmic Spirit Sea to enhance his strength. The others looked at Qi Yuan, their expressions varied. They naturally didn't believe Qi Yuan could bring a fourth layer Yang God to life. However, Qi Yuan's move had truly shocked them. As realm lords, they were already calculating how to fight against Qi Yuan if they became enemies. First, they would have to shut off their 5 senses, or they might fall victim to his voice. The fourth layer Yang God exists in the past and future, invisible to us, Realm Lord Kuibei said. The summoning spirit research is very complex. Fellow Taoist, why not start by improving the scripture of all things growth? Once it's perfected, you can earn 10 major merits. Alright, Qi Yuan nodded. He didn't expect his task to be so easy. He had already learned about major merits. With his golden jade token, he could access 14 places of opportunity to enhance his cultivation. It was free, but there were time limits. However, by spending 1 major merit, he could remove the time limit for 1 place. Moreover, after accumulating 100 major merits, his jade token could be upgraded to purple. With a purple jade token, he could access the final 3 places of opportunity. If he accumulated 1000 major merits, he could even become the leader of the Myriad Transformations Society and meet the Tao Lord. Improving the scripture of all things growth will take a long time. Fellow Taoist, you can first find a cave in Myriad Transformations Mountain to stay temporarily, Realm Lord Kuibei said. Is it free? Qi Yuan asked. Yes, Realm Lord Kuibei replied. Not bad. Free food and lodging, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. No, I'm a god now. I deserve 6 insurances and 1 fund to match my status, Qi Yuan said. The other realm lords looked at Qi Yuan and didn't respond. They remembered Qi Yuan's self-introduction when they first met him. Socially awkward, doesn't like to talk. Damn, he just brought a robe to life, and he doesn't like to talk. Who are you trying to fool? Soon, under the guidance of an external member of the Myriad Transformations Society, Qi Yuan arrived at Myriad Transformations Mountain. Myriad Transformations Mountain is the headquarters of the Myriad Transformations Society. The mist, flowers, grass, and trees here are all top grade, enough to make first and second layer Yang gods fight tooth and nail for them, the external member said with pride, then flatteringly added to Qi Yuan, Realm Lord, there are a total of 3,721,000 male and female servants here. You may choose 10,000 to serve you. Qi Yuan looked around and immediately sensed the auras of countless yin gods, some even reaching the Yang god level. He couldn't help but think yin gods were indeed as common as dogs here. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan glanced at these yin gods. They stayed quietly in their own cave dwellings, unaware of Qi Yuan's presence. Many of them were anxious, knowing that they would be selected to serve powerful beings. These beings were either immigrants from various universes brought to the Primordial Council by realm lords or their descendants. In Myriad Transformations Mountain, they were servants, but in other realms, they were celestial gods. As celestial gods, they were majestic and enjoyed endless wealth. But, for many cultivators, staying in Myriad Transformations Mountain to serve realm lords was the real opportunity. Mortal realms had thin spiritual energy and lacked opportunities, making it difficult to improve cultivation. Moreover, there was always the inevitability of aging, decline, and death. Myriad Transformations Mountain, on the other hand, was rich in spiritual energy. Serving realm lords here meant there was always a chance to obtain various resources. If one became a realm lord's confidant, immense wealth and power would follow. These ones. Qi Yuan casually waved his hand and randomly selected 10,000 yin gods. Among them were even first-layer Yang gods. Of course, first-layer Yang gods would naturally be assigned managerial roles. After a few moments, 15 Yang gods stood before Qi Yuan. Despite their cultivation levels, they couldn't help but feel nervous. The leader was a man with 3 legs, known as the 10,000 legs ancestor in the mortal realm. In Myriad Transformations Mountain, he called himself Zhao 3 Legs. Greetings, Realm Lord. Without hesitation or any sense of shame, Zhao 3 Legs immediately knelt. The other 14 Yang gods exchanged glances. They had only bowed, not knelt like Zhao Three Legs. Now, they were conflicted. If Zhao Three Legs knelt and they didn't, would it anger the Realm Lord? After all, these Realm Lords were ancient monsters who had lived through countless cosmic epochs. Even if the universe were destroyed, they themselves would remain unharmed. The personalities of such ancient monsters could only be described as eccentric. At that moment, Qi Yuan's voice rang out. As the saying goes, all people are equal. If you kneel to me now, wouldn't I have to kneel to you in return? Qi Yuan said to Zhao Three Legs. Zhao Three Legs immediately broke into a cold sweat, his face filled with terror. Realm Lord, this lowly one deserves death. He thought that perhaps this Realm Lord disliked his sycophantic behavior. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm petty? Qi Yuan was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a magnanimous person who never kills indiscriminately. When I see ants on the road, I can't bear to step on them. A circumflex obe circumflex s. Qi Yuan believed in repaying kindness and settling grudges. He was always broad-minded and didn't dwell on minor issues. Back in the Divine Flower Society, he had once tracked people down through their connections to deal with them. But that was out of necessity, and besides, didn't those people have even a tiny bit of fault? Zhao Three Legs trembled in fear. The other young gods stood to the side, not daring to breathe loudly. All right, enough of this nonsense. During this time, help me collect some cultivation techniques. Any techniques will do, the more the better. Qi Yuan instructed. As you command, the young gods quickly agreed, not daring to ask further questions. Without further small talk, Qi Yuan returned to his cave dwelling in Myriad Transformations Mountain. The cave dwelling was a perfect blend of opulence and ethereal spiritual energy. If only I could have cultivated here during my qi refining stage. Sigh, if only I could create a technique that allows me to borrow resources and strength from my future self. Then I wouldn't have been so nervous when I went to destroy the Black Mountain sect. Qi Yuan murmured. The deduction of the Qi Yuan scripture had always relied on techniques from the immortal realm. Now, Qi Yuan also wanted to explore techniques from other universes for reference and inspiration. Perhaps this would greatly aid him in perfecting the young god stage of the Qi Yuan scripture. Is this the scripture of all things growth? Qi Yuan looked at the scripture, feeling that it was even more profound and obscure than the devouring true scripture. This kind of technique, if placed in the primordial council, would surely incite fierce battles among powerful beings. In the Myriad Transformations Society, I can read it almost without any cost. Scriptures written by Tao Lords were of immense value to Creation Realm Lords. Generally, there was only one Tao Lord per system. The path of the Creation Realm Lord had reached its end. Improvements in strength mostly depended on the number of Tao Lord scriptures they had mastered and understood. The more they mastered, the stronger their combat power, and the greater their chances of creating their own great Tao and becoming a Tao Lord. Learning this technique is useless to me, but I can absorb it and integrate it into my Qi Yuan scripture. Qi Yuan read carefully. Hidden information about the scripture of all things growth flowed into his vision. This is a technique created by the Tao Lord of Life, with 37,027 areas that can be improved. After improvement, indeed, the stronger one becomes, the broader their vision. If I were still at the Qi refining stage, I wouldn't be able to see any of this. Qi Yuan murmured, beginning to improve the scripture of all things growth, as it was worth 10 major merits. He also wanted to visit the various places of opportunity. Myriad Transformation Society. Realm Lord Kui Bei stroked his beard. This guy, he said he doesn't like to talk, yet he can chatter with low-level young gods for so long. Generally, Realm Lords like them rarely interacted with those servants. Those they could communicate with as equals were usually cultivators of similar cultivation levels. The female Realm Lord, Chun Ran, smiled. It's normal for powerful beings to have eccentric personalities. Even the society leader is like that, often acting crazy, asking everywhere if anyone has seen his lost underwear. Hearing the mention of the society leader, Realm Lord Kui Bei's eyes showed reverence. I wonder when I'll be able to obtain a purple jade token. Realm Lord Kui Bei was very strong, not weak even among Creation Realm Lords. He had even mastered 3 Tao Lord scriptures. However, in the Myriad Transformation Society, those with purple jade tokens either mastered 10 or more Tao Lord scriptures or had made significant contributions to the society. Both of these were beyond Realm Lord Kui Bei's reach. If we succeed in spirit summoning, Everyone in our research team could obtain purple jade tokens, Realm Lord Chunran said. Realm Lord Kui-Bei smiled. That was almost impossible. How many Tao Lord scriptures do you think Qi Yuan has mastered? Realm Lord Chunran asked curiously. Qi Yuan's display earlier had shocked her. Realm Lord Kui-Bei shook his head. He's very mysterious. His combat power is probably not inferior to mine. Among those with golden jade tokens, Realm Lord Kui-Bei was considered a top figure, ranking in the top 5 in terms of combat power. That's strong. If he consumes all the opportunities in the Primordial Council, wouldn't he be even stronger than you? He might have a chance at a purple token, Realm Lord Chunran muttered. It's just a matter of time. To obtain a purple jade token, he'll probably need a few more epochs. Just improving the scripture of all things growth will likely take a lot of time, Realm Lord Kui-Bei said. Over the years, he had seen too many true prodigies. Like the current society leader of the Myriad Transformation Society, who had risen from the spirit summoning research topic. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the minds of Realm Lord Kui-Bei and Chunran. Hey, long time no see. Have you had dinner? Qi Yuan walked over, looking quite tired. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yuan regretted it. Because it was clear that these two didn't eat dinner. If they answered that they hadn't eaten, his high emotional intelligence would compel him to invite them to dinner. That didn't fit his socially awkward persona. Besides, it would cost money. Realm Lord Chunran smiled. Fellow Taoist Qi Yuan, are you here for the Cosmic Spirit Sea? As she spoke, she tossed a technique manual to Qi Yuan. Master this technique, and the rewards you gain in the Cosmic Spirit Sea will be multiplied. Thank you, Qi Yuan thanked politely, his tone much gentler. Of course, it couldn't get any gentler. Any gentler would sound like a fake, nasal voice. He wasn't into online relationships, so there was no need for that. Fellow Taoist, are you planning to visit all the places of opportunity? Realm Lord Chunran asked. If you're going to all of them, I have a suggestion. You should complete the scripture of all things growth, and earn the major merits first. That way, you'll gain even greater benefits. As expected of a realm lord, so clever. Just like what I was thinking. That's why I came here to exchange for major merits, Qi Yuan said. Major merits cannot be advanced or exchanged in advance, Realm Lord Chunran replied without hesitation. I'm not asking for an advance. I've already completed the task. The scripture of all things growth has been improved. What? Realm Lord Kui-Bei and Chunran were both stunned. They doubted their ears. Take a look. Qi Yuan casually handed them the improved version of the scripture of all things growth, then said lightly, now, exchanging for 10 major merits shouldn't be a problem, right? Realm Lord Kui-Bei and Chunran stood still, their bodies frozen. The two of them looked at the new scripture of all things growth, and this time, they were truly shocked. It's only been a day, right? And it's already improved. The last time, a group of realm lords had spent how many billions of years? They began to wonder if their perceptions had been misled by Qi Yuan. Is it acceptable? Qi Yuan asked. Well, Realm Lord Kui-Bei frowned, activating 3 Tao Lord scriptures to dispel any illusions or influences. Finally, he said with difficulty, it's acceptable. Good. 10 major merits acquired. I'm off to visit those places of opportunity to improve my strength. After speaking, Qi Yuan disappeared. About 3 breaths later, a profound aura filled the cave dwelling. A chubby old man appeared, dressed in white and looking quite amiable. Kui-Bei, what do you need me for? This chubby old man was a member of the Myriad Transformation Society who held a purple jade token, one of the 10 giants of the society. He had mastered 11 Tao Lord scriptures and was incredibly powerful. Currently, this old man was no longer involved in research topics, instead focusing on mastering more great Tao scriptures to seek a breakthrough. Of course, he was still very far from the next realm. In the current Myriad Transformation Society, there were many realm lords, but only 3 had been personally acknowledged by the Tao Lord as having a chance to break through to the next level. And even that was just a chance. Senior, just now, we encountered an issue with spirit summoning and decided to improve the scripture of all things growth. This task was assigned to fellow Taoist Qi Yuan, who recently joined the Myriad Transformation Society. Cut the nonsense, the chubby old man said impatiently. Although his lifespan was infinite, he still valued time greatly. At their level, while they were immortal, the vast amount of time they had lived would inevitably cause their true spirits to accumulate dust, leading to a decline in their talent and comprehension over time. In less than a day, he completed the improvement, Realm Lord Kuibei quickly said. What did you say? The chubby old man's eyes widened. He immediately acted. Realm Lord Kuibei didn't resist, and the scripture of all things growth in his hand was taken by the chubby old man. The old man examined it carefully, his expression constantly changing. After 100 breaths, he took a deep breath. If fellow Taoist Qi Yuan is willing to help me achieve the Tao, I'd even be willing to call him my sworn brother. He couldn't help but be shocked and delighted. The improved version of the scripture of all things growth was far superior to the original, and more importantly, it seemed easier to learn. For purple token holders like him, the more Tao Lord scriptures they mastered, the stronger they became. However, Tao Lord scriptures weren't something you could learn just by trying. First, you had to be highly compatible to learn them. Second, those with low compatibility might not learn them even after 100 cosmic epochs. If Qi Yuan could adapt Tao Lord scriptures to suit him, wouldn't that allow him to quickly master new Tao Lord scriptures? Perhaps in the future, he might even have a sliver of hope to reach the 4th or 5th layer of Yang God. Fellow Taoist Qi Yuan, is he incredibly compatible with the scripture of all things growth, or does he have some unique talent? The chubby old man's expression shifted repeatedly. Finally, he said thoughtfully, keep this matter confidential. Don't tell anyone, understand? In the Primordial Council, the Myriad Transformations Society was a major power. But there were also other powerful forces. If this information leaked, the chubby old man couldn't guarantee that someone as strong as him wouldn't target Qi Yuan. Understood, Realm Lord Kuibei and Chun Ran immediately swore oaths to their true spirits. It seems I need to take a closer look at this fellow Taoist Qi Yuan. Just who is he? The chubby old man murmured. After all, being able to improve the scripture of all things growth in a single day, even a Tao Lord probably couldn't do that, right? This Qi Yuan was somewhat terrifying. The Myriad Transformations Society was named as such because it sought change. This change referred to transformation in variables. This Qi Yuan now fit the description of an anomaly, and anomalies had a high probability of being variables. 6 heavens of the immortal realm. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord's gaze was calm. Ahead, countless immortal veins shattered. The Dragon Turtle Supreme stood at the center, devouring the vast spiritual energy. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged. Beside him, the second leader of the Supreme Truth Society watched with a mix of envy and awe. After entering the Primordial Council, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord's strength will surely improve. He will be undoubtedly the #1 figure in the 6 heavens of the immortal realm. Even if that great Sun Supreme has connections with the Soul Hall, he is nothing more than a small sun. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord glanced at the second leader. What I gaze upon is above the rules. The second leader awkwardly smiled. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord continued. This time, the Supreme Truth Society has been of great help to me. After I return from the Primordial Council, I will personally meet that great Sun Supreme and tell him that the Supreme Truth Society will not enter the Soul Hall. Hearing this, the second leader's face lit up with a smile. At that moment, the Dragon Turtle Supreme roared, Ghost Supreme Realm Lord, follow me quickly. Without hesitation, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord stepped into the void ahead. The second leader watched the two disappear, his eyes filled with envy. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. 1,000 days from now, when the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord returns, it will mark the day of the Immortal Realm's unification. The second leader of the Supreme Truth Society had a fiery glint in his eyes, burning with the desire for power. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord had ascended to a higher level in the Primordial Council, and upon his return to the Immortal Realm, he would undoubtedly reign supreme. In the eyes of the second leader, even the Soul Hall would have to bow before him. Given his relationship with the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord, he would rightfully become the second most powerful figure in the realm, standing above billions. Senior brother, lurking in the shadows is nowhere near as good as sitting on the throne. The world knows of the Great Sun, of the Great Sun Supreme, but who knows of me, the proud Heaven Supreme? The second leader murmured to himself. He had crossed into this world at the age of 6, built his foundation at 13, formed his golden core at 20, and reached the nascent soul stage by 30. Before the age of 1,000, he had ascended to the Yin God stage. He had slain the 10,000 demons' ancestor and toyed with the ancient Yuan true god, achieving boundless glory. After an unknown amount of time, the true spirits of the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord and the Dragon Turtle Supreme entered the Primordial Council. Is this the Primordial Council? The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord cautiously scanned his surroundings, feeling a slight stir in his heart. He had reached the Rule Realm and wielded the rules of the universe. To him, the Primordial Council looked different than it did to others. The Dragon Turtle Supreme kept his head low, his expression cautious. Ghost Supreme Realm Lord, you must be extremely careful in the Primordial Council. There are many powerful beings here. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord nodded, his expression also grave. I never thought we would be like frogs at the bottom of a well. Just moments ago, he had sensed 3 beings stronger than him passing by. And in the Cosmic Spirit Sea, who knew how many more powerful beings lay hidden? The Cosmic Spirit Sea can temper the true spirit. With your strength, Ghost Supreme Realm Lord, you might have a chance to reach the 100th layer, the Dragon Turtle Supreme said. His own strength was limited. The last time he entered the Cosmic Spirit Sea, he had only reached the 50th layer before being forced to stop. How many layers does the Cosmic Spirit Sea have? The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord asked. The Dragon Turtle shook his head, his face filled with reverence. I don't know, but those who can reach the 1000th layer are all Creation Realm Lords. Hearing this, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord's eyes gleamed with ambition. Creation Realm Lords. In the future, he might also have the opportunity to reach the Creation Realm. He was filled with confidence. But in the next moment, his newfound confidence was doused with cold water. The Realm Lord of No Buddha from the 10,000 Saints Palace has arrived. All bald monks, make way. A majestic voice rang out. Upon hearing this vast voice, the Realm Lords outside the Cosmic Spirit Sea quickly cleared a wide path. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord looked over and saw an expanse of Buddhist light and golden radiance. 5 terrifying Buddha corpses, transformed into steeds, pulled a golden cloud carriage. Although the souls of these 5 Buddhas had long since perished, their remains still radiated an aura of immense power. Each of these Buddhas had been far stronger than the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord in their lifetimes. The 10,000 Saints Palace is a major power in the Primordial Council, with a Creation Realm Lord overseeing it. The Realm Lord of No Buddha is a disciple of the Palace Master. He harbors a deep hatred for monks and must not be provoked, the Dragon Turtle Supreme said, pulling the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord aside. In the Primordial Council, there were many major powers. Those with Creation Realm Lords overseeing them were considered true giants. Of course, the true behemoths were those with the backing of a Tao Lord. A true man should aspire to this, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord sighed, looking at the Realm Lord of No Buddha seated in the cloud carriage with admiration. The 6 heavens of the Immortal Realm are vast and boundless, but compared to other universes and planes, they are still too weak, the Dragon Turtle Supreme lamented. The Immortal Realm has no future, while other universes and planes do. The gap is too wide. As he spoke, he looked solemnly at the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord. I hope that in the future, you can reshape the destiny of the Immortal Realm. I hope so too, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord said. Ahead, the Realm Lord of No Buddha was like a true celestial being. Every Realm Lord by the roadside made way for him. After all, the Realm Lord of No Buddha was a Realm Lord of all things and a disciple of a Creation Realm Lord. Only after the Realm Lord of No Buddha entered the Cosmic Spirit Sea did the other Realm Lords begin to enter one by one. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord stood to the side, his thoughts complex, feeling like a mere lackey. Half a day passed. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord exited the Cosmic Spirit Sea. His face was pale, and his steps were unsteady. What a pity. On the first day, I only reached the 20th layer. The Dragon Turtle Supreme quickly said. The last time, I only reached the 10th layer on the first day. However, the benefits are indeed substantial, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord said, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He needed to rest and adjust for half a day before entering the Cosmic Spirit Sea again. At that moment, a casual voice sounded. Are you 2 newcomers? Where are you from? A Realm Lord dressed in a black uniform appeared, asking casually. Sensing the vast aura of the newcomer, the Ghost Supreme Realm Lord's heart tightened. The Dragon Turtle Supreme, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately said, he's here for the first time. We're from the Immortal Realm. The Immortal Realm, the Realm Lord murmured, as if recalling something, and continued, not the Nenki universe. No, the Dragon Turtle Supreme quickly replied. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord was curious. Fellow Taoist, what business do you have with the Nenki universe? It's no harm telling you. The Tao Lord of the Nenki universe has disappeared, and the realm lords of the Nenki universe have also vanished from the primordial council. This has become an eternal mystery, and many major powers are eager to uncover the truth, the realm lord said. So, whenever I see new faces, I come to ask. Of course, he didn't ask everyone. Only those who looked like easy targets did he approach. I see, the Dragon Turtle Supreme replied. In truth, he was somewhat curious. Because his disciple, Hong Yun, was from the Nenki universe. But of course, he wouldn't reveal such things. After finishing his questions, the Realm Lord disappeared. The Ghost Supreme Realm Lord and the Dragon Turtle Supreme exchanged a glance but said nothing more. Meanwhile, in the Cosmic Spirit Sea, an unknown number of layers deep, Qi Yuan's gaze was complex. Is this my true spirit? This kind of tempering is quite interesting. After reaching the Yin God stage, Qi Yuan's strength had become increasingly difficult to improve. In the Cosmic Spirit Sea, he continuously tempered his true spirit, and his strength grew rapidly. This tempering process integrated his essence, energy, spirit, and will into one. His divine sense, soul, divine abilities, principles, rules, and even his physical body were all tempered and engraved onto his true spirit. The fourth layer of Yang God is about abandoning everything, even the true spirit. Possessing everything, then abandoning it all, pursuing the ultimate. The more one possesses, the stronger one becomes after abandoning it. If I were to abandon everything I have now, how strong would I become? Of course, Qi Yuan would never abandon anything. The path of true spirit annihilation was not for him. 3,000 layers. All is one, the sole true spirit, yet this is still not the end. Qi Yuan, fully clothed, continued forward. He passed by a three-headed elder. The elder sat with his eyes closed, tempering himself. His expression alternated between pain and relief. As if sensing something, he glanced in Qi Yuan's direction. Then, upon seeing Qi Yuan fully clothed, his previously calm eyes filled with shock. When he saw Qi Yuan step into the 3,001st layer, he murmured, "The vast universe is full of wonders. There are actually beings born with clothes." Ignoring the elder's mutterings, Qi Yuan continued deeper. There are fewer and fewer people. Originally, he would encounter a being every so often. But now, after walking another 3,000 layers, he had encountered fewer than 10 beings. At the 6,000th layer, a naked old man suddenly appeared. His eyes were wild, and upon seeing Qi Yuan, he asked, "Have you seen my underwear?" Qi Yuan glanced at the crazy old man and said seriously, "You don't need to wear underwear." "Don't need to wear it?" The old man looked confused, wanting to ask more. But Qi Yuan had already stepped into the next layer. As time passed, his true spirit grew stronger and purer. What exactly are these places of opportunity? In just this short time, I feel my true spirit has grown more than twice as strong. A true spirit twice as strong meant Qi Yuan's overall strength had also more than doubled. Before, I thought the fourth layer of Yang God was invincible. Now, I feel like Black Heaven is actually not that impressive. In the past, Qi Yuan had fought Black Heaven repeatedly. Although he had been at a disadvantage, if it weren't for his master, Ruan Yishi, giving him a branch of spring, his true spirit would have been annihilated. But now, with his increased strength, he felt that facing Black Heaven, he wouldn't be as desperate. At the very least, his true spirit wouldn't be annihilated so quickly. I keep growing stronger, while the fourth and fifth layers of Yang God remain stagnant. How can they compare to me? Qi Yuan's confidence grew. Before, he had thought the fourth layer of Yang God was invincible, something he couldn't even hope to see. But, his strength was growing exponentially. An ant can't defeat a tank. But what if that ant was larger than the universe? What if its size filled the past, present, and future? Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Qi Yuan reached the deepest part of the Cosmic Spirit Sea. The 9,999th layer. Here, only his lonely figure remained. Is this my limit? He looked ahead and saw only a sea. An ordinary sea. So, this Cosmic Spirit Sea is also a so-called fourth layer Yang God. His eyes saw many useful pieces of information. The superpower he had awakened after becoming an Yin God could also integrate into all things. Through these two abilities, he learned that the Cosmic Spirit Sea was actually a treasure formed from a fourth layer Yang God. However, this treasure was different from the Gate of Myriad Principles. Are there other places of opportunity? Qi Yuan's eyes were complex, filled with anticipation. Who created the Primordial Council, and why did they leave so many places of opportunity? Qi Yuan pondered. At that moment, his gaze sharpened. He saw what appeared to be a message in a bottle floating in the sea ahead. With a wave of his hand, the bottle landed in his palm. Instantly, a message flooded into Qi Yuan's true spirit. To those who come after, if you traverse all 36 places of opportunity and unify your true spirit, return to the cosmic spirit sea, and you shall receive my inheritance. A Tao Lord. Qi Yuan was surprised. The hidden information his eyes saw revealed that the one who left this message was a Tao Lord. Could it be that a powerful Tao Lord wanted to break through the limits of the fifth layer of Yang God, and thus created the Primordial Council? Qi Yuan speculated. That Tao Lord must be terrifyingly strong. If the other places of opportunity were like the cosmic spirit sea, formed from fourth layer Yang Gods, then the Primordial Council contained 36 treasures formed from fourth layer Yang Gods. The fourth and fifth layers of Yang God did not exist on the same timeline. Finding 36 treasures formed from fourth layer Yang Gods was incredibly difficult. After all, even someone as clever as Qi Yuan only possessed one gate of myriad principles. Cosmic Spirit Sea. The chubby old man craned his neck, peering into the cosmic spirit sea ahead. Strange, how many layers did he go to? Could he be stronger than me? He stood at the 3700th layer, looking ahead. But he saw no trace of Qi Yuan. His talent is greater than mine, that's normal. However, we must still be cautious. After all, not everyone wishes for geniuses to appear. The Myriad Transformation Society was backed by many Tao Lords. But not all Tao Lords wished for the Society's research to succeed. For some Tao Lords, being omniscient and omnipotent within their own doctrines and universes was enough. Not all Tao Lords wished to break these cycles. Thus, the Myriad Transformation Society had many enemies. Their research was not always smooth and often faced assassination attempts. Outside the Primordial Council, assassinating a creation realm lord was difficult. But this was the Primordial Council, where one could not rely on the rules of their doctrine or universe. Here, only true spirits remained. Combat was more direct and simpler. At that moment, he received a message, and his expression changed. He's returned to the Myriad Transformation Society. Without hesitation, he returned to the Myriad Transformation Society. As space shifted, the chubby old man reappeared. He immediately saw Qi Yuan. A wide smile spread across his face. You made me run all that way for nothing. He naturally assumed that Qi Yuan had not entered the cosmic spirit sea. Otherwise, he would have encountered him. Qi Yuan, this is Senior Su Feng, Realm Lord Kuibei introduced. You wanted to enter all the places of opportunity, right? Senior Su Feng might be able to help you. Really? Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Of course, the chubby old man patted his chest. I have 3 Tao Lord scriptures. If you can adapt and improve them for me, I guarantee you access to the remaining 3 places of opportunity. 3 Tao Lord scriptures for 3 places of opportunity. What about the others? Qi Yuan asked. What others? The chubby old man was puzzled. Aren't there 36 places of opportunity in the Primordial Council? Qi Yuan said. The chubby old man was stunned. You're thinking of the entire Primordial Council? Yes. The chubby old man looked at Qi Yuan, his expression odd. You're quite ambitious. Ambition isn't wrong, and confidence isn't either, Qi Yuan said. If you become the leader of the Myriad Transformation Society, perhaps, you could access 29 of the places of opportunity. The remaining 7 are out of the question, even if you were a Tao Lord, the chubby old man said without hesitation. A Tao Lord could do it. But a Tao Lord couldn't enter the Primordial Council. How can I access the remaining 7? The remaining 7 are controlled by the White Profound Palace and the Black Profound Palace. These 2 palaces are not friendly toward the Myriad Transformation Society. The Tao Lords behind the White Profound Palace and the Black Profound Palace were the kind who disliked change. Unless you can beat them into submission. Is that possible? No, the chubby old man thought to himself. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Beating others into submission, that doesn't seem right, does it? Qi Yuan muttered to himself. His persona had always been lawful good. The other party hadn't offended him, so forcing them to submit just to access the places of opportunity felt a bit wrong. The chubby old man chuckled but didn't say anything. Naturally, he thought Qi Yuan was just being timid. After all, even the leader of the Myriad Transformation Society couldn't force the Black Profound Palace and the White Profound Palace into submission. The two palace masters of the black and white profound palaces had each mastered over 30 Tao Lord scriptures. Qi Yuan had just joined the Myriad Transformations Society, and while his strength was considerable, it was still limited. So, it's better not to think about those remaining 7 places of opportunity. The places of opportunity within the Myriad Transformations Society are already enough to elevate your strength to a terrifying level, the chubby old man said. Among the 36 places of opportunity, many of them overlapped in terms of the opportunities they offered. Going through similar ones would yield minimal improvements in strength. It would be better to master another Tao Lord scripture. But I want to visit all 36, Qi Yuan said. As the saying goes, since you're already here, having seen the message in a bottle, it would be a waste not to visit the other places of opportunity. What are the palace masters of the black and white profound palaces like? Are they as kind-hearted as me? Do I have a chance to persuade them? Qi Yuan asked. The chubby old man smiled without answering. Damn it, I thought the stronger one becomes, the more refined and classy they would be. But these palace masters of the black and white profound palaces don't even know how to be kind to others. Qi Yuan wanted to morally condemn the palace masters of the black and white profound palaces. If the moral high ground was on their side, then, following the tactics of a certain comment section on Earth, shouldn't he accuse them of moral failings and muddy the waters? Sigh, I thought the Primordial Council was like a first-tier city, where everyone was refined. Turns out, it's just a bunch of old hicks, Qi Yuan lamented. Obs. The chubby old man ignored him. Old man, give me the Tao Lord scriptures you want me to adapt. I'll help you adapt them, and then I'll visit the accessible places of opportunity first, Qi Yuan said. All right, the chubby old man agreed without hesitation. The Thunder Scripture, Minor Thunder Scripture, and Mountain Quaking Scripture were all created by the same Tao Lord. Adapting them should be easier for you. The chubby old man looked at Qi Yuan with anticipation in his eyes. Just because Qi Yuan could adapt the Scripture of all things growth, didn't mean he could adapt thunder-related scriptures. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that Qi Yuan was skilled in that area. No problem, Qi Yuan said. He took the 3 Tao Lord scriptures and began to study them carefully. For him, Tao Lord scriptures could also be used to refine his Qi Yuan scripture. Adapting Tao Lord scriptures would be of great help to him. I'll wait for your good news. No rush, the chubby old man said cheerfully. Although he said that, he was actually quite anxious. After all, his cultivation had been stagnant for a long time, unable to progress further. Mastering these 3 Tao Lord scriptures was crucial for him. If Qi Yuan could truly adapt them within a cosmic epoch, he would be willing to call Qi Yuan his sworn brother. Qi Yuan's figure disappeared. The chubby old man then spoke. This matter must not be leaked. Otherwise, if the black and white profound palaces learn of fellow Taoist Qi Yuan's existence, he might be in danger. Realm Lord Kui Bei and Chun Ran stood there, nodding quickly. Senior, rest assured, we understand the importance of this matter. This Qi Yuan, if he can truly adapt these 3 Tao Lord scriptures for me, would indeed have the qualifications to compete for the position of the Myriad Transformations Society's leader, the chubby old man said with a sigh. The leader of the Myriad Transformations Society? Realm Lord Kui Bei's expression changed slightly. That was the leader of the Myriad Transformations Society. With the 4th layer of Yang God absent and the 5th layer unreachable, within the Primordial Council, the leader of the Myriad Transformations Society was undoubtedly a dominant figure. Qi Yuan had only just joined the Myriad Transformations Society. How could he already be considered for the position of leader? However, it still depends on his abilities. The current leader is no ordinary figure. The highest record in the cosmic spirit sea is still held by the leader, the chubby old man said. The 3 most powerful beings in the Primordial Council were the leader of the Myriad Transformations Society and the 2 palace masters of the black and white profound palaces. Of course, this excluded certain entities. Within the Primordial Council, there were also some terrifying existences and dangerous places where even realm lords could perish. The leader is peerless. Naturally, not just anyone can compare to him, Realm Lord Chun Ran said with a smile. She held the leader in great reverence. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll explain the mysterious origin scripture to you, the chubby old man said. The 2 realm lords' eyes lit up with joy. The mysterious origin scripture was also a Tao Lord scripture. Realm Lord Chun Ran and Kui Bei had both studied it but hadn't mastered it deeply. The chubby old man had fully mastered it, so teaching them would be simple. With your talents, it should take about a day to make further progress, the chubby old man said. Realm Lord Chunran and Kui Bei were delighted. Thank you, Senior. They thanked the chubby old man, and naturally, they also thanked Qi Yuan. If it weren't for Qi Yuan, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to receive the chubby old man's teachings. In an instant, it was as if celestial music had descended. The sounds of the great Tao filled their ears, and Realm Lord Kui Bei and Chunran listened with rapt attention, completely absorbed. A single sentence from the chubby old man made them feel as though they had gained immense insight. Their understanding of the mysterious origin scripture deepened. Of course, they were still far from fully mastering it. Time passed minute by minute, as if in an instant. The celestial music faded, and the sounds of the great Tao disappeared. Realm Lord Kui Bei felt a sense of emptiness. Realm Lord Chunran felt the same. He wished time could slow down. But a day was just a day. A day of explanation couldn't even be exchanged for a single major merit. They were both delighted and disappointed, wishing they could stretch a second into 10,000. At that moment, a voice sounded, "You're finally done. Sigh, I've been waiting here for a long time. But I've always been polite, so I didn't disturb you." Qi Yuan stood not far away, holding a bright red fruit and munching on it. Seeing him, Realm Lord Kui Bei and Chunran were instantly alert. "Fellow Taoist Qi Yuan, didn't you leave? Is there something else?" Realm Lord Kui Bei asked immediately. The chubby old man also looked curious. Probably something related to the spirit summoning research topic. "Yeah, I left, and then I came back. I've been waiting here for 2 full hours, Qi Yuan said. Huh, Realm Lord Kui Bei was confused. Realm Lord Chunran thought for a moment and asked directly, "Fellow Taoist Qi Yuan, what brings you here?" She already had some understanding of Qi Yuan's personality, so she asked casually. "I'm here to return the 3 Tao Lord scriptures to you, old man." "What about the Tao Lord scriptures? Did fellow Taoist fail?" The chubby old man was disappointed but didn't show it. "How could I fail?" Qi Yuan's face turned red with frustration. "I've already adapted the 3 Tao Lord scriptures." "What?" The chubby old man's face showed astonishment. Realm Lord Kui Bei and Chunran were also shocked, finding it hard to believe. Could it be that the chubby old man's lecture had lasted not just a day, but an entire epoch? Because they were so engrossed, it felt like only a day had passed. "Here, take a look at the 3 Tao Lord scriptures." Qi Yuan handed the 3 scriptures to the chubby old man. The chubby old man quickly took them and scanned them with his divine sense. Realm Lord Kui Bei and Chunran kept their eyes on the chubby old man, watching his reaction. After about 20 breaths, the chubby old man took a deep breath. He looked at Qi Yuan and said seriously, "Fellow Taoist, are you perhaps like the Holy Light clan, capable of forcibly distorting the perceptions of living beings?" Only that could explain it. After all, adapting 3 Tao Lord scriptures in half a day was terrifying. But the universe was vast, and there were all kinds of wonders. Perhaps there were 1 or 2 races like the Holy Light clan. "I've seen the Holy Light clan, but I'm not one of them," Qi Yuan said. The chubby old man, now confirmed, took a deep breath and said, "If you don't mind, I would like to call you Father." The sworn brother had now been upgraded to father. "No, I'm still young. I don't want such an old son." "HMPH, the chubby old man snorted. "I was just joking earlier. I already have a father." He retracted his previous statement. At their level of cultivation, eccentric personalities, shamelessness, and even obsessiveness were all normal. "But, brother, could you help me adapt a few more Tao Lord scriptures? As payment, even if you don't become the leader, I'll do my best to help you visit the remaining places of opportunity. Of course, the ones in the black and white profound palaces are exceptions." "Deal," Qi Yuan agreed without hesitation. The chubby old man immediately beamed. "You're not just my sworn brother, you're my real father." 3 months passed. Qi Yuan stood in the True Spirit Tower. His expression was somewhat dazed. This is really strange. This was the 21st place of opportunity he had visited. With the chubby old man's help, he had indeed visited many places of opportunity. In these places, his strength had increased rapidly. Since these places of opportunity can boost strength so quickly, why are the realm lords in the Primordial Council so weak? Based on his own strength improvements, if those realm lords had visited these 20+ places of opportunity, their strength should at least be half of what he had when he first entered the Yin God realm. Those with exceptional talent might even rival his strength when he first entered the Primordial Council. Yet, So far, he hadn't encountered a single realm lord in the Primordial Council who could put up a decent fight. Of course, the gap was large, but it was just that, large. For example, when Qi Yuan first entered the Primordial Council, he was stronger than Realm Lord Kui Bei and even the chubby old man. But killing them was absolutely out of the question. Now, however, he could do it. These places of opportunity are truly beneficial. Each one is comparable to a treasure formed from a fourth-layer young god. Could it be that because I reached the deepest layer of the cosmic spirit sea and obtained that message in a bottle, my improvements have been so significant? Qi Yuan's strength had now reached a terrifying level. If he faced Black Heaven again, he wouldn't need to fear his true spirit being annihilated. He could resist Black Heaven's erosion. In terms of combat power, he was now at the level of a weak fourth-layer young god. If I visit all the places of opportunity, how strong will I become? Qi Yuan was looking forward to it. Especially that suspected Tao Lord's inheritance. He felt it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Unfortunately, the other places of opportunity are difficult to access. Especially the 7 in the black and white profound palaces. I'm a good person, how can I just take them by force? Should I set a trap? No, I'm a good person. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. In the black profound palace. A majestic man looked at the star-like blood in his hand, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The Myriad Transformations Society has produced such a peerless genius. Adapting 3 Tao Lord scriptures in half a day. A short man narrowed his eyes. Such talent is terrifying. We must nip it in the bud. If they truly find a variable, it would be disastrous. The black and white profound palaces both had Tao Lords backing them. The establishment of these 2 palaces was to prevent the Myriad Transformation Society from seeking change. Set up a killing game? The black profound palace's master asked. What if it's false information? The white profound palace's master asked. Although they had spies in the Myriad Transformation Society, those spies might not be entirely trustworthy. It was also possible that the genius was a ruse, a trap set for them. Regardless, whether it's a trap or not, we must act, the black profound palace's master said. The white profound palace's master nodded, then said, the wind spirit cloud place of opportunity would be a suitable location for the killing game. The black profound palace's master's gaze deepened, and he said, agreed. Exiting the True Spirit Tower, Qi Yuan's true spirit became even more condensed and unified. The chubby old man waited outside, a smile on his face. How do you feel? Has your strength improved significantly? Back when I visited the True Spirit Tower, my strength increased by half. The chubby old man said proudly. My improvement was minimal, less than half, Qi Yuan said honestly. If the Tao Lord opens a window for you, he will surely close another. Don't be disheartened, the chubby old man said, though his face was full of glee, clearly enjoying Qi Yuan's misfortune. Are there any other places of opportunity I can visit? Qi Yuan asked. This was what he cared about most. I've recently spent a great deal of effort to persuade the 10,000 Saints Palace. The Wind Spirit Cloud place of opportunity is now accessible to you, the chubby old man said seriously. Qi Yuan's brow twitched slightly, as if he had realized something. Wind Spirit Cloud, since it's a place of opportunity, I must go, Qi Yuan agreed without hesitation. Brother, if you go to Wind Spirit Cloud, be careful not to enter the Forbidden Zone. In the Forbidden Zone of Wind Spirit Cloud, there is a Buddha corpse that even Creation Realm Lords cannot defeat. It's extremely dangerous, the chubby old man warned. A Buddha corpse? Qi Yuan was surprised. Is it a cultivator? Being able to fight Creation Realm Lords, its strength was naturally extraordinary. It raised some questions. Either it was a 4th-layer Yang God or a 5th-layer Yang God. But treasures formed from 4th-layer Yang Gods generally didn't attack on their own. 5th-layer Yang Gods also couldn't enter the Primordial Council. So, this Buddha corpse was somewhat peculiar. The Myriad Transformations Society has conducted much research on the Buddha corpse, even having a dedicated research topic, but with little success. As long as you don't enter the Forbidden Zone of Wind Spirit Cloud and don't encounter the Buddha corpse, nothing will go wrong. You can rest assured, the chubby old man said confidently. Qi Yuan nodded, his expression calm. Could it be that the earlier twitch of his brow was because of that Buddha corpse? If so, he really needed to go and see what kind of opportunity it offered. Of course, he also hoped it wasn't just because of the Buddha corpse. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.